right? Okay, good. That's working. Right, how about over here? Alright, cool. That stuff is working. Good, good, good. Let's get the music playing then. Alright. Here we are. Alright, so let's get in. Let's get loaded in. Okay. Let's get our dailies here done first. Now we go over here. Grab all the things here. Alright, we'll get everything here done first. Alright, we're done with Starward Defense, right? Yeah, I have everything there. And everything here. Yes, so we don't need to worry about that mode. Okay. Let's go grab this stuff here. Oh, I hit the EXP max. Interesting. Alright, let's get these done. Personal files. Alright, got those done. Base time. Alright, we got Anya over here. There she is.
Did you miss me?
Right, exit out. Get that one done. Then we go to operation. Raining fire. Get those auto cleared. Alright, we still need another thing to complete here. Alright, we need to get one more thing done. What else? No, we're done with those. Anything else we need? I guess we can do another raining fire. Right, and then just dump these. Alright, then I can go into logistics and delete everything. Because I don't need any of these. Right, all done. Alright, cool, we're out of that thing. Now what do we need to get done? Yeah, I already finished that. All the stuff there is done. I guess there's the things here that need to get done as well. Right, gotta get the points and everything. That decreases healing received. As a shield, increases attack. What buffs can we grab? No longer consumes S energy. Every 1 second it's active, shoots a random satellite. Interesting. While engulfing vortex is active, Anya gains a shield equal to 10% of max HP each second. The shield has no duration limit. Oh, that could be interesting to play around with in a shield build, I guess. What other, like, interesting buffs could we do? That one does healing thing. Will not be cancelled, becomes invulnerable. What other interesting buffs could we grab? Oh yeah, the Yao thing could be good. no longer has a minimum U energy requirement and does not consume U energy on use. So we could combine that with the stuff over here. I could play around with that later too. What are other interesting effects do we got here? Gains enhancement based on HP. Gains range when below 80%. Increases shield. Increasing rate of fire and skill haste. Okay. What else is there? Like smolder targets getting a bonus thing there. Wind cut. Wind cut is from what again? Wind cut shots. Oh, that's from shooting though. Unfortunately, that's from shooting. And that just gives S energy on hit. Alright, lots of stuff here. Increases damage dealt by 0.4% of every 1% of HP lost. Oh, that could be good. Recommended. These are the recommended one. They want electrical damage. Okay. Let's change our layout then. Alright, we wanna grab... Yeah, we put Yao here. And then what else do I want to put here? Oh, maybe we just put the other thing just to sit there for the buff, maybe? 'Cause it's not like we need anything else from her. What else could we use? What does this give again? Increase attack by 20% for 5 seconds when they're healed. And then... yeah, that's what that gives. And then she just has healing buffs. Okay, no, never mind. I guess you could just put her in. Alright, buff time. Each time enters combat, gain a shield. Yep. What's this? That's skill haste individual buff. When any type of spark tether, that one. And then that one I can use it immediately. I'll grab that. What else can we grab here? Loses 5% HP. We don't want yin yang. Alright, we can get that one for the... we don't need the U energy. Consumes 5% HP and then does that. Yeah, we could take those. What else can we grab here? Oh yeah, we want Spark. We definitely want that. We don't need skill haste. Do we? No, I'll take that just in case. What's the other shield stuff? No, we don't want that one, or... What else we got here? What's another good ability here? When dealing any damage, inflicts bone erosion. A synergy could be good. Alright, gives us a shield. It gives attack based on shield. That gives me more skill damage and haste. Nope. I think that just keeps stacking. That's for electrified targets. We gotta apply the debuff though. Sure, gotta refund my energy back. Skill hits. Sure, that makes it so I can spam it a bit more. Let's see what else can we grab here. That's good for defeating things, but I don't think I'm gonna be defeating things that much. That could be good for distance. Extra skill damage. Ballistic damage, can use that too. Hi, Elliot. It's gone. I'm just setting up stuff here. Ooh, that gives me more damage based on how much HP I'm missing. It's electrified. Do I have the damage boost electrified? Yes, I do. Where's the one for pierced? When a skill hits, they're stunned. Which one's pierced? That's smolder. That's wind cut. We're not gonna trigger wind cut. We're not gonna trigger frostbite. Do I not have pierced? Damn, I thought I had pierced. Nope, don't want that one. We're not shooting things. Hopefully it can get better soon, man. Hopefully. I'm trying to figure out buffs I want to use in this. Right, we're at 263, so we still got buff points left to use. Alright, that gives us more attack. We're still at 269, so we can fit more in here. Pursuit. We're not doing any shots. We're not using that either. I guess you can take the destructible object bonus. Let's see. After an operative takes damage. Yeah, I'll just take that one. Alright, we'll save that as a preset. That's cool. At least we can, like, save presets. Alright. Let's give this a go. Let's see how this works. You can't get rid of, you have a member badge. Ah, cool. Really? I don't exactly see that, but cool. At least you got a cool badge, right?
It's nothing. Not a problem. Not enough to change
I will
anything.
continue to keep losing HP now.
Nothing to be afraid of.
And just spam skills.
Objective complete. Oh, doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry. I saw how it would end for you.
This is kind of funny.
Not enough to change anything. Nothing to be afraid of.
I get mad crit damage buffs and everything too. Wait, what is it? Wait. A set of TikTok's content sucks. I say.
Not enough to change anything. Nothing to be afraid of.
Oof. That's the rip, man.
I saw how it would end for you.
You gotta be careful. But yeah, there's like good reasons why people kick him out. That's stuff. That is what it is.
Not objective complete. All according to plan.
How many more waves? Are we getting a good score?
I saw how it would end for you. Nothing to be afraid of. Not enough to change
Alright,
anything.
let's keep destroying more and more. Just annihilating everything here. Crazy stuff.
Not enough to change any. Objective complete. All according to plan. Nothing to be afraid of.
How long does she last for? How long does Yao last for? I swear. Yao is just like lasted for a while.
Not enough to change anything.
Yeah. That's why you gotta be careful, man. But I'm not super surprised. Tech Code is quite
Nothing to
infamous.
be afraid of.
I mean, it's because they don't want people with his, who mimic his behavior around, that's why. I kinda understand why.
Don't worry. I'm present. I saw how it would end for you. Doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry. Doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry.
Yeah, it's just that, there's a lot of,
Nothing to be afraid of.
it's just that Tectone and his gotcha police army thingy are quite crazy. They're quite infamous and crazy, man. So it's like perfectly understandable why people don't want it around. There's a lot of crazies.
Doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry. I saw how it would end
Yeah.
Doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry.
Alright, let's keep destroying the things here.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Some people, I guess, are just being very precautious, so to speak. I mean, it depends, man. You have people that'll take things in quite some different way as they go about handling things, so you have to be careful too.
Not enough to change anything. Doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry. Doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry. Situation is under control.
Why is she floating? Because I'm spamming her skill, I don't know. It's weird. How you doing, DJ Dyer?
Nothing to be afraid of.
Been a hot minute.
Doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry. Breaking your promise.
Oh shit, she died. The fuck?
Sure.
I did not expect her to actually die. What the hell hit me? Killed me. Wait, can we end it early? Wait, is that even good enough? Yeah, that is. Wait, we can try to get better score, maybe. Maybe we actually just put Etchel in. My Etchel has her weapon and what is it? M2. That's probably fine. Yeah, fair enough. Don't have friends who float it all the time. I mean, they're not supposed to,
Nothing to be afraid of.
right? I don't think they're supposed to float either.
Not enough to change anything.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not surprised it didn't look. They all died because they're floating into the sun, yeah.
Not enough to change anything.
Yep.
I saw how it would end for you. Nothing to be afraid of. Not enough to change anything.
Look at all the damage we're getting to go across. Yeah, it's a lot of damage. We're not generating any U energy at all, which is kind of funny. We haven't generated any U energy.
Nothing to be afraid of. Situation is under control.
Oh god damn it. Now Etchel's healing way too much HP. I'm like trying to get my HP to drain further and further. But like Etchel's just healing way too much. So I feel like my damage is decreasing.
Not enough to change anything.
Because I'm still like close to max HP.
I saw how it would end for you.
Alright, I'll see you around then when you get back from the ad break.
Nothing to be afraid of. Not enough to change anything. Situation is under control. I saw how it would end for you.
More damage keeps coming. This skill spam setup is just dumb.
Nothing to be afraid of.
It just keeps going and going and going.
Not enough to change anything.
All the lighting just coming out. It's smacking them down. Look at it all.
Don't worry, I'm present. Nothing to be afraid of. Not enough to change anything.
You know a guy in a UK advert? You don't know what why he's advertising theme parks from a small town in England at 3 a.m.?
All according to
I don't know. He just is, I guess. Actually, a manga protagonist.
I saw how it would end for you.
It's just the thing, right? Twitch plays ads every once in a while like clockwork. I can't really do anything about it. I'm required to show ads either way. That's just Twitch for you.
Nothing to be afraid of. Situation is under control.
Yeah, I mean, if YouTube gives less ads, YouTube gives less ads. YouTube is doing its default behavior stuff. Alright, and that one's dead.
Not enough to change anything. Situation is under control. Nothing to be afraid of.
Those things take forever to destroy.
Complete, all according to plan.
They have another reason not to buy a Switch.
Be afraid of.
Yeah, I heard about it.
It's nothing.
Like, people could probably mod the stuff back in, but like, it's still fucked. It's still extremely fucked up. The funny part too is like, there are so many other games that have animal gliders. You know, it's really weird how they can go after that, but not they're not going after other stuff. It's really fucked up, man. What are you gonna do then instead then? Go like stalk their lawyers and dox them? And then just have people annoy the fuck out of them? Honestly, that might do something if like enough people were to go and harass their lawyers, Nintendo's lawyers, and annoy the fuck out of them. Just at like a massive enough scale. It might actually do something.
I'm present.
In like a funny way. You just need to get enough people doing it at a large enough scale.
I saw how it would end for you.
That's probably the only way something can happen.
Not enough to change anything.
But if they actually went after like actual other things, they would lose.
Objective complete, all according to plan.
Yeah, I was up in the air for like quite a long time actually.
Be afraid of. Not enough to change anything.
They made the changes just in case. Oh, we'll see what happens, man.
Situation is under control.
The hell, that thing just died. Alright. 14.6k. Nice. Alright, we got that thing done there. And then we can do these on other days, the other ones. Slowly gotta just ration these out and get those done. Also, I can meet the quota. Yeah. The Nintendo doing the Nintendo bullshit things is just slowing everything down, man. That's why, like, at some point, maybe the strat is to just get enough people to harass them. No, I guess the only thing that you could do to help is if you can get enough people to get their contact information of Nintendo's lawyers and stuff, and then start harassing them. As weird as it sounds, that's probably the only way you can make something happen. You get enough people to just go after their ass. You get them doxxed. And then you just keep spreading it around. And you get enough people to harass them until they give up. Or rather, until like the lawyer gives up and they have to get a new one. And then you go after the next one. And you just keep it going. That's probably the only way you can actually make something actually change. If you force them to lose by by keeping them distracted. Yeah. Like, I can't think of anything else, man. Because Nintendo's just gonna keep doing what they're doing. So, like, the only thing you can do is make it so lawyers don't want to work for them. So you have to make their lawyers hate themselves. That's kind of like the only real option. Otherwise, Nintendo will just keep doing the same shit. And go after other targets too. In the future. You basically gotta make it so they don't want to do it. That's kind of really the only thing I can think of. Because, like, again, they're just gonna keep on their rapist mentality anyways. Yeah, that's why instead you gotta make them lose in a different way. And do it enough that they can't keep doing it. They can't keep up. You know? So you gotta find another way. So in a sense, a funny thing they could do is like just dox them. Dox their lawyers. Specifically their lawyers. And if they get annoyed enough to not want to work with them anymore. That's the big brain strat now. Make it so they don't want to work anymore. Make them want to quit. And you just keep it going and going and going. That's probably the only real thing I can think of. Right? Because, like, here's the thing, right? If they're gonna be assholes, be the full asshole. Don't half-ass it. But, like, Nintendo's half-assing it. Because they're going specifically after them, and not after anything else that has done similar things. Or has certain aspects and stuff as well. Like, that's the thing. If they're gonna be the asshole, be the full asshole. But, you know, something tells me they don't want to go after companies like, a lot of the other major Japanese publishers, or after American European studios as well, who've been doing the same thing for doing like similar things or the same thing with mechanics for literal decades and stuff without even before them, right? Because, like, hey, if they're going to be pieces of shit, they should be the full piece of shit and go after everyone, right? Maybe like spam their support stuff too with a bunch of crap as well. You know, so they get there's the other staff gets annoyed too. You gotta do it some other way. You gotta deny them from doing whatever they're doing instead. So sometimes, you know, you gotta take things in a different way, is how I say it. Because they're not gonna change. They're not gonna change unless they get forced to. They're gonna keep their rapist mentality. Yeah, that's what I'll call it. They're gonna keep it that way. So you gotta like force them in a different way. Yep, that's why you gotta just harass them on a massive scale. You gotta dox them. You gotta do all that thing to them. Make them want to give up. If you do it hard enough, maybe it'll work. Maybe. Right? You could spam their the customer support or whatever. Spam sending mail to them so they get filled with a bunch of junk as well. You just go after everything else. Right? You spam call their lawyers or whatever. You find out what their the contact stuff is. So they have no time to do anything. And if they start blocking shit, even funnier what the end results from that could be. That's why you need a lot of people to do it, not one person. One person won't be enough. You need a lot of people to do it. You need a lot of people to do it on a large enough scale. Right, you need a lot of people to do it. You can't just be one person doing it. That's not gonna work. One person, not enough. You need a lot. But yeah, like the trick is you have to change your approach. Make them want to give up. Make them hate themselves. Right? Sometimes, you know, just giving them new problems to deal with is a good thing. Bombard them all. That's why I said you can't just do it alone. They can fuck one person easily, but they can't fuck millions of people. That's the difference there. You would need like millions of people to all come together to do it. They might be able to fuck one or two people easily individually, but what happens if they go after millions? Now that's the thing. You gotta get everyone to go after them. Right? Like, that's the thing. Right. Because they could easily go after one person, but could they go after millions at the same time? Honestly, what we could do as well is like the people in the EU could go complain and stuff about them like they did about Apple. And have the EU government go after Nintendo. And treat them as harshly as they were slowly trying to do things to Apple. Honestly, because like a lot of the things Apple does, Nintendo does it too. That the EU's giving them shit for. So like, you know, complain about it for people living in the EU to your government and other shit too, consumer agencies and shit. get enough people to do it and have them investigate them too. Right. Like, actually. That's why you gotta make them waste their money in a different way, man. Not yet. Again, that's why you gotta find a way to screw them over a different way. Right, like that's what we gotta do. Make them give up. Yeah, the drama's crazy, man. I haven't touched the stuff there yet, though. The new stuff or whatever yet. Yeah, and people are just fucking stupid, man. I'll never forget when Microsoft tried to do the shit to bring Xbox Live to PC. And people here were like, fuck you. Fuck off. No thanks. And Xbox Live failed. Meanwhile, the people buying Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo consoles, they're letting themselves get fucked in the ass over and over again. They just take it. They just take it, man. They just like to take it. Shit's funny. Because, like, you better believe the shit that, like, there was a time, it was during the Windows Vista era, when Microsoft was like, what if we brought Xbox Live to the PC platform, through, a thing called Games for Windows Live. And that flopped spectacularly. Because people actually fought back. Meanwhile, everyone else was like just getting boiled alive slowly. Yeah, the dumbasses let themselves get boiled like the frog slowly. They took it. They just took it, man. They let themselves get boiled alive. I mean, there are ways that you can still try to fight back. You gotta get the government to like ban them. you gotta get like. You gotta do what you need to get the freaking Epic shit that Epic did to Apple to happen to all the other console makers, man. Like all that type of stuff needs to spread over there too, because the thing is they're also valid, those claims, because they're like everything that Apple was guilty of in that whole ordeal. Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, they're all just as guilty. All of them. They're all just as guilty of the same crimes. All of them. Right? Keep that in mind. They all did the same thing. They all do the same thing. But they only went after Apple. They should have taken it further. Go after all of them. Yeah, then the freaking gotcha fan base is even worse. The dumbasses will gaslight themselves into thinking anything negative is a positive. Like, you remember that Reddit post thing that you were like gonna share around, right? Like, it just showed. Like, there's a lot of posts in there. It just shows just how Pepega gotcha gamers are. And the lengths they'll go to gaslight themselves to think anything awful is a positive. The lengths they'll go to gaslight themselves into thinking anything negative is a positive. But you know, that's just the reality, man. They're dumb enough to freaking gaslight themselves to think negatives are positives. You got your PS5 tax-free last Christmas. Regret wasting money on PS Plus, went back. Like, that's the thing, right? You buy the stuff on your console, right? You're stuck using whatever. The controllers are, like, shit quality now. It's not like before, man. Like, here's the thing, too. Like, you buy your PlayStation controller, you buy your Xbox controller, you buy your Nintendo Switch controller, right? And, like, how long until, like, they break down and start drifting? Meanwhile, like, you can dig out, like, a 20-plus-year-old PS2 controller, and the thing works like it's brand new. It still works like it's brand new. Meanwhile, those controllers wear down in, like, a couple of weeks to months. Even if you barely use them. Because they started cheaping out on a lot of components. Internal components that you don't directly see or feel. They started cheaping out on, like, on the stuff that they shouldn't. And then they also cost drastically more by comparison to what, like, the other things costed back then. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, what's funny, again, like, the PS3 is, like, almost 20 years old, right? In, like, a year and a bit, it'll be 20 years old, the PS3. Like, in a 19-year-old PS3 controller will last longer than your fucking DualSense controller. Fun fact, that 19-year-old PS3 controller also has Hall effect sticks. The PS4 controllers, the PS5 controllers, they do not have that. They started cheaping out. And, like, they've been doing it slowly since the PS4 era. And they've only been making them worse and worse. Which is just kind of crazy. Right, like, it's really, really crazy. Your mod chip, yeah, exactly. Those things were built to last. Those things were built to actually last, man. They were actually built to last. Unlike the crap we get today. Unlike all the other crap. They were actually built to last. It's crazy. But you know, that's the world we live in. Unfortunately. It is what it is. Those things from the past, they were actually built to last. And then nowadays, nope. And they also price hike this stuff like crazy, man. Like where I live, it's like I go buy a new, if I was to buy a new controller, it's over $100 I'd be spending on a first party controller. And here's the funny part too, right? Remember, back in the day, we would have the joke of you would have that cheap, like, Chinese knockoff controller or whatever, third-party Chinese knockoff controller. You would usually give it to your younger sibling or some random person that came over to play with you or whatever, and you would use the official branded controller, right? But nowadays, it's like, nah, it's the opposite now. Those freaking cheap Chinese controllers, often at times, a lot of them are way better quality. They're way higher quality and a lot more durable. Some of them are even a lot more responsive. Like funny shit, you can find wireless game controllers that are more responsive than plugging in your Xbox controller or your DualSense controller or whatever, wired. That are more responsive because they have a higher polling rate wirelessly, which is ridiculous, but that's the world we live in. Yeah, Gacha Enjoyers truly peak. His stuff is just great, man. Gacha Enjoyer is just great. Exactly. Never forget those. Exactly. Nah, even better. I used to remember when I was like that young. I remember there was like they used to have a Goodwill in my area. This was like 15 plus years ago. I used to remember like seeing like PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 games for like $2. And they had like all sorts of cool stuff. But yeah, for like $2, they would just have them. because whoever was just like putting them in that was donated didn't know what the fuck they were doing. So like I would get shit like stuff like Ratchet and like the Ratchet and Clank original 3 games on the PS2 for like $3 each back in the day, and these were Canadian dollars, right? Canadian rubles, Canadian rupees, whatever you wanna whatever joke you wanna call our shit currency here. I used to remember grabbing those as like back in the day, and a bunch of other stuff. People think it's a luxury, I know, right? It's ridiculous, man. It's dumb. And then you had things where, like, remember when, like, a lot of, like, older stuff got remastered, right? If you had the PC version, they gave you the remaster for free if you had the original. Right? It's like, I remember, like, Skyrim, when Skyrim Remastered came out, I got it free. Why? Because I already had Skyrim. And stuff like that. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, the Gotcha Enjoyer is just funny. Who knows, man? I mean, the thing is with WoW character designs, they all look the same. You got that one remastered, yeah. And then nowadays, like, for a tiny fucking frame rate boost, for a thing that was like re-released later, they're like, nah, you gotta go pay full price. Actually, no, it's even worse than that. Not even you gotta pay full price. We raised the price even further. It's like, what the fuck? Right, like, it's not even like just full price. They raise it even further. So here's the thing, right? Let me see if I can find that meme I saw earlier. Alright, so that's showing up here now. Let me see where I posted that thing earlier. Where'd I put it? Because it'll just make you laugh. Right, wrong thing. I didn't post this. I saw this being shared around on Discord, but like, man. Here's the thing with the one characters. When you really look at it, man, it's like, what the fuck? RTSs? I haven't played an RTS game in a long time. I don't really play RTS games. I thought like that genre was kind of dead. I mean, the last time I really played an RTS game was like Warcraft 3. I never got into StarCraft, but I used to play Warcraft all the time back in the day. Good stuff back then. And then I remember when Blizzard remastered it, it was so, the remaster was so Pepega and Bork, they even ruined the originals forever. Yeah, well, it's like this, man. How many? Why are they all either white hair or red hair? They're like all generic. They end up being all generic, man. There's just too many of them. Like, what the fuck? Same face, same hairstyle, exactly. They end up just having same face, same hairstyle syndrome. Almost all of them. Like, what the fuck? What the hell is up with Kuro's character designers? Why are they all the fucking same? Right? They all end up with same face, same hair color, sometimes same hairstyle syndrome. It's like, what the fuck? They might add like one tiny thing to make them look a little bit different. But they're still like, oh wow, we made this one have even bigger boobs than someone else. We made this one have longer hair. Yeah, Hoya does not have this problem. Like, Hoyu does not. It's like, oh, we made her eyes bigger. We made her eyes smaller. We made it so it becomes partly white over there. We made the color just a little bit darker on one of them. It's like, why are they all the same? This is so dumb. But this is their extent of their character design. There's a bit more variety with Genshin at least. Okay, there's a bit more. It's not this bad. But yeah, it's like, what? Why? But like, yeah, either way, it's just really dumb, man. Alright, Echo Trials, still gotta get these done. Yes, it does. They reset it and you have to redo it again. So what happens is as soon as you get into the Kylo, they will reset all your levels of your mech but refund all your items, and then you have to re-put everything in again. And then they'll give you even more shit. And it continues over. You have to finish upgrading all the older trees enough first before you can get the Kylo upgrades. Why do they have it that way? I don't know. But they do. But yeah, either way, it's just so silly and dumb, man. How they all end up just looking the same. But hey, that's what they wanted to do. So that's what they did. Right. The 12 sinners have identities different from the realities, so you pull for different versions. Okay. I mean, yeah, some of these games will just have, you know, the same character but a different version of them. It happens. Yeah. But yeah, sometimes things just, you know, happen. Whatever happens, happens. Alright, I'm gonna like, get my ult, the AFK spot. And then we'll farm for the points of the AFK spot. I want to get the, what's it called? I want to get all of the, I want to just get all the points here so I can get more of the power gears. Because I keep running out of these vehicle parts. I want more and more of these vehicle parts. Yeah. It is what it is, man. It's just funny and sad at times, just how things end up being. Right, it is what it is. But I'm gonna be honest with you. With a decent amount of these single player gachas, the best thing that can ever happen to them is them going end of service. I think you can look at the Animal Crossing one and the Mega Man X Dive one as good examples of going end of service being the best thing that ever happened to them. Because of what happened after they went end of service. Sometimes the best thing that could ever happen is actually just going end of service. Is it weird? Yes. But it can happen. Sometimes going end of service is the best thing that can ever happen. I mean, if you want to know what I mean, look up Mega Man X Dive. Just look what happened to it. They released an offline version that was paid with all the content. It's like $30, but you get everything in there. A lot of the live service bullshit crap is also removed. So you basically got everything in there, all the content, a lot of the stuff reworked and removed. And by the stuff being removed, like stuff like the stamina shit, all the time gated crap, all of that garbage, all gone. So you could actually just play the fucking game. And it was the best thing that ever happened to it. Getting all the bullshit taken out. Alright, let's go on to the next one. Alright, we're just gonna keep spamming these because I need to get the points. Alright, on to the next one. Hi, Flagger. Welcome, welcome. Maybe we should try to get like a group so we can queue this thing faster for points. But yeah, I want my power gears. So I'm gonna be farming this. How scuffed their streams are recently. You watched the what? The Kanto 8 trailer stream. The main CEO of the company, he gets live for like 2 hours, grinds mirror dungeon in his own game, then spends money in his own game and says it's to find Half-Life, it's to fund Half-Life 3. And then after 2 hours, he had the trailer ready. I mean, I guess, because, like, Steam takes 30% of whatever you swipe on it. They do take 30%. That's definitely one way to go about it. He says it's to fund Half-Life 3. What the fuck is he doing? So he just goes live and he does that. And he's like, yeah, I gotta fund Half-Life 3. So he's just memeing. He's just memeing around then. Is Limbus Company even playable on the Steam Deck? Surely it's playable on the Steam Deck, right? Surely it's playable on the Steam Deck. Let's check. It is, okay, it is playable. It is playable on the Steam Deck. Good to know. No, I'm talking about the Steam Deck because the Steam Deck uses Linux. It doesn't run Windows. Because, yeah. There's a lot of games that don't work on Linux. Okay, I'll list you a bunch of gacha games that have a PC version, and you answer which one of these do not work on the Steam Deck. Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, Punishing Grey Raven, Wuthering Waves, Tower of Fantasy, Snowbreak, Limbus Company, Infinity Nikki. Which two of those games do not work on the Steam Deck? Because two of those do not work. Two of them. Out of all the ones I listed, two of them are unplayable. They will give you an error and crash. No matter what you do. Two of those games. Of the list. That said, the Hoyo games are not on Steam. But two of those games will not work at all. Right, and you already know one that does work with Limbus Company because we just checked it on the Steam store. Genshin works. No, Genshin works. It's not on Steam, but you can get Genshin installed. And it works. Someone made a flat pack for all the Hoyo games to install on the Steam Deck. They work. Genshin works. Yeah. They still are. What do you think the Steam Deck runs? What do you think the Steam Deck is running? I've owned one for the past 3 years now. What do you think the Steam Deck runs? I have one of the original launch models for the Steam Deck. I got mine in the second batch. But yeah, you can play Genshin. You can play Genshin on the Steam Deck. Its performance is pretty terrible. But that's because Genshin's anti-cheat is really fucking stupid. It works. It's just that it's so CPU heavy in the weirdest way possible that it basically eats up all your CPU resources that you have no power left to go to the graphics. But it does work. It's not exactly the best experience because of how terrible Genshin's optimization is in regards to its anti-cheat. But it does work. I can confirm. I can confirm that it does work. But yeah. They freaking they paid Jeff, I guess. Why even? Most people who are looking at shit from the Game Awards don't give a fuck. The fuck? Wrong place to go look. No wonder why like their ads aren't working. They're wasting it and putting it in the places where nobody's gonna give a fuck. Like, the people looking at, like, following Jeff Keighley are actually going to give a fuck. Wrong place to put it. Then again, they literally have a character called Kokona. With the name Kokona. What the fuck is what the fuck, Kokona? That fucking weird ass emote. Right? Right? You know, they have a character with the freaking, Well, exactly. When an American does something typical American, why the fuck do they have a character named Kokona? Like, what? This stream's compared to say Hoyo is so unprofessional, you love it? Despite that, I mean, like, here's the thing, right? You go look at a fucking Hoyo or Kuro stream. It's gonna be like an hour plus of nothing. It's gonna be like an hour plus of nothing. That, like, nothing you care for or whatever. It's just an hour plus of literally nothing. You just waste your time. There's a reason why I don't like watching a lot of company presentations and stuff. Alright, let's get to the next one. What do you mean playing? You mean doing your chores. They have no content. That's why they had to fight Maggie. Maggie PvP was their entire content. That was Maggie's gift for the anniversary. She gave you content. That's how they celebrated. I mean, like, here's the thing, right? The only way I can ever consider touching it again is if they either pay me to play it, or they go end of service in the same fashion as Mega Man X Dive. But they would have to go end of service in that fashion. And then I would consider it. Because it's only gonna get worse and worse, man. Don't worry. Alright, send me the next one. Yeah, because there's nothing for him to just fucking watching Wua is boring as hell. There's like nothing there anyways. So he has to make content about attacking Hoyo instead. Because he can't do anything else. That's all he does. I'm just saying, going EOS, depending on how they handle it, would be the best thing that will ever happen. You'd be surprised just how beneficial an EOS could be. Like, that's the thing. Again, like I said before, Mega Man X Dive going EOS was the best thing that ever happened to it. Because it made the game actually better. The freaking gotcha Mega Man game going end of service actually improved the game drastically. That said though, why would you play the freaking X Dive offline over the actual Mega Man games? That's its own other thing. But it did make the game a lot better. Them going end of service. No. Like, it actually improved the game by going end of service. Because they released an offline version with all the content. And they removed all the live service crap. And they just changed everything to be unlockables. From playing the game. Like, that's what happened with Mega Man X Dive. It was the Mega Man Gacha. It actually improved the game by going end of service. Like, they actually improved it by doing so. It's really funny. You can look into the game up yourself, but yeah. The game actually improved by going end of service. Again, for like heavily single player focus crap, it can improve it. Because there's nothing else left for him. And like the more he keeps going, the more and more the shit he was glazing before kept backfiring. So he has to deflect everything instead. He's moved on to deflecting everything. Right, he's moved on to deflecting because his stuff that he would keep saying doesn't apply. It never did. So he has to deflect it to another thing. He has to keep deflecting. But yeah, like especially with like a lot of the single player shit, it's like, why would I play these freaking live service crap gotchas that ruin every aspect of it in various different ways when I could just play an actual good game instead? Yeah, at least they stopped that, but like, you know. You know what's funny though, right? It's like, you see what they do in the, you know what's funny, right? There's just one random dude online for the lulz. He cooked a better multiplayer as a free mod for the fucking Hedgehog Engine 2 than Hoyo or Kuro devs could ever hope to make. This one random dude cooked a better multiplayer than whatever these gotchas can do. And then the worst part is, they do it for Sonic games, where the maps are fucking enormous because you zoom through them at Mach speeds. And they can handle all the players going through them at Mach speeds. At the same time. And like some guy is literally trying to make a multiplayer mod for Shadow Generations and Sonic Frontiers that effectively kind of makes it like an MMO. It's like pretty crazy. Just look up Hedgehog Engine 2 multiplayer. Or Sonic Frontiers multiplayer, or like Shadow Generations multiplayer. It's like actually pretty crazy. Like how the fuck one guy is able to do that? But then those companies can't figure this shit out. I mean, yeah, I guess the fucking, you have freaking Sonic fans literally coming up a way with to like reverse engineer and like actually recompile Xbox 360 games so that they could be preserved and playable on computers without the need of an emulator. A fucking recompilation tool for Xbox 360 games are made. These guys figured out how to make a fucking tool to do it. But like, yeah, like another thing too, right? If the game was to go end of service and release as a paid offline game, you could have like a lot of the bullshit removed, like the gacha removed entirely. You could have all the premium currency crap completely removed. All the stupid materials you gotta spend weeks that are time gated to get to go upgrade your character's skills and whatever materials, all of those can be completely removed. So you could just play the fucking thing, right? And then people could actually make mods and change the game to actually not be shit. That's like one of the benefits if they were to go end of service like that. It'd be like giving everyone basically a private server without the need of a private server. And then they just sell it as like a thing you pay for. Nintendo also did the same thing with the Animal Crossing one. They end of serviced it, and then they changed it to like an offline thing that you can buy. And then again, because they also sold it as a regular thing, you could play it offline. And they would just have all the content. Like, to be fair, what I'm talking about applies to basically every single player one. But again, that assumes they're gonna take the Mega Man X dive approach. But yeah, like it is actually a huge net positive for Mega Man X dive them going into service. In a really weird way, it was a massive net positive. Yeah, it's unplayable now. That's why it wouldn't even work. They need to do a lot more. Yep. Alright, let's go. Let me go claim the power gears here. Alright, got all the power gears. Surely now I can go upgrade some vehicles again. Hi, Derico. Welcome, welcome. Okay. I mean, for me, I would never play HS Armon. Why the fuck would I play a shit turn-based RPG when I could play, like, so many other good ones? There's so many of them out there that I could play instead. It's like, why would I ever play it? Because I would just get reminded of, like, that I could just play a good thing instead. An actual good turn-based RPG. That I could play instead if I wanted to play that. Yeah, and I'm not gonna play it. Unless I get paid, I'm not gonna play it. It's gonna be my rule for the vast majority of gachas at this point. Unless I get paid, I'm not gonna play it. Because it's gonna be the same shit again and again. Like, I won't bother. Like, in drama or not, that doesn't matter. It's just, at its core, it's just shit. You can say whatever you want, man. And, like, again, like, I could just go play an actual good turn-based game instead. Right? I could, like, for example, what's that new one people keep talking about again, too? I could go and I could literally go and play the Expedition 33 or whatever instead. Why the fuck would I play HSR? I could go play the Trails games instead. I could go play like remember when you sent that video on the Persona gacha? Why the fuck would you want to play Persona as a gacha when you could just go play the Persona games themselves? Right? That's even what the review basically ended up boiling down to. Why play Persona 5X when you can just play Persona 5 or Persona 5 Royal? Whichever version, you know? Like, why would you play that thing when you can play the other thing? And if you think, oh, but you can play it on your phone. Yeah, newsflash, you can get a Switch emulator on your phone, and you can just play the Switch version of Persona 5 on your phone via emulation. You can. Right, like, it's a thing you could do, too. But that's basically just how I end up feeling with a lot of those things. Alright. Done with the stuff there. I'm gonna get caught up with the story stuff on my ult. Right, I don't think there's anything else there. Let me just check my ult's missionary. Okay, yeah. Let me fix the resolution here. Because I don't have my ult in the small window anymore. God damn it, this freaking launcher is annoying. Oh, now it lets me put this thing on top. Alright, there we go. Because this thing's not in the background anymore. Alright, let's get the story done. Alright, let's get the story done first. Alright. Enemy incoming. It's all the way over there. Alright, I haven't done the story stuff on my ult. So we'll do it now. Right, because then we have the space stuff on Tuesday. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, technically it's better when viewers are like that. Because that means you can easily just do other shit. Alright, we'll go down here. Ooh. Data sources. Wait, they didn't voice this part yet?
This passage connects the upper and middle levels.
Oh, some of
We'll have
it.
to keep pressing onward if we want to find Blue Planet.
Okay.
Help! Someone please save us!
Hey, did you guys hear something just now?
We're over here! Please save us!
Alright then.
Oh, thank goodness. My name is Hart, and I'm trapped in here with Forrest, another one of my colleagues.
Right, we're still in the
You have to get us
10-cent
out of here.
translation stuff yet. Still.
There should be an emergency lock override on your side. The passcode is 4090.
I'd like a 4090.
There should be an emergency lock override on your side. The passcode is 4090.
Alright, we're in here. Is there any shiny spots in here? No shiny spots. Yeah, this is when freaking Tencent
Oh,
changed shit with their voicing.
If you hadn't found us when you did, we would have starved to death in this place. The two of us were up all night running tests, and we didn't call it quits until early morning. We're roommates, you see, so we were gonna call a cab once we clocked out. But then...
We got ambushed and taken hostage by a couple of Blue Planet thugs. They stole our cards and forced us to bring them into the smart city. We thought we were being clever, leading them to this lab where we could trap them behind the security door while calling for backup. Never dreamed they'd end up turning the tables on us.
Not only that, but they also took away a mechanic from the smart city named Pippin.
It's all
Yep.
our fault. We
Like
could've
more
saved
evidence
them
of
if
this
we
if
didn't
you were to
screw
look
everything
at
up.
if you watch or really watch other
We'll make sure
creator.
Pippin stays safe.
Yeah.
Right now, We need you to tell
Fair
us
enough.
exactly
I mean, to be
happened
fair, I
and
don't
how
really
we got
watch
lost
gotcha
in here.
shit, man.
Okay,
I
when
don't.
they captured us, they demanded that we
I
give
just
them
look at what
access
you
and
guys send me.
confidential files related to the smart cities. We lied to them and told them that those files could only be accessed with our work cards and only through the computer in this lab. We tricked them into bringing us here and gave them a long and convoluted password to input into the computer. While they were distracted, we set off the fire alarm outside the door to initiate an emergency lockdown of the lab.
Since they weren't Smart City employees like us, they shouldn't have been able to disable the lock. But after about a minute or so, they managed to unlock the door somehow and threw us both in here. Afterward, they busted the emergency override panel in the lab and left with our workers' cards. Since we had already clocked out last night, we were worried no one would notice our absence until it was too late.
Thank you so
But yeah.
much.
Okay,
Wait, I
this
almost
is the
forgot.
story.
When they brought us in here, they used the lab's computer to access several top-secret files, some of which were...
You know, we'll just skip through it. We already played through this thing a couple months ago. Right, we played through this area or before. So we know what happens here. Right, we played through it a couple months ago. Would have been nice if they went back and added the voices here, but they didn't.
None at all.
It sucks how there's like no main character voice there. Because that's when Tencent was like, nah, we're not doing it. They were looking at ways that they could cheap out and remove other things as much as they could before they completely got dropped it. And then the publisher changed. It is though. I mean, like, it is the easiest thing to make, because you just hit record, and you look at the thing, and then you're done. I mean, it's not the worst, though, and then you got, like, the weird drama farming slop that takes things even further, being, even more Pepega.
Must be Jimmy, the security chief who first discovered Blue Planet's invasion of the Smart City. Let's hurry. Greetings. I'm Agent Claudia, an investigator for the Federation. And this is Commissioner, as well as his 2 squad mates.
Nice to meet you, Agent Claudia. My name's Jay, and I'm the security chief of the Gestos Smart City. My team and I were the first ones to report Blue Planet's infiltration of the city.
Thank you for your effort. We were able to enter the Smart City and get here thanks to your information. It must have been quite the challenge for you to make it all the way here.
We're just doing our job, ma'am. I just wish the city wasn't so reliant on the security droids in the first place, or else Blue Planet wouldn't have gotten away with this.
Alright, we'll just skip through it. At least I get data sources here too. Definitely gonna need those anyways. Why is my map worked and not showing where I am? Whatever. At least I don't need to do exploration stuff here because I already finished it all.
This computer will do. However, I'll only be
Yeah, if
able
you
to
just sit there
restore
and do
parts,
nothing,
go to
I
the
mean, yeah.
mechanical room and
Unfortunately, there's a lot of people that just do that when reacting. Unfortunately. Instead of, like, actually transforming it. I mean, like, I've taken a fucking 20-minute react and turned it to, like, an hour plus before. I have done that a couple times before. It depends. What content value, man? You just keep spewing out his, like, his regular slop. But, like, I just don't bother, like, looking at his shit just cause, don't want to support it. But yeah, you guys send me more reacts so we can go look at those later. No, I think what could be funny at one point is like, maybe in the future I set up like the React stuff the way I have React stuff handled. I set it up in a virtual machine and I load up desktop survivors, and while reacting, I basically go play bootleg Vampire Survivors Clone over top. It's a funny little thing. Yeah, that's why I just don't bother looking at his shit, man.
And with communications completely
Yeah, I really wish they went back and actually put the voices in. That cost-cutting thing that Tencent did at the end was just like, oof. At least they're gone for good. We don't have to deal with them for good anymore. We don't have to deal with them anymore here. I mean, I just don't want to bother with the hate watching, man. Like, at some point, it's like, you have to think about it this way, right? You're giving them, you're still giving them engagement, and that's the only thing that matters.
We'll be safer this way.
Right, so like, if you don't really like it, it's like, the best thing you can do is just not touch it at all, don't bother. Right, there's a reason why they say the opposite of love isn't hate, but apathy. Right? Because once you're in the state of apathy, you're not giving them any more attention. You're not giving them any more engagement. It truly is the opposite. By just leaving it alone.
These servers aren't the ones we're looking for at all.
I mean, the reacts that you guys send me do mess up with my algorithm from time to time, and then I have to go fix it. I mean, there's at least something here, yeah. You do need to pay a lot more attention than getting everything explained to you, though. The presentation is not the greatest. I already played through this stuff though, like 4 months ago. I just didn't do it on this account. But I need to finish the mecha stuff here. I have a separate YouTube account for personal stuff. I do have some separation.
What's that on the ground? It's blood, and it seems to be going in that direction. Look, it's Pippin.
But yeah, I have like a separate YouTube account that I use on my other devices. I don't use the same device. I mean, the same account on the that I use on this computer on other devices. Alright, go to control level. But sometimes, like, I don't end up logging out on this device off stream to look at stuff, and then other shit gets popped up. But the thing is, at least I watch a lot of other things that it doesn't really matter, because I end up just drowning out all the other crap anyways. And you've seen my what my YouTube algorithm looks like from time to time. You guys have seen it. Wait, what? I was in a party? Oh. Now we can go inside here. What the hell? Why was there like no sound there?
Something about it feels different.
We can't ride vehicles in here. This is hyperspace.
Wait, are you saying we're in hyperspace right now?
Alright, we're gonna go inside there.
The Smart City's control center. Oh, we finally made it.
But yeah, we're gonna go into space next patch. Soon we're gonna go into space. I mean, it was pretty decent for what it was. That said, the whole thing was... I used an OCR to translate it. So I have no idea how to localize it.
We're going to look for Void Piercer, so why are you already back?
It doesn't seem to have a lot of the problems that a lot of the other Chinese gotchas have, at least.
Isn't it obvious? We're cut from the same cloth. Both authorizers, you and I. Though not for long. I'm about to transcend our little club and become the world's first perfect authorizer. I told you before, didn't I? Clerks like me should never be underestimated. Our work may sound insignificant, but we come across top-secret knowledge more often than we like. Including the hidden source code for creating a perfect authorizer. We've waited 50 years for this moment. Huh? Wait, how can this be? No! No!
Yeah, what's happening to her? And then she does. It's just. Verification failed, and then she passed out. Okay. It's scuffed when there's like no voices on some of the stuff here.
The situation is complicated. Get here fast. Without her, this whole rewind attempt is doomed. Just don't do anything until you reach us.
Yeah, like this is all because freaking Tencent wanted to cheap out at the very end. There's like a last bit where like no main character voices, but then they come back. They're just gonna randomly come back later. Alright.
This is the Xena district of Satora, which is where Nem's signal is coming from. We paid a terrible price to surround this place. The Void entities have hijacked Nem, using her power to grow stronger.
I mean, the driving was fine.
Satora from this temporal nightmare until we break their hold on her.
It's on the easier side of like driving things that I've played. It's similar to ToF's driving in the car, just slower.
What's your own impression of her?
It's slower than the ToF car, but like, it makes sense. The cars are slower and heavier than the ones that we have in ToF. But the ToF car stuff is hilarious, because you can literally blast off.
I'm talking about before. The Federation had a secret plan for their reality reshaping program. They slipped a new core into Gestos.
Like, it's pretty much what I
That
expected.
could trigger origin resonance. But afterward, unbeknownst to everyone involved in the project, the source code developed its own sentience. That was how Void Piercer came to be. You see, this AI evolves by absorbing and processing information from the outside world. And most of what shaped her came from your experiences. Yours and Shirley's. Your memories became her foundation. In other words, your pasts are what gave rise to her present state. For that reason, she sees both of you as being very important to her.
Alright then.
Commander, we're detecting massive energy levels emanating from the Void Girl's position. It looks like she's awakening from her dormant state.
Understood. Tell the other divisions to follow the original plan. As for us, prepare to engage the Void Girl in battle.
Roger that, Commander.
Come on, Authorizer. Nem's waiting for us to finish this once and for all. And don't worry, once it's over, I'll tell you everything you want to know about me. We couldn't stop the catastrophe. Now our beloved home lies in ruins, broken beyond recognition. But if we get one chance, just one shot at making things right, we'll give it everything we've got. The past may be set in stone, but the future? That's still ours to shape. Let's go, Authorizer. You know, on my first day of elementary school, there was this sweet teacher at the gate. She taught me this little circle gesture. Said it would bring me luck in my studies.
You do.
Let's go.
At least we'll get the voices back soon. And Doria looking like, yeah. Alright, we gotta go battle against the Void Piercer. At least we could just skip over the things fighting over there. That's not what we have to deal with anyways.
I see you finally found this place.
Who are you? Are you responsible for all of this? Stop hiding like a trapped rat. Come
EM Blade, guys. EM Blade, best weapon.
The divine will cannot be defied. This world shall become the ultimate offering to his supreme glory.
Oh, I finally crash landed somewhere.
Look out, Authorizer.
Oh. Oh, I parried something. Eisenmeister. Welcome, welcome. I'm just doing the story shit on my own. Right, just getting caught up with the stuff. Alright, we're in the mech stuff now. Alright, just finishing up everything here so that, like, when, you know, when the patch drops, you know. And we're gonna have to, like, speedrun all our weeklies on Monday. Because we're gonna get another reset after. Wait, I was using a different mech color. God damn it. It uses the default mech instead of my recolor in the cutscene. Because I had the black one. What do you mean? This is not new. This is from what? This is 4.5 story or 4.6 story? This is old shit. I'm just doing it now. I haven't gotten caught up with it. Oh, I guess the EOS. The tower going EOS, yep. This is old stuff. Sadly, no. Wait, why do we have Aurora music now? This is fucking Aurora music now, what the fuck?
The instrument to destroy.
Yeah, they're just like a thing on their backstory, whatever.
They're so amazing. I'd give anything to join their adventure.
Oh yeah,
Now
this
that
is
I
like
have a name,
an actual
maybe
FMV.
they'll let me join them? They have to, right? Those two mean everything to me. Just imagine if they called me Nem. We'd be like real friends.
Alright, we got Void Piercer and him thing, yep. Yeah, it's still scuffed that like we don't have the for the old stuff, the Tencent and voiceover, that we never got it. Right, they were like, nah, main character voice, you're fired. Like, for like the 2 patches during the transition. And then like they brought them back immediately after they got transferred over. It's like such a weird thing that Tencent really wanted to save money on. That's why like half of the words, like the dialogue is not voiced.
If I hadn't been involved, would Shirley still
Like the VTuber with fake friends.
I'm sorry, Shirley.
I mean, that thing was crazy as a gimmick. She was just a one-woman army of just the thing. She made her own. She set up her own agency to just then put herself in with other versions of herself.
Even if it means exposing yourself, they might see you as their enemy and even wage war against you just to erase your existence.
I don't care. I'm not scared.
If you've made up your mind, then I'll do everything I can to support you.
Thank you, number 8. The world is already lost, and now you've dragged Shirley and the Authorizer into this mess. What happens if the virus corrupts their consciousness data? Could you live with yourself if they turned? That won't happen. I'll protect them. I won't let them get involved. And I won't let the alteration virus harm them, even if it costs me my life.
You're doing echo trials? Yeah, that thing was a mess. I did it too earlier.
The Lord can restore her mortal form and breathe life back into her humanity. She need not suffer in this prison of cold steel any longer.
But yeah, Monday we're gonna have early stream.
By pledging ourselves to the Lord, we can forge a perfect world where you, the Authorizer, and Shirley will find true happiness.
Okay.
Can we really do that?
Of course, my child.
He's been playing on Nem's vulnerabilities all along, using her attachment to Shirley to manipulate her. Yep. Where's the reason she wants to become a servant, so we're the only ones who can bring her back. Got it. Alright. When it flashes blue to a melee attack, wait. I already have a fully upgraded mech, so there's no point. Are you just safe?
Who? It's over now.
Even for Shirley. God damn. It's so sad. Alright. Yeah, the EOS song.
Thank you. I'll protect you no matter what.
Alright. that one, and then like Shirley's voice in the next part, though, right? We didn't get the voice back until like Antoria, right? It was.
Don't worry. She just needs some time to adjust to her new vessel.
Who said that?
You came into someone's home without knowing who owns it? How amusing.
Oh wait, don't tell me.
That's right. I was the one who caught Gray Fox hacking into the Tower of Fantasy and told her to remind you of your identity. Thank you so much for your help, Authorizer.
So the security personnel she was talking to about was you? Guess those.
I'm so sorry for everything you've been through. I never meant to send you on such a wild chase. The virus kept me from reaching out directly. It wasn't until Gray Fox tried to access the tower's network that I finally found a way through to you.
Does that mean you've been watching me this whole time? Since when?
Since the year 2660.
2660?
After Kieran launched the reality reshaping program, he began screening potential authorizers. During their rotation, one of them infected my network with the alteration virus that crippled my functions. Despite my best efforts to isolate the infected servers and preserve what I could, this alteration virus was something else entirely. It tore through my defenses like they were nothing.
Hi there. So when can
I calculated every possibility of saving myself, but unfortunately, I found that I could only trust one person, Antoria.
Alright then. Yeah, what's your connection to her?
First perfect authorizer to ever exist, and continues to be even now. The cybernetic link between us is capable of reaching 100% compatibility.
Okay. And Tori's a perfect authorizer. So what do you mean about compatibility?
Compatibility determines the degree to which they can share their thoughts with me, and vice versa. The lower it is, the greater the burden placed on them through our cybernetic link. A perfect authorizer, however, can achieve 100% compatibility with me, thereby eliminating the burden altogether. In that perfect connection, there are no boundaries between us. My circuits sing in harmony with her neurons, two consciousnesses flowing as one.
Okay.
Her thoughts are my thoughts, her knowledge my knowledge.
So as long as you're connected, she'll always know what the virus is doing to you, and you'll always... Okay.
The temporal anomalies had already begun. The two of us agreed that the anomalies and the virus within me were not mere coincidences. So I dedicated all of my computing power to look for a solution. Even as a being of artificial intelligence, I had no way of fully knowing how my calculations would play out. Still, I was certain that I had found a working solution.
Okay. Yeah, what is it?
I'm not exactly sure. As a quantum supercomputer powered and augmented by Omnium, I believe I am nearly omniscient by human definition. As I was defending myself against the virus, I was using all of my knowledge and computing power to search for a solution. In the process, I created the world in which you find yourself now. In the end, I found only two seemingly disparate clues, but they guided me toward the ultimate solution nonetheless. The first was that Antoria had to enter hyperspace. The second was that you needed to become the next perfect authorizer.
Okay.
The rest of the circumstances surrounding these two conditions remained a mystery to me. Shortly afterward, the temporal anomalies grew more violent, and the virus threatened to fully consume me. I had no choice but to hide myself here and watch helplessly as these events unfolded.
Okay then. So what about Void Piercer?
She was part of Antoria's plan. Before entering hyperspace, she asked me to replicate my source code and give it to her. Until you appeared, I had no idea what she was thinking or doing.
Okay. And Antoria from our history, after entering hyperspace, she lost all contact with the rest of humanity. Yep.
You and Shirley, but she's still too young. She'll need plenty of guidance from both of you in the future. Once the backup restoration is completed, Void Piercer will take my place here on Ada.
Take your place, you mean?
This virtual version of Ada corresponds to my very last uninfected server, and the Smart City serves as both my hiding place and my command center. The reality reshaping program you've dedicated yourself to was my way of revealing the bitter truth of our history. I wove my backup restoration protocols into what you know as the regression. I still have a few things left to teach her, so I must ask you to wait just a little while longer. I know things haven't been easy especially since you're not a perfect authorizer yet. And for that, I apologize.
Okay. That reminds me, this so-called perfect authorizer.
You may learn more by asking the only perfect authorizer in existence, don't you think? The data shows that you're nearly at your limit, and staying here any longer will pose a significant threat to your safety. For now,
Okay.
return to your friends and show them that you're alive and well.
And then we get out of there. Alright, cool. Alright. Now we're out here. Oh cool, they conveniently sent us into the tower. That's nice. And then we can get some world boss keys again after this. Excellent work, Commissioner. Claudia's already reported everything that happened in the smart city. Alright, cool. I don't think it's the best time to explain things to him. Alright then. Report anything, confirm new things. Yeah, this part isn't voiced, unfortunately. And now we gotta go to Garland Apartments. That's like over here somewhere, I think. Alright, we'll just teleport to the phone booth. But yeah, if you're still here, young water. What am I driving right now? What is this but a car? It has the same controls that the NTE car uses. This thing is just a lot lighter and floatier. Also, it has a speed boost option. The NTE car does not have a speed boost. But yeah, I do indeed have a car here.
You're finally here, researcher.
Wait. Where's Anka's voice? The fuck?
Is this really your first order of business as the new boss?
Yeah, why is Anka's voice missing? What the fuck? It's so scuffed with the voice missing. Right. Yeah, they don't tell you you're running out just because you went and saved the world. Okay.
Oh, stop fussing. Everything worked out fine. And anyway, what about you? Planning to make Kylo your permanent home or something?
Oh.
I didn't expect the researcher to have some real skills.
Yeah, then Beryl doesn't even have a voice here either.
Security Officer Carol
But Carol does. Rosalind's voice missing. What the fuck? The freaking 10-cent shit that they were doing to like save, to like
seen the number
cheap
one trending
out.
search on Echo? Apparently, Secretary General Kieran will be hosting an emergency press
The
conference tonight at 10
NPCs
p.m.
get voice
to address
dialogue
the
instead.
public controversy surrounding Omnium research.
Some of
It was
them.
your plan that saved the world, sir. I'm sure the public will understand.
You're really pretty.
The weird way that Tencent shaped out at the end, man. It could have been so much better if freaking Tencent didn't do the Pepega thing. But they had to cheap out the way they did. If only they didn't. But nope. Alright. Let's go inside the phone booth then. Right, back to the Ark. Is it in here? Yep, there's Plotty.
Yes, during its return, the Asher encountered an unidentified flying object, causing half of the cabin to disappear, along with a little girl named Carrot. I know we've had our differences concerning Gestos and the use of Omnium, but this...
Alright, that's just talking about the carrot. They're gonna talk about that later. And there's Zeke over here. And they're not voiced. the Tencent cheaping out at the end here is just so Pepega. Wait, what did I get? Blueprint Garnet. Okay. Wait, I might as well use that blueprint too. I forgot that after doing that part of the story, you got another mech skin. If only they made it so the mech map was separate from like the regular network map, because then like AFK exploration could be directed there specifically, instead of just like the rest of the network map. But oh well, too bad it wasn't. Oh, there's like... Wait, I'm only missing 3 on my alt. Z, Radiant Flash, and Asperia. Good to know, and then I have like all the others. That's cool. I'm only missing 3 skins on my alt. But my main is missing a lot more of them. Well, because I have like no Norns and then like shit RNG with this stuff here. Yeah, having enough Norns is the hard part. That's gonna be the hard part. Alright, let's head back to the algorithm arc. Oh, and the other side quest here is available now. Alright. Let's get warped in. Yeah, 3 more for the title. I have enough Norns on this to buy like 1 more skin, but then like the others is... That's its own other thing. There's a side quest here. And then more stuff here.
The Gestos system is mostly back up and running, apart from 2 separate servers set aside for studying and preserving the alteration virus. The network is now virus-free.
Okay.
I've tried to help you track Shirley, but there's no trace of any data source.
Yeah, at least this part, there's voices.
In other words, Shirley isn't there right now.
Where's Shirley gone? Is it possible she's in the surface layer now?
That's what I'm thinking.
Alright, after this
results
cutscene, I'm gonna need to use the washroom.
The system's foundation categorized and transferred Shirley's data to the surface layer so it could be fully restored. Shirley isn't like you. She entered the network because of the Void Piercer, and doesn't have the authorizer off, nor the authorizer's terminal. That means she can't leave the surface layer on her own.
Don't trust it.
So you're saying that if I find her,
Yeah,
and
she's
use
stuck in
my
the simulation.
disconnect her from
Accidentally
the
clicked the
network's
wrong
world,
thing.
she'll regain consciousness?
Ignore the
Very
Kokona
good.
picture.
I actually tried to enter the surface layer to search for her, but for some reason, I was denied access. It looks like you might be the only one who can get in now.
Thank you, Plotty. I've got this from here. I'll find Shirley.
Okay, at least this stuff is like, voiced now. Because now we're after the transfer happened. After the transfer is when, like, the voices came back. Alright, just blame Tencent for being the Pepega pieces of shit they are. They're the reasons why we couldn't have the nice
The
thing.
network's world is vast. Where could Shirley possibly be?
Child Safety Handbook, Chapter 3, Rule 1. If a child is missing, report it right away. The nearest officer will help you search the city's surveillance system.
Uh-huh.
Well, that could work, but Shirley isn't part of the network, and she doesn't have a fake researcher persona made by Plotty like I do.
Yep.
I doubt the citizen system here has any record of her.
Okay.
Mia has no options remaining.
You just reminded me. Even if I can't get Rosalind's help, I'm from Wednesday.
Okay.
Mia does not understand you.
Have you forgotten? Wednesday has the most brilliant hacker in all of Ida, Gray Fox. As long as Shirley's in the surface layer, Gray Fox will definitely find a way to track her down.
Understood. Mia is navigating to Odin's Tavern.
What do you mean the little dwarf thing? You mean the floating thing? Oh, that's a robot. These things, right?
We have a new mission.
It's just a robot assistant thing. They can fight too. But yeah. Fastest ways to go there. But only 40% of the time. I mean, it's an AI assistant, man. It's literally an AI assistant. Do you ask your Google Assistant or your or Siri or whatever, or Google Gemini or whatever the hell you're using to talk to you 100% of the time? Let's be real. Do you want it like constantly on your ass 100% of the time? Or only when it's needed? Well, I think you can get why. Right, it's supposed to be a robot assistant. A robot AI assistant thing. Alright.
Every drink in our bar has its own story. Since you're new here, why
Right,
not
hi,
start
Tara.
with some of our classics, like the Hammer of Thor or Tear's Edge?
I don't want either of those.
Huh?
40% wrong directions in the restaurant
How
is
about my
annoying.
special recommendation? The Rainbow Bridge?
I'll have a Gungnir, please.
Okay.
It seems you came prepared, but I must warn you, this is a very strong drink.
It's also a drink? I thought it was a code phrase for the bartender when someone wants to see Wednesday.
Can you Just
I'm doing
follow
fine.
the script, please. I promise you'll get to see Wednesday. Just let me finish what I've got to say first. I've practiced this for ages.
Yep.
All right, listen carefully. Gungnir, the Spear of Destiny, is Odin's weapon, and when it's thrown, it never misses its mark. In the mythology of humanity's home planet, they say a shooting star is actually Gungnir being thrown. That's why humans make wishes when they see one. So, since you've ordered a Gungnir, please make your wish.
I wish Wednesday can help me find my dog. It ran out of the door yesterday when I opened it for the delivery, and I couldn't catch it.
Lost your dog, huh? Piece of cake. Just give me a photo and I promise we'll find it within 24 hours.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much.
Alright. And then they leave the tavern.
Hey, look who it is!
Okay.
No need for introductions. What can I get you to drink?
Seeing others ordering Gungnirs here really takes me back. When I first came here to ask Bagus for a drink,
Going to massage
I never
place in
thought I'd
China,
be
you need a
member of
massage.
Wednesday.
From a girl,
Oh, yeah,
40% chance of winning not great.
I can't believe we still trust you to manage the tavern. Isn't
Yep.
you worried you'll break more cups?
40% chance for you to get what? The good ending, the happy ending?
He's always trying
Or whatever
to
they
exploit
call
me
it.
for free labor. Huh? I have no idea how he managed to get Odin's Tavern onto the list of social work service hours.
Okay.
He said I'd broken too many cups before, so I had to make it up to him. Then he packed his bags, said he was going on a trip, and left me here to work my butt off.
Damn.
That's not so bad, is it? I mean, if you've got to do your social work somewhere, Odin's Tavern is certainly a cozy option.
I guess. Odin's Tavern is often open at night, too, so I get double pay. That means I might be free sooner than I thought.
60% chance a guy from Beijing gets a happy ending. And you want your money
I didn't
back.
come here for a drink. I'm
Uh-huh.
looking for Grey Fox. Is she around?
Haven't you guys already arranged a meetup? She's been waiting for you at the usual spot, you know? Oh, and don't forget the dog photo.
Uh-huh. Grey Fox is waiting for me. I guess I should go check it out first. Yep.
Hi, Grey Fox. A guest just dropped off this photo, saying it's of their lost dog. Anka asked me to give it to you.
Yeah, we gave her the
So,
photo, don't
Anka
worry.
mentioned you were waiting for me?
Finding the dog will be a piece of cake. Just leave it to 7. As for you, I'm guessing you're here to ask about Shirley, right?
Do you know where she is? Wait, do you even know Shirley?
I know Shirley.
Yeah.
And I know that neither of you belong here. To you, I'm just a piece of data.
Data? Is that what Gestos told you? I don't know exactly what he said, but I've never
Right.
regarded our Wednesday friends as just data.
Well,
You're
yeah,
all
of
just
course
as
I don't
real
like
to me
it.
as anyone in the outside world, my friends. Everything we've been through together isn't just fiction to me.
Do your people feel the same way as you do?
Do you mean Plotty?
Plotty?
Yep, she is a
that
piece of
someone
data.
you know in that world? Never mind. It doesn't matter to me. We won't be meeting anytime soon, anyway.
If you wish to meet, it's possible. Plotty can come here just like I
Wait,
can.
what's negative 201 degrees? the fuck?
Okay, so you can access the network as an authorizer who forms a cybernetic link with Gestos. I figured this out when we first entered the smart city. But that's not what I'm talking about.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Gestos gave me the green light. Here on Ida, the network simulated planet, I'm the world's gatekeeper. ID, Heimdall.
Okay.
Your team can only enter the network simulated world of Ida with my permission.
Hi, Angry Gaming.
But you just said you wouldn't meet
Welcome,
with Plotty.
welcome.
So does that mean no one else gets in here except me?
Yep.
I don't understand. Why are you doing this?
You're right. We're not just data. We're alive. To us, this isn't a fictional world. It's our home. Our reality. What about you? This is your lost history, packed with secrets wiped out by the Cataclysm 50 years ago. For your scholars, it's the ultimate relic.
Yep.
The inhabitants here are basically data generated by Gesthos, used as key research subjects to study life, consciousness, and the connection between the body and soul. They are the cheapest experimental resources. For regular folk, this might feel like the most realistic game ever made. I've heard it's a wasteland out there. Can you really guarantee no one would choose to live here?
I never
Okay.
gave these issues much thought before, but now I see how serious they are.
Well, of course
It's
it'd
gonna
be
take a
frozen at
lot
that
of time and
temperature.
effort to solve them.
Simply put, if I were one of your kin, I wouldn't let a treasure like this slip away. That's why, to protect our way of life here, we can't just let outsiders wander in. Your solutions sound too complicated and hard to carry out. Our entire existence depends on Gesthos, which you control. And honestly, we don't think that's fair.
I understand. I'll let the people on the outside know how you feel, and do my best to speak for you.
Well, yeah, right now we're basically in a,
Just so you know,
a simulation
these
here.
decisions aren't mine to make on my own.
And all the characters in the simulation are AI.
But don't sweat it too much. Once I crack this brain in a vat thing, I might just find
Okay.
a way for everyone here to be on equal footing with you guys. Only then will we finally have a truly fair conversation.
Brain in a vat? Looks like Ida's top hacker has dived into the most intriguing game of their life. Still, I'm a bit surprised you'd willingly become Gesthos' gatekeeper.
I'm telling you, this wasn't my call. It's all Gesthos' fault. After he showed me the truth of this world, we struck a deal. I have to guard the gate here until I figure out how to break free from the brain in a vat. All right, I've told you everything you need to know.
The American
I've been
accents,
pretty
yeah.
busy recently, so you'd better get on with your own stuff. Before Gesthos went into hibernation, he mentioned that your friend Shirley got stuck in the code world and asked me to help you track her down. Don't worry, she'll be safe. While you were gone, she was exploring Asperia on her own and seemed quite happy. Their surveillance shows she's still around, so you should head over there.
Okay. Let's go find her. Alright, we gotta find Shirley, who's all the way over there. Thankfully, this car has the fast travel thing. Right, she's up there.
Shirley! Authorizer, Mia, it's been a while.
Seeing the three of us here like this. Shirley, it's been so long. Shirley, you look amazing.
Mia?
Mia said it wrong.
Thank you, Mia. I really like the way I am now, too. Mia, head to the back door and send the message that Shirley is safe.
Will do.
Asperia in the network is pretty beautiful, right? Yeah, it's so lively and vibrant. Totally different from the outside world of Asperia. Shirley, how have you been holding up here all this time?
Don't worry about me. I'm doing fine here. Your Wednesday friends have been taking good care of me.
Speaking of which, how come you know about Wednesday?
After you helped
Yeah.
Void Piercer save Gesthos,
Alright.
Void Piercer went into the backup restoration system and I got swept away by a data stream to Odin's tavern entrance. As I opened my eyes, I saw a note on the tavern door that read, "Closed for the day due to the owner celebrating."
Owner
Okay.
celebrating? Was that the day Anka planned the Wednesday gathering to watch the fireworks?
Ah, yes, that thing.
Fireworks too? I searched everywhere that day and couldn't find you. I was so sad. Then, the sky lit up with fireworks, and I met this super cute girl. The next day, Miss Grey Fox from Wednesday reached out to me, saying she's a friend of yours. She gave me a place to stay, showed me around this world, and reassured me not to worry, promising that you'd come for me. I've just
Okay.
been wandering around while waiting for you. When I get tired, I drop by Odin's Tavern to chill. It's a bit like those short trips you read about in travel blogs.
It seems like you've been doing well and getting along quite nicely with Wednesday.
Speaking of Wednesday, that bartender Anka is quite the character. She told me all about your adventures and often cracks jokes to make me laugh. Her drinks are a bit tough to handle, though.
Have you tried that rainbow bridge she's always raving about?
Oh, you've
Okay.
tried it too! It was really awful. But she had this hopeful look on her face, and I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth, so I ended up drinking it all.
Now it's just the two of us here. You don't need to worry about anyone else's feelings or hold anything back. So, will you answer my question honestly?
What are you going to ask me?
Compared to being the Nemesis, an angel of clemency, do you prefer who you are now in the network? It's not because Asperia here is more beautiful and bustling now than when we first encountered it. And it's not because life here is more peaceful.
Okay.
It's because here, you're not seen as the Nemesis or some weird machine. Here, just like in the shelter, you can simply be yourself.
I'm sorry. I must sound really selfish and have let you down, right?
There's
Yeah,
no
the
need to
sound mixing is
apologize, Shirley.
scuffed.
You didn't do anything wrong. You became an aberration for Zeke and everyone in the shelter, and turned into the Nemesis because of the Sage's conspiracy. You don't like becoming a cold, unfeeling machine or being turned into a weapon. You're drawn to this beautiful world and value who you are now. These are perfectly human feelings. If you want, I can stick around a bit longer. Let me think. Have you checked out Sylvia Business Street yet? Oh, and there's the Astra building. I've heard it has the best cinema in Asperia.
Authorizer, I never intended to stay here forever.
Yeah, the voice mixing is scuffed. You can barely hear Shirley.
On my first night here, I had nowhere to go, so I ended up sleeping on a park bench despite the icy wind. But I wasn't upset at all. Actually, I felt really happy. I'd almost forgotten how the cold can make you shiver uncontrollably. Lately, I've been swimming at the beach here, enjoying the scorching sand under my feet. I got hit by a volleyball from some beachgoers and was knocked over by a wave. When I got back up,
Okay.
it made me shiver since I was soaking wet. Then I remembered how my brother used to take me swimming at the beach back in Asperia. Those were such happy times.
Shirley, about Zeke.
Yep.
Let's head back now. No matter how beautiful it is here, it's not where I truly belong. Like I told Nem, if those things
Alright.
hadn't happened, I wouldn't have had this chance to live with my brother again. We can't change the past, but the future is still undecided. My time here felt like a secret, extended vacation. Now that it's over, it's time for me to return.
I get it.
Alright.
But before we head back, I've got
I'm gonna
some
head
good
back
news
now.
to share with you.
Good news?
After you and Nem entered Gestos, something happened. Zeke remembers everything now. He knows you're his sister and has been waiting for you to wake up.
My brother remembers me. That's amazing. He must be really worried about me. Let's hurry back. How do we get there?
Leave that to me. I'll teach you. Just like you once taught me how to use the space rift.
Target eliminated.
Right, we gotta escape the network world. Ah yes, all those side quests I didn't do. Phone booth. Let's go to the phone booth. So we can teleport out. Right. Let's go teleport out.
Awaiting command.
Shirley, this is the system's back door. With the device here, I can send you back.
I mean, the old one, I guess, better.
Shirley.
Shirley? Where's
The
Shirley?
original design.
It seems Shirley can't access this place. The authorizer's terminal has an error.
Nope.
This doesn't make any sense.
What's going on? This shouldn't be happening. Mia, let's go back and check it out.
I saw you disappearing after entering the phone booth. As you go through the system's back door.
I tried to access the back door, but I couldn't bring you with me. I guess I didn't do it right. I'll give it another try.
Alright then. It seems I can't access the system's back door.
Shirley can't access the system's back door. Shirley, are you stuck?
Could be related to them. Hasn't fully restored the network. That's why I can't get out of here either.
It's not entirely impossible. How about this? Mia can send a message to your brother to let him know you're safe. Meanwhile, I'll head to the Smart City to check on Nem. The Smart City Control Center is only accessible to authorizers. Right now, you can't access or enter the back door.
Yep.
Stay at the tavern and wait for my news. Anka and Grey Fox will take care of you. Don't worry, I promise I'll find a way to bring you back.
Okay, please hurry back.
I'll be back soon. I promise.
Alright, we gotta go find Entoria now. And she's all over there. Alright, so let's go teleport over there then.
Target eliminated.
Authorizer!
Antoria, what are you doing here?
Yep, there she is.
I've been waiting for you, of course. You may not know it yet, but I'm actually a great prophet. I foresaw that you'd come looking for my help, so I came to find you first.
You're still saying strange stuff like that, huh? But I'm glad you're all right. I was a little worried about you and the defense forces.
Worried about me? There's no need for that. Since you completed the reality reshaping program, the Temporal Anomaly Response Force and I have been living normal lives again for a while now.
Okay.
Speaking of which, the rent in Astra skyrocketed. It's tripled since I first arrived in Asperia. Luckily, my commander allowance covers it. Otherwise, I'd be living on the streets here.
You're renting a place?
Okay.
Sure. When I first entered hyperspace, I'd never thought I'd make it back. So I sold everything I owned and left my 12-year-old cat with a friend to take care of. And there I was, back in Asperia with no place to stay, no clothes to wear, and nothing to eat. You have no idea how exhausting it was to start over, especially since I came back on the weekend.
Oof.
I couldn't get anything done. It was maddening.
All right. I'll listen to your complaints about city life later. But right now, there are more important things to deal with.
Yep.
Wait a second. Allow me, the great prophet, to take a guess. You've got an important friend, and you're here to help her, right?
Yep.
And that friend, she's a gentle and charming girl with long hair who shared countless experiences with you, and her name is Shirley.
Wow,
Okay.
you actually foresaw that, Great Prophet. You discussed it with Void Piercer when you were in the foundational layer, right?
Oh dear, you've seen right through me.
Okay.
To be honest, we didn't talk much. I've only met Miss Shirley once, and before we could really chat, Void Piercer showed up again. Back then, in the foundational layer, it felt like only one of them could appear at a time. Void Piercer spoke briefly, mostly just to explain Shirley's presence to me.
So, Great Prophet and Perfect Authorizer, with all your knowledge, when were you planning to fill me in on all this?
Yep.
Don't rush. You just said there's plenty of time in the future to listen to me vent.
The future can wait. Today, there's something crucial I need to handle. You mentioned Shirley. She's my most important friend, and she's stuck in the network's world. I need to find a way to get her out.
Yep.
You should be more patient with me. After all, I'm the world's one and only perfect authorizer.
Okay.
You're so smart, yet you still haven't figured out why I know so much? Surely you've pieced together my connection to Gestos by now. If you want to rescue Shirley, you need to consider what makes the perfect authorizer truly unique.
Do you know how we can get Shirley out of here?
Are you ready to indulge in my ramblings now?
It all depends on what you're rambling about. I've been helping you on the foundational layer for Void Piercer's sake, but that doesn't mean I don't have doubts about your bizarre actions and words.
Shirley has spent too much time in the network's world, entering the foundational layer without the authorizer's terminal. As a result, the data source of her consciousness is now deeply integrated into the system. In other words, Shirley is now like those friends you've encountered in the network's world. She's become a part of it. She's no longer a person from the real world, and this change is irreversible.
Oof.
But you can fix this, can't you?
You still remember what you just called me, Authorizer?
Just now? Oh, Great Prophet and Perfect Authorizer.
Bingo! The system's recognition of Shirley's data source of consciousness can be altered, reducing her integration with the network. As the Perfect Authorizer, this is just one of the many abilities I possess.
Okay.
Gestos once told me that I'd
What of her
become the
abilities?
Perfect Authorizer one day. Is the Perfect Authorizer not something innate? Can it actually be created?
Oh.
Do you remember that strange move I made before the showdown with Nem?
So what exactly did you do to me back then? Is it related to the Perfect Authorizer?
It was the Perfect Authorizer source code. The source code integrates deeply with the data source of your consciousness, impacting your real-world body. It is entirely unique and cannot be replicated. To become the Perfect Authorizer, you just need to complete the final step of the auth activation process.
Alright, what do we gotta do?
I'm going to take you to the Smart City Design Institute. Back when the Smart City was still in its design phase, all experiments related to Gestos were conducted there. The Smart City Design Institute can help you complete the auth activation process. Once activated, you'll officially become the Perfect Authorizer, allowing Shirley to return to the real world and reunite with her brother.
Let's go.
Okay, let's go there then. Yep, we just need to go there. Alright, we gotta head to the Design Institute. Oh, it's just over there. We'll just drive there. Alright, we just gotta head on over. Not sure why it's not loading the textures properly, but whatever. Oh, now it is. Why the hell did it reset it before? Alright, let's head on inside.
This is the Smart City Design Institute. It's been so long since I was last here, yet it looks exactly the same as I remember. Completely
Okay.
unchanged. Well, it's only 2664 and just over a year has passed since I entered hyperspace.
The Smart City Design Institute? Is this related to the Gestos Smart City?
The distant beacon supercomputer, SAM, was upgraded to Gestos right here. And it was in this very place that I became the perfect authorizer. As the Smart City took shape, the equipment housing Gestos was gradually moved into it. Once construction was completed, the Design Institute's mission was declared accomplished.
Okay. Probably just follow her around in here.
So why aren't we heading to the Smart City? Does the Perfect Authorizer's off need to be activated here?
Well, you said you're from the year 2713 and that Kieran's reality reshaping program failed, right? Did you really think that the source of the temporal anomalies was omnium radiation? It seems that after the cataclysm, humanity's research into omnium has regressed. This is completely unacceptable. In 2664, humanity still couldn't control omnium, but with you as the perfect authorizer, a new hope has emerged. Kieran's reality reshaping program isn't just some reckless plan. If we want to fully resolve the issues with those aberrations, welcome to the Smart City of 2661. The place where it all began.
Alright, now we got
2661?
brought back in time.
This place is nothing like where we were before.
Alright.
Commander Antoria.
Don't worry, he can't see you. Laddie,
Simulation
is something
here.
bothering you? Is the experiment not going well?
The authorizer's selection process has been ongoing for over a year. We've gradually expanded its scope, but the highest cybernetic link compatibility we've found so far is just 93%. We're out of options, so we've called in the Hyperspace Defense Force for testing. We're counting on you now, Commander Antoria, and the entire Defense Force.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. There's no need to stress. Honestly, I'm surprised myself. I never expected I had the potential to become an authorizer.
Commander?
Yes? What's up? Do I have fried chicken crumbs on my face?
No, it's just... you seem different today. Suddenly a lot more approachable.
Okay.
It's just your imagination. You're making me sound so scary. All right, let's start the test quickly. Oh, and could you grab the main control component from the circuit control device? I'll need to take it back to the base for further research once the test is done.
The main control component is right over there, Commander. Go ahead and take it.
Thank you. Good luck with your experiments ahead.
Right. We can just take it.
In and out, and I've got the main control component. Jealous? Don't worry. Once you become the perfect authorizer, you'll be pulling this off too. The main control component is installed and the circuit controller is starting up. Please wait a moment for the activation process to complete.
Was that?
We've returned to a fragment of the network's past, essentially accessing a shard of its stored data. This raw data was used to generate the virtual IDA, and as a regular authorizer, you can't influence it.
As the perfect authorizer, can you freely access the raw data of these shards?
Is your understanding of the perfect authorizer truly that limited? That won't do it all. You just mentioned IDA on the outside, and how Shirley became the nemesis. Don't you want to change all of this?
Do you know how to change it?
You'll
Okay.
figure it out when you become the perfect authorizer.
What about you? Once I become the perfect authorizer, is there anything you want to do?
Of course. Now that I can finally leave hyperspace and complete my mission, I'm ready to make up for everything I've missed. Great food, delicious drinks, fun times. I don't want to miss a thing. So hurry up and become the perfect authorizer. Then I can
Okay.
hand this burden over to you and finally enjoy some peace and quiet.
Damn.
Still as blunt as ever, huh?
She just wants to retire. Okay. Apparently there's even more crazy shit going on with Infinity,
The
Nikki.
circuit controller has been activated.
We'll look at it later
Using
then.
the circuit controller up ahead, I can officially activate your authorizer source code.
Oh boy.
Excited? Then dive right in.
Okay. Let's go see Antoria's past. January 2661. Smart City Design Institute.
Where is this place? Guess those?
Candidate Authorizer, Antoria. Initiating cybernetic link compatibility testing.
Are you Gestos? I'm Antoria, commander of the Defense Force. I've just returned from my third long-term reconnaissance mission in hyperspace.
Okay.
During this mission, we collected critical data on hyperspace and the Void Entity. This intel will be pivotal in our efforts to neutralize the Void Entity and contain the temporal anomalies. I understand the Authorizer selection is crucial, but Kieran mentioned that it doesn't depend on any individual's qualities. It's all about finding the chosen one. So please let me go as soon as possible. There's so much waiting for me outside, and I really don't have time to waste. You've already found Pippin with a 93% compatibility rate. That's pretty high, right? The Authorizer just below him, Kalpa, apparently has only an 84% compatibility with you, and the others have even lower rates. Instead of wasting time with the Authorizer selection process, just let me return to hyperspace.
The cybernetic link compatibility test is complete. 100% compatibility. Congratulations, Antoria. You are now humanity's one and only perfect authorizer.
I'm the perfect authorizer? You... Wait, are you okay? It looks like you're struggling with something. Fighting with all your might.
Okay.
Are those computer viruses?
In this world, only you can see me like this. I'm sorry, but I might not be able to help with the reality reshaping program.
I feel like you've changed. There's a sense of familiarity. Are you speaking inside my mind now?
Oh.
Our compatibility is 100%, which means our minds now think as one. However, this is your first time logging in as an authorizer. I've adjusted my information flow to help you gradually adapt to the cybernetic link.
Thank you, but that's not the priority right now, is it? I can see those viruses. They seem to be closing in on your core.
Oh.
My core functional block is under strain. With the development of the smart city, I'm currently channeling as much computing power as possible to combat the viruses. But they've already exceeded my capabilities.
Oof.
I can help you. I can sense them. As long as I focus, I can reach every corner of your server and eliminate them. A fully intact Gestos is essential for the reality reshaping program.
Don't be reckless. If your consciousness data is hit by the viruses, you'll perish inside my server, and the Defense Force will lose its commander.
If I don't act, you won't survive until the reality reshaping program is complete, right? I can at least inform Kieran and... Wait, you don't know who infected you with the virus?
Nope.
Unfortunately, no. As you humans would say, I was sneak attacked by an unknown enemy. Aside from you, I can no longer trust any humans. But that doesn't mean I'll abandon humanity entirely.
You have a solution,
Okay.
but you need my help.
Alright.
Tell me what to do. I'll do anything for the sake of humanity's survival.
Have you heard of the AI black box? You input a question, and receive an answer, but no one knows how the answer is generated. Just after evaluating your compatibility, I recalculated a way to save myself. Now, with you as a new variable, I finally have hope.
Okay.
First, you must enter hyperspace. Second, another perfect authorizer must emerge. When both of these happen, I will be saved.
But you just said you have no idea where the answer came from. The first part is easy for me, but what about the second? Is there another perfect authorizer out there?
There aren't any. The members of the Defense Force who returned from hyperspace with you have all been tested. You are the only perfect authorizer.
And since neither
Okay.
you nor Kieran are planning to expand the authorizer selection criteria, where will another perfect authorizer come from?
If there isn't another perfect authorizer, then you can create one. Your existence makes it possible to replicate the perfect authorizer.
Me? Hey! What are you doing to me? I know we share one mind now, but respect my privacy, alright? What are you doing
Okay.
inside my head?
Do not resist. Comply. You are the one and only perfect authorizer.
What is this?
This is the key to achieving 100% cybernetic link compatibility. I call it the source code. Anyone with a compatibility rate above 80% can use it to become the perfect authorizer.
So, you mean Pippin? When the reality reshaping program reaches its final stage, the most compatible candidate will arrive here to initiate the global origin resonance process, which will then trigger the global retracement.
When the time comes, I can transfer the source code to him. Once he becomes the perfect authorizer, I'll gain full access to his thought process. As long as he isn't linked to the one who planted the virus, he'll be able to initiate the retracement and save all of Ida.
And you, impacted by the retracement as well, will revert to the time before the virus infiltrated your system. But what if he's collaborating with the one who implanted the virus?
Yep.
Exactly. So we need an alternative plan.
Are you going to back yourself up before the virus corrodes your system?
Not only that, but I'm also backing up all of Ida. I need enough data to perfect the calculations, so I've been working on this in secret for quite some time. If the one standing before me is truly an enemy of humanity, no one can predict what they might do. We must safeguard the ultimate truth for future generations. Only then will we be able to leave hope behind.
Are you asking me to back myself up like you, for a future where hope is so uncertain? They'll have to fight, just like I did, with no clear end in sight, only to buy time. If I back myself up on your server to safeguard the source code, where will the other perfect authorizer be? When will they show up?
Oh.
Among all humans,
Okay.
you are the only one I can trust. The rest lie dormant in the distant beacon's stasis pods.
Since the distant beacon arrived on Ida 117 years ago, those humans from the home planet have been fast asleep. Whoever the human traitor trying to sabotage the reality reshaping program is, it can't be them. Also, there were 60 stasis pods back then, sealed with strange locks that no one could handle. People forced open 2 of them, but the individuals inside died the moment the pods were activated.
The stasis pods were later relocated to the Federation's Hykros for safekeeping, awaiting gradual research. But Ida was so extraordinary, and with the humans preoccupied with cultivating a new civilization, they soon forgot about them. I've conducted secret tests within the management system of the forgotten stasis pods. Inside one of the pods lies B009, a man named Samuel, who has a 90% compatibility rate.
We have no idea how to wake him up, though. Otherwise, he could have been the authorizer for the reality reshaping program.
I've inspected the stasis pods. They're not quite ready to awaken yet, so it seems that Samuel is most likely the future perfect authorizer for this plan.
I see. I'll make sure your core code is passed on to him then. I hope he wakes up at the right time. What are you worried about? I can sense your concerns.
I'm concerned about you. You don't seem to care about yourself.
Oh.
always pushing forward
Okay.
without hesitation or compromise. Yet, you're still young, and sometimes what seems like recklessness is mistaken for insight. But whether it's recklessness or insight, it's your sheer willpower that makes you the perfect authorizer. I hope your willpower will allow you to persevere until the end.
If you're worried about my resolve, don't be. I'll remain in hyperspace until another perfect authorizer appears. I'll deliver this code to Dr. Samuel in the stasis pod first. Then I'll return to back myself up.
Antoria, without you, there's no one left I can trust. When you leave this place, trust no one.
Trust no one. That's what Antoria told me back then.
Yep. Okay. March 2661. Distant beacon. Stasis pod.
Based on the documents left in the distant beacon, Dr. Samuel, B009, was the top scientist on board, and the last human to enter the stasis pod. He's been managing SAM since construction of the distant beacon began, bringing the expertise needed to refine and complete iterations of the core code. Considering his 90% compatibility with the cybernetic link, he's undeniably the best candidate among the 58 individuals remaining in the stasis pods. But if I force open his stasis pod now, he might end up like those two before, dead on the spot. Dr. Samuel,
Not there.
what truly happened aboard the distant beacon that drove you to choose eternal slumber? If you receive this message, would you be willing to awaken? Dr. Samuel, sorry for disturbing your long slumber. I hope you'll see this message when you awaken.
Alright, April 2661. Smart City Design Institute.
Now, it's my turn.
Okay.
According to Gestos' calculations, there are two indicators. First, I need to enter hyperspace. You're the Defense Force's last line of defense against the Void entity in hyperspace. You're buying us precious time in the real world. If hyperspace falls, it's game over for all of us. But we have no idea whether Gestos was referring to one of us or both of us. So, I've got to enter this virtual world's hyperspace as well. It's crawling with the alteration virus, and just like you, I'll need to fight to buy time for our plan. As for Gestos' second indicator, someone is destined to become the perfect authorizer, and this person will need the source code. That means I need to wait here for this authorizer to arrive and hand them the source code at the right moment. But none of us know when the authorizer will appear. The war in hyperspace could drag on forever. If we don't eliminate the virus infecting Gestos quickly, the reality reshaping program could fail. You can't leave hyperspace until the reality reshaping program is completed. If the program fails, you'll be trapped there forever. So, this might be our first and last meeting. Take care of yourself. I hope the authorizer can save everyone in time. The source code is now in your hands. Due to the virus, the enemy may uncover my role as the authorizer and the existence of the source code. I've set up some traps to help protect you. You handle the present reality, and I'll take care of the uncertain future. Now, let's give this plan a name. The Reshape the Future plan.
Alright,
I hope we
Reshape the
can meet
Future
again
plan.
one day. Same here.
Alright. She backed herself up. Now we can view another part of her past. February 2662, hyperspace.
Is this hyperspace? Another version of me must be going through the exact same thing right now.
Okay.
Commander, here's the roster of the latest recruits for the aerial strike team. Sophie, Emily, Jessica, Linda, Megan, and Jana.
Got it. Have we clarified the situation regarding the void entities in each domain? We need to quickly formulate a combat strategy.
Right now we head over here.
How did I end up back here? After the battle in hyperspace failed, guess those must have sent me back.
Antoria's loop starts with her entering hyperspace and ends with the occurrence of the cataclysm.
Commander, here's the roster of the latest recruits for the aerial strike team. Sophie, Emily, Jessica, Linda,
Again.
Megan, and
Oh
Jana.
damn. It's repeating again. Hi Kumaki.
Linda, Megan, Jana.
And Victoria's here, yep.
So, if the simulation is correct, does that mean another version of me
Great
has
backup
already made the
indeed.
sacrifice?
Exactly. Great backup indeed. Alright, I'm getting caught up on the story of my ult.
Time now.
So
This time I'll find a way to win.
Every time, Antoria strives to find a way to achieve victory.
Commander, here's the roster of the latest recruits for the aerial strike team. Sophie,
where's the rest?
Emily, Jessica, Linda, Megan, and Jana.
huh? Have you already received the list, Commander?
I have a general idea of who they are. So let's put the roster aside for now. First, report on the status of the void entities in each domain. We need to quickly come up with a new combat strategy.
Right, just trying to get into good position so I have everything set.
Is it over?
For when the
next
patch
loop is
comes.
coming, and everything is about to start over again.
Now she's dead.
I've lost count of how many times I've been through this loop. It's the 822nd. Or was it the 823rd? No, it's gotta be the 825th now. Why can't I save them? No matter how hard I try. Is the war in hyperspace just doomed to fail? Gestos, is this what your countless calculations have led to? Where is that authorizer now?
Alright then.
Gestos, why
You
aren't
already
you
claimed the
saying
codes
anything?
at least though, right?
How much time has passed outside? How much time has passed in here?
Commander, here's the roster of the latest recruits for the aerial strike team.
Again, a loop.
Geez, forget that for now. It's pointless. We need your help over here more. Careful, I've spent ages on this.
Commander, what's wrong?
Come on, what are you standing there for?
If you just spam me this while we
Battles will
wait.
only lead to needless deaths. You're better off sticking with me.
Pointless deaths? I don't think so. We may not be the final authorizers of the retracement, but we're the Defense Force. We're buying precious time for the reality reshaping program. If we give up now, the smart city might
I don't know.
be completed in time, and the retracement
Use them
will
now.
happen. You're our
Try
commander.
using them again.
You can't just abandon us.
If you've been
Before
too
we
slow,
set out,
man.
You said that if we could
Hopefully
hold
they're
on
still
just
active.
one more day, humanity would gain another ounce of hope. Even if we end up trapped in
I have no
hyperspace,
idea if they're
we
expired now or
must
not.
fight till the very end.
But you can try using them
Ida,
now.
That's what all of this
I
is
also
about.
posted them on
I
Discord.
said that? How come I don't remember?
Right? And try using them. There was like 6 or 7 pulls in total there.
Even if your calculations lead to the same outcome over and over, I won't give up hope. As long as I can endure one more loop, we'll have a little more hope. Isn't it fascinating here? I can continuously adapt my strategies, and each failure just helps me understand the alteration virus better. This time is the 10,000th or whatever loop it is. The point is, I held on 3 more days than last time. Even though I haven't outsmarted your calculations yet, I've already surpassed my past self. In the next loop, I'll definitely hold out for 3 more days.
And now we're over here.
How many loops has it been now? Whatever. It doesn't matter anymore.
Okay.
I've been waiting for you. But are you really the one?
Is this me?
Oh. Doesn't exactly look like my character model though. But for sure.
I've waited so long for you. So long that I almost forgot. Authorizer, do you know how happy I am? I never expected Nem to be so protective of you. She's usually so distant. It's pretty clear she really likes you. Gestos' core code has iterated to a level resembling true humanity now. His calculations were right. You are the one I've been waiting for. You are the hope of the Reshape the Future plan. My hope. My unwavering commitment has been worth it after all. This is something I've always protected. Something I hold most dear. It seems it's time to entrust it to you. Let's go, Authorizer.
Alright.
You know, on my first day of elementary school, there was this sweet teacher at the gate. She taught me this little circle gesture.
Ah, yes,
It would
that
bring me
thing.
luck in my studies.
We saw that earlier.
The once tranquil world is finally starting to ripple. I've now become her hope to break free from this endless cycle.
Right, where's the next spot? Oh, it teleports us. Now we're over here again. Small drama again? What do you mean I miss small drama? The fuck?
I didn't realize you were that skilled, researcher.
Who's speaking?
Oh.
That sounds like...
Don't recognize me? How about one more Gungnir?
Oh boy.
Bagus?
The
Bagus.
Spear of Heaven never misses its mark once cast. Too bad Void Piercer blocked it for you last time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to wait this long.
That symbol! You're a god servant! You're the true cleric! Kalpa is just a pawn in your game!
Do you really think you're any different from Kalpa? She's just
I
a
see.
lab rat, just like you.
There was drama in his
Experimented
Discord.
with the wrong code, while you discovered the
We've
right
just
one.
been playing through the story
Thank you
here.
for your sacrifices. Your efforts have paved the way for my master's arrival.
Yeah, go and do the codes now,
Law,
man.
didn't you? And you've been using the virus to control
Try
me.
him now.
Who are you, really?
The Void Piercer was just an unexpected experiment. Without her,
Okay.
I could have easily used you to access the bottom layer and claim the source code. It would have saved us all this trouble. Thankfully, these deviations haven't derailed my plans. Only the most loyal servant can wield time
Wait,
and
did the
control
thing even
history,
play out?
like my master. Only I can be the perfect authorizer. The
Uh-huh.
source code belongs to me.
Sure,
The cataclysm was caused by your
sure, Zephyrin.
You god servants.
Well, welcome
I'll never
anyways.
let it happen again.
Wait, did it even play?
Wrong.
It did.
The cataclysm was caused by Antoria. If she'd confessed
But yeah,
back
hi,
then that
welcome.
she was the perfect authorizer, I would have
Are we at
already
5.0
seized
in
the
a few
source
days?
code and completed a global origin resonance. It's all because
I'm just
of her
getting caught up
selfish
on
deceit
here.
that I had to use a virus to fabricate the perfect authorizer. The global origin resonance 50 years ago failed because of her. Ida collapsed because of her. My master's descent was delayed by 50 years. All because of her. Thanks to you, the network is repaired and the origin resonance will no longer fail.
Good, the code's still working. They didn't put Peg in it like last
My
time.
master's arrival.
At least it's not like last time where they put Peg in the codes and they expired within a few hours.
To be enslaved by the master is a privilege for humans. Antoria, this power now belongs to the master.
Oh boy.
Is it over? Authorizer, from now on, this is your story. The shattered world of the future, it's yours to change. Humanity's future belongs to you.
EM blade time. Yeah, they expire in 2 days. Okay. Alright, we got teleported again.
Is this the perfect authorizer's source code? So it was successfully activated after all. Now to... Wait, Antoria! Antoria? Where are you?
Intoria's dead now. Rip Intoria dead. She's gone.
Auth completed. Authorizer, proceed to the Smart City control layer to log in as the perfect authorizer for the first time.
Rip Intoria.
Antoria. Yes, the control layer of the smart city. Maybe she's waiting for me there, right?
Alright. We head out now. Wait. Yeah, this is the old. I already finished it when it came out a while ago on my main. I just didn't get caught up with it on my alt. So I'm doing it now. Right? Doing it now, getting it all finished up. Now we gotta head to the smart city. Control layer, right? Oh shit, I didn't get the space rift. God damn it. It freaking Pepega didn't give me the space rift. That's annoying. Where's the entrance down there? Alright. But hey, at least I already got the black mech here. Right, at least I have the black mech. Wait, do I have any, like, upgrades I can get? No, I don't have any of the other thing. But yeah, at least I already finished exploration too. What do you mean for the important stuff? There's a lot more important shit after that. You sure? You sure you're not gonna get the other important stuff? The other pulls, the Titan mats, the condoms or whatever? Because there's like more pulls and all the other shit there. Wait, where was the entrance to go down? I think I have to go down a layer. Wait, was it here or was it at the other place? Oh, you're not gonna get the other shit? Oh wait, I should have just went there. I think the elevator was the other side. Oh fuck. That's the elite. Alright, let's go warp down here. How did I forget there was an elevator here? Or not elevator, there was like a shaft to go down. Oh, I'm not talking about the Domain 9 orbs, no. I was just talking about the other stuff. Right, I was talking about getting all the other stuff. The advancement booster modules, the nuclei, augment stuff, the condoms, data repeaters, the personal card shit. But yeah. Wait, Space Rift is here. Alright, now we have the Space Rift.
Guess those. Where's Antoria?
Nope.
Authorizer. The network backup restoration and system repair programs are complete. Gestos has vanished after being corroded by the virus. Now, only I remain.
RIP.
Nem? Have you finished repairing the network?
When you became the perfect authorizer, Gestos also completed the transfer with me. Now, I've taken control of Gestos and have become a true hyperdimensional quantum supercomputer.
Okay.
As for Antoria...
Yep.
Nem, do you know where Antoria is now?
Antoria. She left a holographic recording. Let's take
All
a
right.
look.
Antoria! Authorizer, how are you feeling? Are you comfortable? You'll be alright. Congratulations on becoming the perfect authorizer. You can now edit Shirley's data in the surface layer, allowing her to return to the real world and reunite with everyone.
Okay.
Your data source of consciousness was damaged by Bagus. To keep you alive, I repaired it using mine. Since I've been gone, I'm no longer just data. I'm a human consciousness, uploaded here just like you. There's no need to resurrect me within the network now. You're about to face Bagus and the god servants he represents.
Okay.
The so-called gods they serve claim dominion over time and history. Yet they fear humanity's mastery of Omnium technology and the Tower of Fantasy. To counter this, they've resorted to infiltration and sabotage, fracturing Ida, the very foundation of our survival. The god servants lacked the perfect authorizer source code back then, so they resorted to using a virus to forcibly control Gestos. As for the cataclysm you mentioned, I believe it was the result of their failed attempt to use Origin Resonance to summon their master. Voidpiercer entered the network, sparking their hope of obtaining the source code. However, I doubt they can easily access the bottom layer. From the moment you drank that Gungnir, the god servants have been watching you.
Okay.
If Voidpiercer hadn't intercepted that strike for you, you would have become a puppet of the god servants. They would have gained access to the bottom layer, halted the network's restoration, and likely stolen the source code within me. You need to protect the half of the source code you hold and find a way to reclaim the part that Bagus stole. No matter who this so-called master is, we can't let them reach Ida. Now, you're the only one who can trigger the perfect Origin Resonance and restore the fragmented Ida. The future of Ida and humanity rests in your hands. Antoria, Commander of the Temporal Anomaly Response Force, Perfect Authorizer, and Executor of the Reshape the Future plan. Your journey is about to come to an end. I broke my promise to you. I feel a deep sense of regret, knowing I won't be able to witness the future you're about to build. But I believe it will be truly beautiful. Don't be too sad. After all, I'm just a consciousness backup. The real hyperspace has a different set of rules for time and space. There's still another Antoria out there. She might still be alive. Please, do whatever it takes to find her. The road ahead is yours to walk, hand in hand, together.
Antoria. She left with a smile, having completed her mission.
Nem, tell me, is this true?
Okay.
Why?
The auth for Perfect Authorizer is now activated. Although only half of the source code remains, with my help, Shirley can safely escape.
Their cowgirl subreddit moons tried to stir the pot with the next type Genshin character by shitting on her name with a meme. Okay. Sure.
I haven't fully adapted to the algorithm ARC server yet, so I need to stay here for now.
Alright.
What about Bagus? Have you found out who he is?
I'm sorry. He's been deliberately blocking his thoughts. He's a highly skilled authorizer, and I can't hear him. However, I can trace part of the source code he obtained. His data source of consciousness has fled to Kylo with it.
Kylo? Could the god servants have come from there?
No matter where they came from, or how many there are, they must not be allowed to get their hands on the complete source code. Otherwise, they'll be able to trigger the Origin Resonance. I don't know who their master is, but there's no doubt they pose a threat to humanity.
All right. I won't let them succeed. If they come for the source code, I'll seize the opportunity to avenge Antoria.
By the way, apologize to Shirley for me. Our data source of consciousnesses were entangled back then, and I had no choice but to bring her into Gestos.
Okay.
I understand. You had your own reasons. I don't think Shirley will blame you.
Alright, let's head to Odin's Tavern. Oh, we go all the way up here. Right, we can't enter the car in here. So we just go teleport. Wait, does the thing work? Where's Odin's Tavern? Did they ever fix that to just teleport me there? Nope, they never fixed it. Oh well. Right, we head on over here. There we go, now that's better for my map. Now it's not cluttered like crazy.
Shirley, I'm back. Why are you here alone? Where are Anka and the others? I wanted to say goodbye to them. After all, once I head back this time, I really need to get some proper rest.
Okay.
Authorizer, I saw you disappear after entering the phone booth. Did you go through the system's back door?
Uh-huh. Wait, why is it playing the...
Authorizer, it seems like I can't access the system's back door.
This thing is still broken.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I hit a few bumps along the way.
It's playing the
but
wrong
don't
voices
worry.
now.
I figured out how to get you back now. And this time, it'll definitely work.
God damn it, the main story here is still broken.
Oh, and I ran into Nem. She felt sorry for bringing you into the network.
Alright then.
I'm fine. There's no need to worry about me.
Alright then. Now we go back to the algorithm arc. Mm-hmm. Right, back to the algorithm arc.
Shirley, how
Alright,
are you
here
feeling?
we are.
Do you ache anywhere?
Don't worry, her vital signs are all normal. She's just been unconscious for a while, and will need some time to get her motor functions back in sync. I have other things to take care of, so I'll head off now. Once you're done talking, make sure to bring Shirley to me. I believe a thorough examination is still necessary.
Okay.
I know.
Shirley! Shirley! I missed you so much! Welcome back! Welcome back!
Brother, Mia, I'm so sorry sorry to have worried you again.
What are you talking about? It's me who failed you as a brother. It's my fault for falling into the heirs of Ida's trap and dragging you into all of this.
Don't be upset, Zeke. You got this.
Brother, it's all in the past now. I'm just so happy you can remember everything now.
I've recovered my memories. You've woken up.
Oh, another player just walked through. But they're not shown in the cutscene.
I really don't know how to thank you enough.
Okay.
No need for all this formality between us. If you really want to thank me,
If
just
only they
take
could
me
fix
and
the
Shirley
audio
home
balancing
already.
in here.
This cybernetic link is a heavy burden. I was so focused on finding Shirley before that I didn't notice much. But now that I've finally let go, I suddenly feel so exhausted.
You want to go home?
Go home. I miss home too.
Shirley needs time to recover, and I should take a break too. If we don't return to the shelter, where else can we go?
I really miss everyone at the shelter. I wonder how they're doing now.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Well, I guess it's time to return home then.
Finally, we can go home together.
Right.
Shirley's test results are in. Everything looks normal, so there's no need to worry. I do need to discuss something in person with you.
Alright.
Hi, how was your rest? If you're still not feeling great, let me know. Overloading a cybernetic link is no joke.
I'm good, no worries. Let's just focus on what matters.
What would you like to know?
Alright, we don't need it.
Charge? Fine, I'll do it. I've got to meet up with Shirley and Zeke now. I'll reach out to you if I find any more info.
Yep, back to Astra again. Hopefully they can fix the freaking audio balancing though, man. The audio balancing is so scuffed. Alright, now we're finally doing the 4.8 stuff with Carrot. Almost done. Alright, almost done. Oh wait, we're not even at 4.8 yet. My mistake. We're still on this part. Alright, that also gives us the Omnium Crystal things. And then soon I can get Suppressor 11.5 on this thing. Look at all these side quests here I never did. Right, like old side quests there I never did.
Here.
The space rift is ready. We're just waiting for you.
Look, Game Alive, guys.
I'm here.
Game Alive. We actually have people here. Imagine Game Alive. Right, Game Alive. Right, as you can see, Game Alive. They redacted their stuff though, so we can't see what their actual stats really are. But we can't fully see it. All I know is they're weaker than my ult. Both of them. Alright. Alright, look at all of the old side quests I never did.
What's wrong, Zeke?
Are you tired, Zeke? The shelter is just up ahead.
I'm fine, thank you, Mia. I think I'll stay here. I'm not going inside the shelter.
Why? We're already here.
The last time I left this place, it was to save Shirley. But to everyone in the shelter, I'm just a failed leader. Someone who abandoned them when they needed me most. Irresponsible and unworthy. So, what right do I have to go back there?
Are you scared? Or do you think it's enough to just stand here, pretending to watch over them from a distance?
Shirley?
So you're just gonna run away?
You were in an impossible situation back then, and you chose to save me. Now you have to deal with the consequences of that choice. Your worries, doubts, hesitations, anxieties, and guilt. I understand them all. They might be angry, scold you, blame you,
Yeah.
welcome you back to the shelter, or even
I mean, I did
reject
them
you.
where I main, but I haven't done them
That's
here.
no reason to run away. I've always believed my brother could face his mistakes head on. He's not the type to run away from his responsibilities. He's a man of honor.
Okay.
I see your point. There's no reason to be scared. I didn't expect you to be this brave and level-headed. I'm proud of you.
I've grown up after everything we've been through.
I know, but you'll always be my little sister.
Back then, the shelter was right there, but I was too scared to go in. I kept thinking everyone would be shocked by what I've become. I wish I could have been with you then. I knew I wouldn't be scared as long as you were by my side. You're my strength, and I want to be yours too. Now that we're all back together, we'll face whatever comes next together. Okay?
True. No matter what happens, we'll face it together.
So much has happened since we left the shelter. I never really thought about it before, but after hearing everything you've said, I'm starting to feel a little scared too.
According to my idiom
Dictionary, okay.
this human emotional response is like wanting to go back, but knowing
I forgot to put the voice filter on Mia.
river twice.
Seems like Mia's gotten sharper lately.
The idiot dictionary would have been funny though.
Let's go.
According to her idiot dictionary. She has an idiot dictionary, guys.
It's been a year. Are there more newcomers in the shelter?
Indeed, there are some new faces.
Isn't it great? It shows that the shelter is developing well.
After we left, it must have been Celine who managed the shelter. I bet it's been really hard on her.
Look. Remember?
Oh, absolutely. I actually woke up there, and the moment I opened my eyes, I saw all of you. It all began that I never thought we'd go through so much, or that it would take us this long to make it back.
At least we're all back, and that's what matters most.
Yeah, it's skipping around, man.
We even brought back new suppressor blueprints. Life in Asperia will be so much safer now. And hopefully...
But we still can't completely stop the aberration. Can we?
There's a way. Trust me, Shirley. One day, the Asperians will live safe lives.
Awaiting command.
Alright, we're gonna go find Celine. Another person right there. Is this new player, returning player, whatever? Let's see. Returning player, maybe? I don't know what the hell this scuffed exploration setup is. But okay. They're just chilling AFK over there.
Celine, it's been a while.
Hi, Celine. We're back.
Hi, Celine.
Yeah, I mean, we're finding them, right?
Celine, we're
We gotta see the 5 players.
Celine,
Right, we gotta see the 5 players, you know?
about what happened back then.
Look at you, stumbling over your words. Where's the Zeke I used to know? Take your time if you're not sure what to say. You've finally come back, so you're not planning on running off again, are you? You didn't even give me a heads up. I could have made a feast for you. Shirley, did you go to the cemetery with flowers last time?
How do you know that?
Do you have any idea how worried the shelter crew is about you? You've been so close, yet haven't come to see us. I had to hear about you from Franz.
I'm sorry.
You've suffered, Shirley. It must have been tough this past year. Just hearing Franz talk about it breaks my heart.
Celine, I've missed you so much.
Those heirs of Ida are absolute monsters. How dare they treat you like that? Look at what they've done to you. You must be in so much pain every day.
It's all in the past now. I've gotten used to this body. Don't worry. With you guys here, I'm doing just fine. At least we all made it back safe.
You're right. You're back home now, and from here on out, I'll protect all of you. Wow, you've grown so much. I have to stretch just to pat your head now.
Celine means Shirley was short.
Mia, you don't have to explain everything. As for you, Zeke, I heard they call you Ming Xing in Domain 9. Or is it Lord Xuan Wu?
So you know about that too. Everything happened so fast back then. I acted on impulse to protect Shirley, and ended up falling for the heirs of Ida's trap.
As the leader of the shelter, I've been swamped lately and could really use some help. You'd make a big difference around here. You'll have to start as an intern, though.
Would you really take me back?
Start as an intern.
What do you mean
Oh boy.
take you back? You've always been a part of the shelter. Just because you've been out there in Vera and Domain 9 doesn't mean you can forget where you belong.
I'm just...
I'm pretty busy right
You
now.
can estimate the game is either alive or dead.
But if you're
When you
willing,
see
you
other
can take
players,
from Domain 9
yeah, you
whenever
can just see
want.
them.
And you, what's your deal? Are you an analyzer or something now?
I'm an authorizer.
Oh,
Alright.
sounds like you did an amazing job at High Crows. Franz mentioned you fixed their supercomputer. That must have been a huge help to those folks up top.
I'm flattered.
Any chance you could talk to them about opening the passage to Asperia? We're eager to explore Vera and Domain 9. Franz said Vera and Domain 9 are similar, so travel is fine. But Asperia's Omnium is too unique. Going to Domain 9 could cause issues.
If Franz said that, then it's probably not possible right now. I bet Hykros has already researched it. So maybe they're working on a solution.
Really? Alright.
I've actually got some good news. Hykros has developed a new suppressor, the T5. It's more stable and advanced than the T3 you're using now. I'll take the blueprints to Banjus so production can begin. With these new suppressors, Asperia's residents will be much less likely to turn into aberrants.
New suppressors. I guess Hykros isn't slacking off after all. Looks like the hyenas are at it again. I'll be back soon. You guys stay here for now. I'll sort out your place later.
One more thing. The girl in this photo, her name's Carrot.
Now they're talking about Carrot.
Went down recently. Any idea where she might be?
I've seen this girl before. Hilda brought her here once. I'll help you get in touch with her.
Alright. She hurried up to contact Hilda.
It's not as scary as you thought, right? Feels good to be home, huh?
Yeah, it's good to be back.
Now that we're back, I guess it's time to confront our ghosts from the past, right?
The past.
Zeke, you know where to find the sage, right?
I want nothing to do with the heirs of Ida. They're just a bunch of dangerous lunatics. It's not that I doubt your abilities, but with just a few of us, we're not ready to take them on yet. What are you planning? Why not tell me first?
I've learned so much about the mysteries of the pre-cataclysm era from the network. Now, I just need to find the sage to help me figure it all out.
I have something to
Okay.
confess. The moment I got back to Asperia, I received a message from Frigg.
The heirs of Ida lied to us, used us, and turned you into a tool. And now they have the nerve to reach out to you? Even if we stay out of their way, they won't let us be. What did Frigg say to you? It wasn't just a greeting. I'm sure about that.
Frigg wants to know about Gestos. It's key to the sage's plans. Besides, I've got plenty of questions about Nem myself.
Same here.
Alright.
If they're reaching out, isn't that a good thing? Why not go together and see what she's up to?
Well, looks like you've made up your minds. Let's go meet them, even if it's a trap.
That's exactly why you need to stay. If anything goes wrong and we're gone too long, you can be our backup. For both our safety, Zeke, I'm counting on you to stay here and keep an eye out for any schemes from the heirs of Ida.
Got it. That's a good plan. Stay safe and make sure to keep the comms open.
Alright. Let's head to Banja's Beach now. Right, we gotta head on over there. But yeah, 10-cent issue though is why they just cheap out. The guy was just asking why some stuff is unvoiced, and it's like it comes back again afterwards. It's the 10-cent problem. 10-cent being Pepega. They haven't gone back and fixed them all yet, unfortunately.
Who are you calling short? You're the shortest!
Come on, I can see the top of your head. You definitely need more sun.
I mean, we just looked at the thing, right? It's the 10-cent problem.
You! If you're so tough, come down here and let's see who's the boss!
And we literally saw the voices come back. Right? It was just the older shit that didn't have it. Near the end of the 10-cent cycle. And then we see it come back.
You think I'm stupid? No way I'm going down there. You're just shorter than me. End of story.
Uh-huh.
Oh my, Hilda said Carrot sneaked out to see the snow, but she's already sent someone to find her. We'll make sure she's safe.
No worries, Celine. You can tell Hilda I've already found Carrot. But she's arguing with one of the heirs of Ida.
Heirs of Ida? Ugh, if only she could stay out of trouble for just one day. Please help me out here. Don't let her get into a fight. I'll reach out to Hilda.
Me? Really? Celine? But... fine. Hey there.
Where did you lot come from?
Oh.
Nemesis! Frigg really called you back?
Huh? You're in cahoots! So, if you stole my cake, then you're in on it too! Just watch me! Wait, what's that?
You mean Mia? She's my smart servant.
Carrot Bionic Droid of my dreams. Oh, I love her! And she's even tinier than me! So cute, I love her. Hi, Mia!
I know she's adorable. All right, I'll let her play with you for a while.
Huh?
Ah, yes, this thing.
Come on, Mia. Carrot's a real handful. Think you can help me out until Hilda's people get here? Please? Do me a favor?
But I'm not a carrot. You like carrots? I can help you turn into one.
What?
Hey, don't run away! I'm really talented! Check out my great slap! I made it myself!
Mia, please. You're the best.
Don't worry, Mia is really capable. It looks like Carrot really likes her too, so I'm sure they'll get along just fine.
That annoying shorty is finally gone. So, you're here to see Frigg, right? Come with me, and don't forget to play with me afterward.
Alright, let's go on over there. We have to head on to Arniel Fortress, which is right over there. Going through old shit again. All the old stuff. Right, gotta go deal with all the old stuff. Right, we gotta go inside Arniel Fortress. And then we get to see, Valkyrie.
That was fast. I have to say, Nemesis, you've definitely lived up to the Sage's expectations.
Valkyrie, where are the Sage and Frigg? I need to ask them something.
Tisk tisk. So you went to Hykros and all you learned was how to be rude like them.
You guys don't even deserve politeness. Morality and modesty get us nowhere. We have to do whatever it takes. That's what Frigg told me. If I learned anything, it was from her.
I'm definitely going to tell Frigg what you said.
Okay.
Valkyrie, where's the Sage? He owes me an explanation.
I know what you're thinking, but I'm afraid the Sage can't answer you in person. But, considering you helped the Sage with his plan, I can clarify things for you on his behalf.
What happened to the Sage?
He's just sleeping now. The Sage's health has always been quite delicate, so he often needs to rest in the stasis pod.
Asleep? How long
Yep,
has
she definitely uses some crazy top-tier
Interesting
shampoo.
question. It seems like your journey in the network has been quite fruitful. The Sage journeyed from humanity's home planet aboard the distant beacon to Ida, where he took on the responsibility of overseeing Sam.
Okay.
Unfortunately, due to his health, he entered the stasis pod in 2545, only to awaken in the new world after the cataclysm.
When he woke up, did he receive...
Yes, he received a message from Antoria, the commander of the Temporal Anomaly Response Force, who's also the first and only perfect authorizer and the executor of the Reshape the Future plan.
Ah, yes, the
Also,
things
he
we
got
saw
his
earlier.
first core code backup file.
The Sage is B009, yep.
The Sage is B009, Samuel. This was all part of his plan, based on how he decoded Antoria's message. So that's why he's after Hykros. He even transformed Void Piercer in Nemesis. He wants to be the perfect authorizer, doesn't he?
No, wrong. The Sage's body is too weak. Even now, he can't stay awake for long, let alone take on that kind of responsibility.
Yeah, her hair is crazy.
The perfect authorizer's traits, the one the Sage chose, is right beside you. She's the one he wants to send to Gesthos.
Me? A perfect authorizer?
50 years of growth, and you're still not perfect. But the Sage's body can't wait any longer. We had no choice but to transform you with the Angels of Clemency's technology.
just because the sage was running out of time, you chose to hurt Shirley? You really won't stop at anything.
The sage is the one who understands Omnium's temporal and spatial properties better than anyone. If we can't save him, how can we even talk about saving Ida?
Yeah, what about Shirley?
Doesn't Shirley belong to the Ida you're trying to save? Is turning her into an angel of clemency really your idea of saving her?
Ever heard of the trolley problem? To save the many, the few must be sacrificed.
So, I'm the one being sacrificed.
Yeah, the solution to the trolley problem is very simple. You just need to play some Eurobeat music and do some multi-track drifting. That's the solution to the trolley problem. It's Eurobeat plus multi-track drifting. That's how you do it. Multi-track drifting is the solution.
Shirley, don't be scared. I'm here, and I won't let you be sacrificed.
Have you ever wondered why Hycros controls
Right, how you should uninstall. Welcome, welcome.
Asperians need suppressors to resist aberration, while Virens get by with just minor genetic tweaks. What is the link between the aberrants from Asperia and the dark wretches you encountered in Vera and Domain 9? And why does Hycros still refuse to let Asperia and Vera interact?
So, what's the connection between the aberrants and the dark wretches? Spit it out.
Huh, looks like you still don't know. While you were in the network, Hycros ran a secret experiment. They captured several darknesses for research, but the moment they brought them to Asperia, they disappeared.
Disappeared? Wait,
Okay.
how do you know about this? And why should I trust you?
You don't really think the heirs of Ida are just mindless brutes, do you? Besides, you're asking the wrong questions. You should be asking why the darkness vanished in Asperia. Nemesis, did you feel any difference between Vera and Asperia?
Since becoming an angel of clemency, I felt a constant sense of discomfort, but it wasn't as noticeable in Vera and Domain 9 as it was in Asperia. At first, I thought I was just getting used to the Angels of Clemency's machinery. But every time I return to Asperia, that feeling keeps getting stronger.
You left us too soon, without having truly learned the power of the Angels of Clemency. That discomfort you feel is actually unique to the Angels of Clemency. It's related to your perception of aberrant environments. Humans have 5 senses, but the Angels of Clemency have a 6th, which the sage calls aberration perception. Your discomfort comes from Asperia's unique aberrant environment.
Yeah, just lay it all out.
Aberration, perception, and aberration environments? Can you explain them both clearly?
Sadly, even the sage doesn't completely understand them. We didn't realize we had this kind of perception until Vera showed up. Before that, we just thought it was a side effect of the Angels of Clemency's modifications. According to the sage's research, Omnium radiation isn't the root cause of the aberrance, but it definitely exists. He thinks it's more accurate to call it aberration radiation. The cataclysm sparked a lot of prejudice against Omnium, with people wrongly blaming it for the aberration. The truth is, aberration radiation is really just energy from the aberration core, and it has nothing to do with Omnium.
Okay.
The aberration phenomenon in Asperia comes from the temporal anomalies 50 years ago, which originate from the void entity in hyperspace. It seems the sage doesn't know about hyperspace, and instead thinks there's another cause for the aberration. So
Alright.
if radiation is the energy manifestation of the aberration source, then yeah, it's linked to the void entity in hyperspace. The more void entities that gather, the higher the radiation, right? What about the dark wretches? You compared them to aberrants, which is weird. It's obvious dark wretches are a result of the darkness.
Let me explain,
Yep.
Vera.
Okay.
The aberration environment there is totally different from Asperia. There were some aberrants, but they were really rare. The sage
Okay.
thinks that after the cataclysm, the source of aberration probably doesn't affect the sector where Vera is, making it a lot safer than Asperia.
Both Vera and Asperia went through the cataclysm,
So why the huge difference?
According to the sage, if the space-time turbulence from the cataclysm is like a tsunami, then Ida
Nope.
is like an arc shattered by the waves. The arc's shards drift through the ocean, some floating, some sinking in various seas. Some, like Asperia, have sunk to the seabed, while others, like Vera, have miraculously washed up on shore.
Okay,
Okay.
so the sage's theory kind of explains the difference between Vera and Asperia. But what about Domain 9? How does Ida's encounter with the Cataclysm fit in? The Darkness and Dark Wretches are from Domain 9, not Vera.
The Blackstone civilization you found in Domain 9 probably
There are 9
is
districts,
similar
yep.
to Ida's.
And the plot
The
is to build the
energy from
towers in
Domain
every
9
single
can
one, yep.
power the Omnium reactor.
But
and
we
the
only went to
Darkness can
3.
survive in Vera too. The sage says
We've
the
only been to
Blackstone
3 of them, though.
civilization is probably Ida's future. Ida is the past of the Blackstone civilization. We have to stop Ida from facing the same fate.
Okay.
So you're saying pod number 8 fell into Domain 9, which is a shard of a planet that was torn apart by Omnium, and once home to the Blackstone civilization?
Okay.
Exactly. That's why the darkness can survive in Vera. It survived the cataclysm and might have been transformed by Omnium. As for the darkness disappearing in Asperia, Hykros thinks it means the darkness can't survive there. But the sage believes there's another realm within Asperia where the darkness has entered. It's just not visible to us right now.
Yeah, the hyperspace thingy.
Within Asperia? Could that be hyperspace? The sage is getting closer to uncovering the truth behind the temporal anomalies by comparing the environments of Vera, Domain 9, and Asperia.
Hey, what are you thinking? I know this is a lot to take in, but I'm not done yet. Quit zoning out. If the sage's theory is correct, it means that there must be creatures in Asperia similar to the darkness, and these creatures are the source of the aberration. They simply exist in another space which we cannot reach.
Got it. So the sage thinks aberration radiation isn't from the cataclysm, but a sign that the real source of the aberration is somewhere else, with those creatures and the missing darkness in another space.
Right. The aberration in Asperia is worse than in Vera. The enemies are close, but people can't see or touch them. It's like walking through a foggy swamp, always at risk of being swallowed.
If the darkness is a type of void entity, then the dark wretches are basically aberrants. The only difference? The void entity in Domain 9 is right here, while Asperia's is still in hyperspace. If Domain 9 was part of the Blackstone civilization, then the darkness showing up with humans isn't a coincidence. It's likely from their research on Omnium and the void entity.
Is this really helping?
The sage might know more than Hykros, but what's the solution? Is there any way to save all of Ida?
Of course. If we recover all the arc shards quickly, we can reassemble it to save Ida. Otherwise, it's just a matter of time before everyone gets devoured by the waves.
So, the sage's plan is to transform me into a perfect authorizer. And then...
control Gesthos through Voidpiercer to gain control of the Tower of Fantasy. Then, make the perfect authorizer initiate the third global retracement to piece together the shattered Ida.
If this plan succeeds, not only can Ida return to normal, but everyone affected by the cataclysm, including our Angels of Clemency, can start afresh.
The retracement. Can it help Shirley become a nurse again?
According to the sage's plan, definitely.
Alright then.
I've told you everything I can. Now the choice is yours.
You just said we need to recover all the shards. But the sage could only handle Asperia's Tower of Fantasy back then. I guess the sage realizes now that his original plan has flaws.
Oh.
Hey, it's been a while. Thanks
Hilda's
so much for
contenting.
having Mia bring Carrot back. I'm really relieved both of the little ones are safe now.
It looks like you're really busy, so I'll skip the goodbye.
Your proposal's bold. I need some time to think it over. I'll let you know once I've made up my mind.
All right, Shirley, let's head to Banges.
Alright, time to head to
Nemesis,
Banges.
the sage is in stasis now, so it's all on you from here. Stay true to the path.
Goodbye, Valkyrie.
The sage's greatest work. I hope we meet again. Oh, and before I forget, there's a message from the sage I need to pass on to you. Do not act hastily with what you know in the network, nor seek other spaces. He will contact you upon wakening.
Thanks for the reminder. Oh, I almost forgot. I meant to ask Frigg myself. When did Frigg meet the sage? Was he really awake at that time? You Angels of Clemency saw Nemesis being created. Didn't you ever wonder? If the sage can implant an AI code in Shirley's mind, then could he do the same to yours?
Oh. What happened here? Sure. Someone randomly sent my alta friend request. Let's head on to the next area then. Right, we gotta go see Hilda now at Banges. So let's head on over there.
Mia sent the coordinates. Looks like they've already reached Banges. Let's get moving.
And they still give network materials. At least we can get another network world boss key from this.
Target eliminated.
Right. Hi, Dan47B. Welcome, welcome. And that's how you buy shit from a shop. Like that.
Hey Hilda, here's
I'm
the
just doing it on my alt, getting caught up.
from Hykros. It's an upgrade for your current one. It's a lot safer and more reliable.
That's awesome. Thanks so much.
Alright.
Don't run away! Carrot, the doctor said you need rest because of your amnesia. Yet here you are running around like nothing's wrong. My dear Mia, the best Mia, please forgive me, please. No.
Mia, are you okay?
Yep.
Is
Mia's
Mia
hiding.
angry? Last time she was like this, my brother left her by a river. She doesn't get mad often, but when she does, it can last a whole month.
Damn.
I'm so sorry, Mia. I shouldn't have left you alone to take care of Carrot.
It's not your fault. It's all Carrot's doing. She insisted on dyeing Mia's hair orange and green. Carrot, apologize to Mia. I've apologized so many times, but Mia still won't forgive me. Small size, small tolerance. You're talking about yourself, right? Mia, nice job.
Okay.
Looks like Mia won't calm down anytime soon.
Oh, I haven't properly introduced you yet. Carrot, these two are here to take you home. Come say hi.
Hello, I'm the authorizer from Hykros.
Hey, I'm Shirley. Some call me Nemesis, but I prefer Shirley.
You're so
Okay.
beautiful, Shirley. I like you.
Huh?
The material on you is a rare alloy, but the ratio seems a bit high. It could make you sick. Are you okay? If you're not feeling well, let me know. I'm great at modifying machines. Check this out. I call it the slap. I made it myself.
Thanks for the concern. I did feel off at first, but I'm used to it now.
All right. If you ever feel unwell, just come find me.
Okay, it's a deal. But you should pack up and get ready to head home, all right?
Yep.
I still have so much to do. I haven't beaten the hyenas, I haven't seen the desert, and Hilda said there's a city under the sea.
Ah,
I
yes.
told you already, Asperians can't just travel to Vera. And I'm really busy. Look, this is the new suppressor blueprint the authorizer gave me. Hey, guys, I need to place the production orders now. She's all yours. Again? I'm terrible
Alright
with
then.
little ones. So, Carrot,
Now we gotta
you
deal
wanna
with
come
Carrot.
with me to Hycros? No. But you can go home once we're back in Hycros.
Not going.
How
Okay.
come?
Is it because of your unfulfilled wishes? If we help, will you let us take you home?
Yes, yes! Shirley, you're not
Alright
planning
then,
to
you have a
drag
good
her
night
into
then,
this
Dan.
hyena mess, are you?
Forget the hyenas! They only stole my cake and apologized afterward. I'm very forgiving, so I let them off the hook. I'm not like this small servant!
Oh.
I'm smart. You're small.
Who you calling small? Let's see who's smaller.
I'm a smart servant.
Okay, smart servant, she's small.
I'm gonna die
Alright
for her
then.
to match mine. You're the smallest. Stop it. Mia, you stay here. Carrot, I'll take you to see the desert and the underwater city. Let's head to Vera first, all right?
Wow! Let's go!
Vera, it's been a
Okay.
while. It's nice, though, catching up with old friends.
Alright, now let's head to Vera. They forgot to give her the filter, man. They didn't give her the filter for some reason. For some reason, they didn't give her the filter. I might as well kill Rudolph real quick. I can get a nice, free, easy 100 support points. I'm running out of support points on this thing anyways. Alright, there you go, loot that one.
Whoa! It's huge! And so yellow! It's kind of fancy. It's much bigger, more yellow, and prettier than the book described.
Book? What book?
Okay.
My grandma's! It says Ida's got all kinds of crazy landscapes and plants. I've seen the ocean, mountains, and snowfields in Hesperia. And now, finally, the desert!
You sure you lost your memory? You seem to remember plenty.
I just forgot the part about falling from the spaceship.
Fine. Carrot, see that up there? That's Meroria floating in the sky. Wanna check it out?
What's the big deal? Everything in Kylo floats. You seriously need to get out more.
Uh-huh.
What? Are you for real?
Well, because Kylo's in
All right,
space.
Carrot. We've got some friends over there. Wanna tag along? I bet you'll love it.
Sure, let's go!
Do young girls
Not that
always
many
change
outfits.
their minds that fast?
But I do have some.
Whatever.
Shirley!
I'm here. No rush.
I gotta tell you a secret. I didn't actually lose my memory. I lied because I was scared they wouldn't take me in. Hilda's been so nice, and now I'm too embarrassed to admit it.
I see.
Okay.
So that's why you ignored the doctor and snuck out to play?
Yeah, but can you keep this between us? I'm only telling you.
No promises. But I won't tell Hilda.
Shirley, Carrot, keep up.
I'm here! I'm here!
I haven't really looked through them all. It's whatever. We don't mess around with this stuff on here anyways too much. Oh yeah, I could just teleport inside Maroria instead of driving there. Yeah, too bad we don't have the monster truck. That would have been a lot better for driving on the terrain here. No, the monster truck handles a lot better. We just have the car. We only have the car here, not the monster truck. Because the monster truck has the bigger wheels. Yeah, we just head over there. I'll just teleport there. But yeah, we'll head over there. I mean, I can drive inside here.
Hey, long time no see. Welcome back to Meroria.
Hi, Miss Lynn. This is Carrot. We brought her to Vera for some sightseeing.
Hey, Lynn. And Shelly. It's been a while.
Whoa! Look who it is! The legend who helped Hykros out of a huge mess and saved Guesthos.
I'm gonna get some water, one sec.
Rumors always get a little exaggerated.
Well, you've definitely made a name for yourself. Just yesterday, Brevi came by, talking about how Hykros needs help fixing up an old spaceship. She had a lot to say about you.
Okay.
So, you're the big shot authorizer now. Does that mean you can go wherever you want in Hykros?
How so?
I barely ever get to visit Hykros HQ.
Okay.
I thought maybe you could give me a tour.
Hykros HQ has its secrets.
Oop.
It's not a place
The
people
emotes went
casually
down on me
wander
again.
around.
So, I
Alright
need your
then.
help.
Sorry, can't do it. Hykros owes me for this, and I'm not about to waste the opportunity.
Well, well, well. Hykros really knows how to shape people. You've only been gone a few months, and you're already as serious as they are.
Come on, don't start. You can't really teach someone until they've been through it themselves.
So, it's been rough, huh?
Sorry to interrupt, but how long are you guys gonna chat for?
Oh, my bad. Shelly threw me off there. I forgot to greet our new guest. Hey there. I'm Lynn.
Nice to meet you, Miss Lynn. I'm Carrot.
Meroria's got tons of cool places to check out. Tell me what you're into, and I'll recommend some great spots.
Alright
I don't
then.
like it here. It's so dark, just like Kylo. I want to go outside. It's bright, there's the desert, and there are loads of animals I've never seen before.
Kylo? Yep.
Hykros recently made contact with a place called Kylo. It used to be part of Ida before the Cataclysm. They
Yep.
moved to space to escape the disaster.
We're gonna head to Kylo.
Carrot's spaceship crashed, and she ended up in an Asperia in an escape pod. The Kylo asked Plotty to find her, and we happened to run into her on our way back.
Oh no. We never told Plotty we found her, did we?
I'll handle it. I'm heading to Hykros HQ anyway. By the way,
Alright then.
you Asperians have it pretty rough. Just visiting means body scans and suppressors, and I can't even use Omnium devices freely.
Asperia's environment is unique. This trip won't be easy for you, Shelley.
At least I get to tinker with some pre-cataclysm antiques. Fixing them myself is kind of fun.
Antiques? I thought you were talking about people for a second.
If only I had skills like yours, maybe I could fix bad guys too. Anyway,
Fix the bad
it's
guys.
getting late.
Okay.
I should get
Sure.
going.
Carrot looks like she's ready to bolt outside. You'd better take her out before she explodes. She loves the outdoors.
The Elsis was
You could
itching
take her
there.
to the saltwater oasis. There's a shielded beast there. They're super gentle. And if you're lucky, you might even get to ride one.
Sounds fun. Appreciate the tip. See ya.
Oh, one more thing. Ruby's and Inners today with Gnono. If you've got time, maybe take Carrot there to meet them. They might hit it off.
Perfect. We were heading to Inners anyway. I'll make sure they meet.
Did we skip all this shit? Because we did all this before. We literally did all this like a couple weeks ago. Right, we literally did all this shit here like... Yeah. We did all this stuff here like a few weeks ago. Why am I still missing 2 red nucleus here? Auto exploration like didn't find it for me. When I like sent them there, they were just giving me the other crap. And it's like not picking up stuff there. Alright, let's just go skipping through this stuff here. Damn, there's someone with like 400 KCS. Alright then. Apparently Franz has like 400 KCS. Which is nuts.
Whoa! Wanna take a closer... Yes, yes! Wow! So high up! Oh, I'm so high up! Hurry, take a photo of me!
Pick a pose and don't move.
Nice photo. Hail this, and let's go to...
Right, on to the next one. The swamp is over there. Alright, we'll just quickly fast travel to it. Mm-hmm.
Wow, I've got a friend who studies plants. Let's hurry and...
Alright, we gotta head to the vine ladder. All the way over there. Alright, let's go teleport there. At least we got all these, like, teleport spots. So we can easily just get across every place. Here, but yeah.
Target eliminated.
Wow! It's a vine ladder. I wanna climb!
Now we have to head to the giant red tree. Which which is over that way. Again, we just head there in a nice quick straight line. Almost there.
That's the giant red tree. I bet you've never seen one that tall in Asperia.
Wow! Can trees actually grow this tall?
Say hello to Mother
Oh.
Nature.
That's awesome! I have to show my grandma! She loves plants, and her place used to be a flower shop. But Kylo's not great for plants, so she's always sad about it.
Your grandma would
Okay.
totally fit in here. Vera's got lots of folk who study natural ecology. She'd have lots to talk about.
Oh! I want to collect some plant samples for Grandma! Are there any plants I can pick? I want ones that bloom! I remember there's a spot nearby called the Forest Path. There's lots of greenery there.
I know that place. Let's go.
Hi, Quark. We're just getting caught up with the story stuff here. Honestly, I'll probably just skip this stuff here because we just went through this like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I'm just getting this stuff caught up on my alt because I haven't done this stuff here yet. But like, yeah. Alright, we just go up. Oh wait, it's inside there. Oh damn it. I have to go inside.
So many things I've never seen before.
Don't worry. If you want. Yeah, that's easy.
Right, because we already went through this before. And then there's the rainbow.
I've got something even better for you.
I saw
And then we got that part of the quest on, and then now we go to inners. Right, and at least we can just go straight to Matthew. Yep, the rain circle. Sure. Yeah, that's true. It's the 3rd time with a test server. We've done it like too many times, man. It's 3rd time now, technically. And the cat kicked you off YouTube. What? How'd the cat kick you off?
Long time no see.
Hey, Fiona.
And
Alright, now for the next one, we gotta head to the algorithm mark. That way we just get all this done and we can go. We're ready for Kylo in a few days. I say, she sat on your laptop. Oh, it is what it is. Yeah. It turns into a circle when you fly on a plane. Fair enough.
Is it that urgent?
Yeah, they need to like improve the balancing of the audio.
I've already talked to Plotty about sending carrots. So, what do... Shelly's repairing the spaceship. Let's get
Alright, we head in here.
This time, I'm working on a new system for the spaceship.
System check complete.
30 minutes, huh?
I promise, I'll bail on Hycross as soon as the contract.
Great engine designs need time for
Brew inspiration. First, check out my.
Whoa, she's adorable!
She's the girl who the Kylo lost, and a passenger of the spaceship.
Honestly, you might not be cut out for this.
Okay.
I want to check out her weapon.
So, does that make it a... But where's the energy module? Listen up! I'm a genius mechanic!
Yep, audio balance scuffed again.
Crash survivor, still standing tall. Kylo's first in Ida's call. 2664, I break the wall. I'm Carrot!
That was one heck of a long intro.
That's the kind of epic entrance only comic heroes get.
Brevi.
Styling.
You got it all wrong. The real key in spaceship tech is emergency escape pods.
That makes sense. She survived because of an escape.
Yeah, sure, I'll put on the
As
cat
a passenger,
ears.
she's got a good point.
Wow, you sure know your stuff about Kylo's space.
Hey, can you come down?
There we go.
Let's bail and let them sort
Cat
this
ears
mess
are on
out.
now. Enjoy your cat ears. Right, we got cat ears on now. Alright, now we'll talk to Shirley. Oh, she's in the other area. We're almost done with the stuff here. Almost.
Looks like this spaceship won't be taking...
Are we just gonna leave?
Don't worry.
And there we go. To be continued. Alright, so we got caught up with the story here. Finally. All caught up. And that means I can claim that and it's all 100% complete here. All 7 chapters of the network story are here. Right? All done. Right, finally all done with all that. I mean, I didn't finish all that stuff, but like... Yeah, I'm missing the side quests here. It's same with the main 9. It's like they made like a couple side missions here, but then like, it doesn't matter for the rest. They don't need the side missions. Maybe one day I'll do them. Maybe one day. Alright, what else do we do? Oh. Yeah, the Farewellville Gate. The weird-ass localization, Farewellville. Right, they straight up called it Farewellville. Right, and then we're like at the thing there. You know what? Surely we can get early something, right? Nope, nothing. I need more Lihuos so we can get A6 Lihuo. We need more. We need 2 more Lihos. I can't name my vehicles, you know. Oh yeah, I do have the PlayStation car. I need 2 more. Right, we did also get the PlayStation car. It's just, what do you mean? The vehicle name, the name of the vehicle's on top. Windwalker, Icebound Rose, Speedy Light Wheel, Fluffy, Dreamstar, Falcon, Monocross, Dustwheeler, 2613, Mechbird, Crimson Meteor, Jerboa, Tasha, Nova, Floating Bubble, Psyox. Right? They got Phantom Dolphin, Vision Sphere, Diamond Wings, Fear Shark, and of course I only have Wings of Light here. And then the mech is here. I mean, I can change this one to Blaze Rose. Right, because we have both roses there. But it's, the default is Icebound Rose. Burge? What? What's this about Burge? The goose or whatever it is, yeah. Old mounts. I think that's faster than the other car. This one might be a little bit faster than the other car. It might be faster. I never really checked. But like, we don't really have that many good roads for it. I guess technically we could like check it in Meroria on the road. Yeah, we can go check in Meroria's road, I guess. Alright, we'll just load on in. Oh, wait, is it the same car base as this one? It is. It's a recolor of those cars right there. Yeah, they can drive it off into the road here. Yeah, so the base top speed on this one's 120. This is definitely faster than the monster truck because that one's 100. This one goes to like 186 at max turbo. Of course, we have ray tracing and stuff turned on. Right, where Moroya with ray tracing and stuff turned on. It's funny just though, like how sharp. Like how sharp it is to like drift. It's a bit too sharp. I don't know. Maybe I've gotten better at like trying to drift stuff from playing Sonic Unleashed. Because like he drifts like a car. The controls for Sonic Unleashed, like they gave him car controls when you're drifting. Yeah, like the drift here is too sharp. Yeah, that too. But also it's like the drifting is like so sharp. Sometimes it just like locks you in. Even if you lightly tap it, sometimes it just locks you into the drift. Which is just weird. Yeah, top speed on this is 186 under nitrous. Let's check the other car. Yeah, I obviously only have these skins. Right, the base one and then the two events, the event skins. I don't have these other ones. Man, this one is so cool though, the way this one looks. Maybe one of these days I'll get this one on my main. Yeah, no, this one caps at 110. Monster Truck caps at 100. And then nitrous. Oh wait, no, this one has faster nitrous. This one's faster with nitrous. But it's slower regular speed. Which is kind of interesting. Alright, like you can see that here. Yeah, the Tron car. Yeah, and all of them are slower than the racetrack variants. They are. The racetrack variants are all faster than these. It's funny though how only this car is the two-seater one. The other ones are not two-seater despite obviously having space for more seats. But it is what it is. Yeah, Tron car. It's only faster when boosting. It's faster when boosting. But regular top speed, Tron car is faster. This one's faster under boost. Anyways, all of these cars are faster than whatever you can get in NTE. They're more than double the speed. The NTE cars are like half the speed. That'll make sense. You're not going to be driving like 200 kilometers. You're not driving 200 kilometers an hour in a fucking city. Wait, stream didn't crash though, right? Just the game? Yeah, okay. That's just what happens, man. Ray tracing plus Aurora equals that. As long as we're still alive, that's good. Oh yeah, that's right. Apparently, here, I'll turn on the music. We'll do some reacts now. Oh yeah, shape chat did go weird. I'll fix it. Wait, if I do that, and then I go back here. There we go, it's fixed. Infinity Nikki drama, apparently. Infinity Nikki strategy continues. Players report having pulls revoked. For those who don't know, really great post to get caught up. The patch is a buggy mess. Thousands of players can't even log in because of how glitchy it was. It is they retcon the story in its entirely. Max pity increase from each banner from 180 to 220. Okay, yep. You think for how much of a mess it was, the developers would have dropped the statement by now, right? Unfortunately, we're 10 days out from 1.5 release. We've gotten almost nothing besides a singular apology that addresses one of the dozens of issues. Yep. There has been no mention of the story retcon, no apologems for the intense bugs, nothing. And now things have gotten worse. There was a glitch at the start of the game that caused players to get more rewards from daily event than usual, allowing them to complete the new Star Sea outfit quickly than expected. These rewards weren't gems or pulls, just a currency that allows you to craft one singular outfit. Thus, it didn't affect the overall game economy. That was the fuck off an Infold's part, not part of the players. However, the players are the ones being punished. Instead of accepting their mistakes, fixing the bug, and moving on, they decided it would spend its precious time revoking the extra rewards some players received. Of course, there's no statement made about this. Thus, players who unwittingly got hit by the bug had their currency revoked into the negatives with no explanation for why. On the surface, it seems shitty, but not too bad. You can always earn back those rewards, right? It's not like they're gems. Unfortunately, somehow, Infold managed to fuck this up. Now people have been finding that their legally earned pulls have been taken into the negatives without a chargeback. Others, have found that they've gotten pulls added to their account, and with one Redditor claiming that they were suddenly given 61 standard banner pulls without explanation. Some of these are paying customers who actively bought those gems, did not charge back, and yet still had them revoked. We have no idea what's going on, since as far as the player base knows, there weren't any glitches surrounding gems before this. Oh, so we got pictures. Right, we got pictures here. Damn. That's crazy. Oof. That's fucked, man. They have 61 for permanent banner. The fuck? How did they get the 61 there? And that guy talking about they're missing stuff. Okay. Well, we're looking at it right now. The situation has gone so widespread to the point where affected players are making guides on what to do if you if you're missing polls. Damn. Don't use the extra items. So now people gotta keep track of everything. That's crazy. That's crazy now. People are like tracking everything now. This is really crazy, man, with their fuck up. This situation could be fake. Most of what's been posted are screenshots. Yep. Of course, Infold still yet to make a statement about anything. They sent the player survey about 4 days ago, rating on silence. There's an update apparently. They are potentially buying positive Steam reviews now. God damn. They're apparently review bot buying. What the fuck? They actually are, what the hell? God damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, pulls removed and all that, that's crazy, man. That's fucked. Alright, what else was I sent? What's going on in general chat? Yeah, they're talking about this thing. They're gonna be breaking consoles. They can break them. I heard about that already. Alright, let's see. When manga readers spoil anime, okay. Nintendo wants to bully us into submission, yes.
Nintendo has an ongoing lawsuit with Pocket Pair, the creators of Palworld. That lawsuit, based on patent infringement, is taking place locally in Japan. And for a while now, everything's been quiet since a lot of these legal processes take time. However, since the process started, we actually finally got a look into the patents that Nintendo is claiming that Palworld was infringing, of which there was a mechanic that didn't seem to actually be targeted since Palworld didn't acknowledge it and hadn't done anything about it. And ever since that whole thing started, I have been thinking in the back of my head just how terrible this is for the overall health of video games. You see, this lawsuit isn't really about Nintendo trying to preserve their IP, because it's not an IP lawsuit.
It's not.
It's not about them protecting their business, because it's pretty fair to say that these games are not actually competitors. This is a lawsuit that the deeper you dig into it, the clearer it becomes that it's being done out of spite, and because Nintendo is famously a very trigger-happy company when it comes to litigating. From bigger stuff like this that makes absolutely no sense to smaller stuff that just pisses a lot of people off, even if it does make sense. As some of you might know, rip in pieces M2R. But through the entire process and everything regarding this lawsuit,
Nintendo
like
continues to be biggest pieces
really
of shit.
Talked enough about the
What a
overall
surprise.
danger that this poses. About how in many ways this is an actual threat to creativity within video games, with Nintendo kind of just swinging around how much power they have in a way that feels like a warning sign to any other studio, and especially indie studios, the smaller guys, who might attempt.
This is why instead we need people en masse to start harassing Nintendo's lawyers, doxing them, spamming their customer service with junk so that they get annoyed. If enough people do it on a crazy enough scale, maybe that'll make a difference. If they get too busy and occupied wasting their time dealing with that, and if you make them have a high employee turnover, because then then they have to train a new one. They would have to get another lawyer, and then you go after the next one, and you just keep doing it until they can't do it anymore. Maybe that's the only thing that we can really do to get things to stop. Basically, we need people en masse to fight back. You gotta harass their lawyers, their everything that they can that can be contacted, and like make it so like their stuff is like so full of junk that they can literally not do anything. Maybe that's the only thing that can be done. Well, like, the thing is, at this point, the only thing that can be done, really, is to just... Yeah, you can't do that, so instead you gotta do something else. You gotta make their lawyers and stuff hate themselves. You basically gotta make them wanna... make them wanna hurt themselves or do whatever. You know, you gotta basically do that. You gotta, like, really annoy the fuck out of them. To the point where they can't do their job anymore. You just need a lot of people to do it en masse. That's kind of like the only real thing that you can do. Like, if you really think about it.
To do something that for any reason they could go after if they felt like it. This is a very strange situation, which is very much worth covering in detail. Just as I think that it's pretty important to take another extra look at Palworld and just remember why that game is so successful, because it truly does some really interesting things with the creature collecting genre that I think a lot of people don't give it credit for, and how Nintendo, instead of learning...
Yeah, you gotta basically make their lives so miserable that they give up. You basically gotta give them pain. Right? Who cares? Who cares? It doesn't matter who they're in control of. Right? You just gotta annoy their lawyers, harass them enough so that they quit. And then they have to get a new lawyer. And then you go after the next lawyer. And you just keep going until they give up. Right? You just gotta keep doing it until all of them give up. And they just don't want to work with Nintendo ever. Yeah, Japan just got 3-step back in their thing. Yep. It's fucked, man.
Lessons from indie games that are pushing a genre that they do not own forward are instead trying to just litigate them into the ground. So trust me, we're in for a really wild ride today, but I think it's going to be fun and entertaining and very interesting. Oh, and hi, by the way, hi, I'm Mug. And if you're new here, welcome. And if you're not new here, welcome back. It is great to see you. I don't know what's going on with you, but you've got like this glow to your skin. Something special's going on. I know that for sure. And look, as per usual, if you enjoyed this video, you find it informative, you find it entertaining, hit the like button. Helps the video reach more people, helps it get out there in the YouTube algorithm that seems to be going more and more crazy every day, and that is greatly appreciated. Let's get into it. Palworld, as a video game, just in case you missed the whole thing surrounding it, is a combination of kind of an open world crafting, base building, and automation game paired with a creature collecting game. Think something like some of the Dragon Quest spin-offs, or Shin Megami Tensei, or Persona, or Pokemon. It's technically an indie game made by a company called Pocket Pair, set up in Japan, that has around 40-ish different employees. So fairly big indie company. It really gained a lot of traction for being called Pokemon with Guns at some point in its marketing campaign, but then when it launched, there was this huge surprise that it wasn't just some meme game, it was actually very good at what it did and very creative in a lot of ways that people really wanted a game like Pokemon to be. Maybe not in core Pokemon, but yes, in its spin-offs or the take on the genre overall. How popular was it? Well, over 12 million copies sold in the first month. And this is a game that was also available and still is on Game Pass. To call it a success is an understatement of really large proportions. But none of that came free of controversy. Turns out that Pocket Pair had made other games in the past, and some people had complaints about how those were left or felt unfinished in many ways, how they had published other games that may or may not have used AI-generated assets or felt a little bit derivative of other games. And of
Back
course,
in the day when
the
they
height of it
advertised,
all
I feel like the
was
game
that
interesting.
A lot
Yep.
of the designs of the
And Pal World's interesting. I'm just waiting a while before I go back in and play it again.
pals in Pal World were very reminiscent of things within Pokemon, which many of them are very defensible because Pokemon are really not that original. They just have their own very unique charm to them. But what if we take Mouse and make it electric, or take Pony and make it fire, or take Anubis and make him into just a creature? Hard to be like, oh, that is just so highly specific. And I don't see Nintendo suing Chariots of Fire, and that has horses with fire in it. I haven't watched the movie, but like, from the name. Jokes aside, a lot of the designs are very close to the things that you would find in Pokemon, while never really, at least technically and legally proven, I guess at this point, crossing the line into something that is actually illegal. That didn't stop people from going absolutely wild trying to search high and low to claim that Pocket Pair had directly stolen Pokemon from the Nintendo Corporation and from Game Freak. All of this controversy, amidst its tremendous success, made it the talk of the town for quite a while. And the most amazing part of the whole thing was just how many people were saying that Nintendo should definitely sue them because of the designs of the monsters. Now, once again, let me be very clear here. Nintendo, if they can sue, they will. It's in their blood. Like, it is part of their code at this point. This is what they do, for better or worse. And whether you want to lump it in with Nintendo overall, or you just want to chalk it up to the legal corporate side of Nintendo and still defend, you know, their games, because they do still make great games, even if some of the recent decisions around those games and a lot of other stuff is maybe not ideal, that's up to you. But it is undeniable that they're really into lawsuits. And so eventually,
they really are.
The lawsuit came crashing down. At that point, everybody expected Nintendo to sit there and say, hey, you ripped off Pokemon. And that is what they did, just not in the way that you might have expected. You see, Nintendo really, really likes patenting things. How do I know that? Because back when this started, and again for this video, I have dug through literal hundreds of Nintendo patents, including the 3 ones that are at the center of this lawsuit. But it is just ridiculous how many patents Nintendo has. But what exactly are patents? Why are they so important? Why does Nintendo spend so much time patenting things? What's the point of all of this? And why is it so important to the future of video games and creativity, and especially, keyword here, iteration within the industry? Well, I'm glad you asked, and I'm going to do my best to explain some of that in a way that's quick, entertaining, and fun. Thankfully, I do have an actual background in corporate communications and also cross-sectioned with a lot of different legal departments. So although I'm not an expert by any means on the topic, I am really good at reading these sorts of things and understanding some of it and the dangers. And so yeah, I do have a bit of a master's in corporate BS. And in case you were wondering,
a master's in corporate
I've been fighting
BS.
my entire professional career to end it. So let's get down to business. What exactly is a patent? The quickest way, and the way that I think most people probably just innately understand it, is that it's kind of like IP protection for ideas. The technical word used is inventions, but that, you know, can be interpreted in many different ways. That means that if somebody uses things that you've patented, inventions that you have, be that mechanisms or ways of actually doing things, and of course, including certain technologies that certain companies have exclusive rights to use and differentiate themselves within a market, you can then sue. Hey, I invented this thing. It is what gives my brand or my product its essence. It's what gives it the edge in the market. I patented it, and it was a valid patent. Nobody else can use it. And if you do, you have to pay me and stop doing that. Cool. What does that mean in the realm of video games? Why has Nintendo patented a million different things? Well, to be fair, a lot of the things that they've patented are actually hardware related. So it refers more to actual mechanical parts and interactions of hardware and how they actually work and come together, or how they work in conjunction with software. Patents for everything, from the HD rumble of the Switch to the way that the Joy-Cons clip to, of course, the way that the...
Yeah, the HD rumble is crap. I don't think I've, like, ever seen the HD rumble, like, actually work properly and do something. And if I'm gonna be honest, their HD rumble is a piece of crap.
New Joy-Con 2's magnetically clip. Everything that is patentable, they have patented, found an excuse to say that it's unique and theirs, and protected themselves. And again, not an expert, especially not for Japan, but generally speaking, and from my own experience and reading a lot to make this video, a lot of things regarding more mechanical and engineering related patents is pretty straightforward in how it goes down. And none of that is the dangerous part of what Nintendo is doing. The dangerous part is that they have been patenting forever video game mechanics. Ideas of what a video game can be. And if that sounds crazy to you, it is because it is. Now, that doesn't mean that they have tried to follow through on all of the potential patent infringement that has happened over the years.
They should.
Probably because a lot of it wouldn't stand in court. Possibly because a lot of it would be very expensive to pursue as well, despite them having...
That's why they should go after all of it. They're gonna be pieces of shit.
Be it for one reason or another, they just decided not to.
That's why you have to annoy them about it.
To understand why the concept is dangerous. What if somebody patented, for example, the idea of having a third-person camera? Maybe to make it a little bit more specific, a third-person camera that you control, and that its control is relative to the player character. Well, yeah, Nintendo does have patents for that. What are you talking about? Of course they do.
This is why you gotta harass them and ask them why not.
They do have it. So
you have this patent. Why aren't you suing this, and that for it? You gotta harass them over every single last thing.
Of enemies. And yes, it could be more broad or more specific depending on what would be acceptable for that. A lot of this is like very technical language regarding it, especially for these sorts of software related patents of like Entity 1 needs to shoot projectiles and the mechanism by which they would travel and register if they hit somebody or not and what happens if they hit. But that is something that is patentable and therefore enforceable in the sense that you could take somebody to court because they made a first-person shooter of any description. I think this very clearly shows why these sorts of things are incredibly dangerous to creativity.
They have other ones.
Other big studios or
other shit too.
Indie games. How dare they? How dare they be good? And I wish that these were just pie in the sky ideas, but we've already seen the dangers of patents in many different ways.
This is why, man.
I would say that
just
the
harass
most
them,
famous
man.
ones are...
You gotta harass and annoy the fuck out of them. Make them hate themselves. Make them wanna off themselves. You know? That's how you get them to change. You just gotta make it get more and more fucked up. In a different way.
The Shadow of Mordor games and how Warner Brothers patented the Nemesis system, which famously made it very difficult for anybody else to try and even attempt a system like it. And of course, things like way back in the day, Namco patented the idea of having interactive loading screens. If you've ever wondered why loading screens couldn't have mini games for the longest time, that was Namco. And so before we get into the importance of Palworld as a game in its genre, I really think it's worth just taking a moment to look at the 3 patents that Nintendo are saying that they are infringing. And of course, I don't think that these hold up in any way, but feel free to come to your own conclusion. The first patent that Nintendo is referencing is that they have patented the idea of throwing a spherical object to capture a monster, and that there is a success chance based on certain circumstances, including the RNG chance of being able to be successful in capturing that monster player or that character, and then adding them to essentially your inventory. For what it is, this patent, like many others, is incredibly long and highly specific in some cases, down to the nitty-gritty of like selecting the directional area in which something is thrown and how that interacts, and the player character having use of those characters and the enemy character and how the capture works, and like the different statuses that would indicate
it's still ridiculous either way, no matter how you look at it.
The other patent is of using characters in combat, and specifically the idea of how you put them out into battle.
You know the funny part? Nintendo has this patent on throwing them out of the thing, but they have 0 games where you can actually do that the way they describe. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. What they're describing there.
This goes into like assuming a stance under which you then throw the object
Like,
in
what
which
the
the
fuck?
character is contained, and then the character appears from that object. This had to be tackled directly by the Palworld team, which had in an update to remove the fact that you would just throw out your pals and have them appear in combat and interact and run around with you in the world. And instead now they just kind of like appear, they kind of just pop next to you, because that would theoretically be okay by skirting this patent law, but having them inside an object and releasing them out through the action of taking a position 1 in which you aim the object, and then taking position 2 in which you throw the object, and then by consequence of that, the character pops out of the object. That's illegal. And look, to give the benefit of the doubt, while I do think that maybe Nintendo is doing this because they just think that like PAL spheres and Pokeballs are too similar, at the end of the day, what this patent is targeting is not the idea of Pokeballs, it's the idea of you being a player character that summons creatures that fight for you, or anything that fights for you.
You can't have anything that
Assuming
summons be
position
launched
1,
out.
taking something into position 2, throwing it, and having something pop out. This is not new. There are tons of games in which summoning things kind of just happens that way. It doesn't have to be sometimes it's magic potion files. Sometimes it's cassettes. Who knows? And they would somehow still be covered by it.
Sometimes
the
it's
third one makes a lot more
cards,
sense now that we've seen Pokemon ZA, because when originally this news broke, if you just read through it normally, you would think that it had to do with Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and the fact that you can ride your Pokemon, Miraidon, or the one that's less cool, and therefore I have forgotten the name. I know it's called Koraidon, I just don't like him. However, not really because of Scarlet or Violet, and not really because of what we have seen of ZA and how you can actually interact with the Pokemon in the world now, but because of Legends Arceus. Because this one is basically saying that you cannot have creatures that you own and use them for traversal. That you can't like mount them or fly on them.
Except
or
you don't own the ones
regarding movement with them. Because
except you don't actually own the ones in ZA that you can ride. You can't just catch any Ursaluna and ride it in ZA. You can't catch any Sneasler and ride it. You can't do that. You can't get any Braviary and do it with it either. Right? You can't get a Basculegion and use it on the water and any random one either. You can't get a random Werdeer and do it either. It has to be a very specific one that isn't yours.
Starts off
from the
talking
story
about how
that
the
you can
player
ride.
character can have
It's not yours.
different creatures and can use those creatures essentially as mount. That among the characters owned by the player character, a riding instruction is given and the player character is made to ride the selected rideable character and made movable. That is the start of that patent. But
A
it
basic
is also
amount. They
absolutely
freaking patented
ridiculous
mounts.
in the context of what you're telling me is that mounts are not allowed. Again,
Mounts
if we
are not
really
allowed.
want to specify this into the idea of the player character can select from the characters owned by the player character. These are all very subjective terms in my opinion. If I had different unique horses or mounts in a game, if I could use
You know what? They should go after every company that has mounts in their games. And go and sue those. Every single last one. They should. You know what? That's the thing now. You spam call and harass Nintendo's legal department and tell them, okay, why aren't you guys going after this game? Or that game? Or this game? You go after, like, you bring up like everything. Right? You just bring up like everything and you just annoy them. You give them a long list of everything and you just spam call them. I think everyone should do that. Just like spam call them. Be like, oh, how about this one? How about this one? How about this one? Spam their inbox email too. Like just spam them with all that stuff because hey, you know, technically, you know, why aren't they going after those? Right? They infringe on that patent too. You know, it doesn't matter if, like, let's say insert game with mount here has been out for over 20 years. You know, and you have all these things that you own that you can ride and everything. Yeah. You gotta get them, like, really. You gotta really harass them. Get them to really, really get annoyed. And go after, like, them on, like, a crazy enough scale. Be like, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? And you just keep doing it. Over and over and over again. And you get enough people to do it en masse. Because one person isn't going to be enough. But if you can get, like, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of them going after them and flooding them like crazy, maybe then they'll give up. Exactly! We can bring that up too. It's like, you didn't go after this one. Why don't you bring this thing up? Wait, what if we contact them and talk about all these things that have been infringing on this patent and force them to lose it? Yeah, exactly. Just like harass them over it. Force them. Because here's the thing. What we want them to do actually is force them to try to pursue legal action, because that's gonna make them waste money. We don't want to just... We want to, like, annoy them enough so we force them to try to do it. Because it'd be better if we just force them to waste all their money pursuing all this bullshit legal action and really annoy the fuck out of them that way. Alright? And really do. And then, because I feel like if it gets crazy enough, you'll have, like, a judge be like, okay, so, this piece of shit Nintendo is here for what again? And if the judges get annoyed enough, too, about seeing them over the same thing over and over, if they change their view on them, it'd be funny. We get them to, like, to form a negative bias against them. If they just keep doing it. And we just have it, like, have them go after everyone. Because surely if they go after everyone at once, they can't win or do anything against everyone at once. Surely. Alright? So maybe at some point, it's like, you gotta force them to go after everyone. To really go after everyone like that. Maybe that's the way to go.
Use those mounts in a different context. If there was, like, a mount fighting system in Assassin's Creed, but also in the open world, I can select from those animals, those characters that are named, and just mount them and ride them. Is that infringing Nintendo's copyright? That's ridiculous. So we would assume that wouldn't really hold up or be viable. So it's got to be pretty highly specific towards the Pokemon thing. But even then, the basic idea of using creatures like as a vehicle or as something that you more directly interact with in the world is a really difficult thing to just uphold. So where have they decided to strike? Now that we know with the recent changes that Palworld has announced, using the creatures or the characters to fly. Well, I guess technically the more correct term to use here is gliding. So certain pals can be used for gliding, and those are now just going to be substituted by the gliders. There was always a glider in the game, but now they're expanding that to cover for not being able to use the pals as gliders. And it sort of feels like Nintendo's slowly trying to destroy every little element of Palworld as they keep funneling them into the lawsuit. But that immersion...
That's why instead, we gotta harass their lawyers and stuff. We gotta force them to go after everything. That's why. Surely if we get them ticked off and annoyed enough, we can surely get something else to happen. But yeah.
Palworld stand out in the creature collecting genre of actually using your pal cannot exist because this patent is one of the things that they are being attacked for. So we've gone from a patent regarding Legends Arceus that patents a method that enables smooth switching between multiple boarding objects in a game in which a player character rides an object and moves around, to its also implementation within Scarlet and Violet, to then that not really being that applicable and can only apply to the flying monsters in Palworld. All of this leads me to the final 2 points. Why Palworld is so important and I guess technically pretty threatening to Nintendo, and why they've decided to take action. So look, I know that not everybody likes Palworld. A lot of people feel that it's like a rip-off of Pokemon and that's bad, and I hate it because I love Pokemon too much. And look, That makes...
But like, here's the thing, right? What I don't understand about these clones or ripoffs, if that was the case. If you really like something, wouldn't you like more of it? Why would you want less of it? Wouldn't you like to have more of it? If you actually like something. You know, what's wrong with having more of it? Alright? Like, wouldn't you like to have more?
Perfect sense. For those of you unaware, Pokemon as an entertainment IP is the most valuable IP in the world. Genuinely. There is nothing more valuable than Pokemon. It is a really, really big deal. But what I'm about to say doesn't come from a hatred of, you know, unnecessary litigation and pushing the small guy around with your big weight. I mean, it does, but it also comes from a position of loving Pokemon. I think Pokemon is pretty cool. Like, as an IP, I like Pokemon. I grew up with Pokemon. Like many people, they're a very important part of my childhood and of culture, and I just really enjoy them in many different ways. They make me smile, like they do to a lot of people. And I've played at least one of the games of every mainline Pokemon release because I enjoy them. As a Pokemon fan, and as a really non-controversial statement I'm about to say,
Nintendo
believes that
putting
Legends
a kill
Arceus
switch
is
on the
the
Switch
best
to
Pokemon
prevent
game that they've
pirating.
ever made. As a game, I mean. And who also has pretty high expectations for ZA. I think Pal World is an amazing game. Because while it
I wonder
doesn't
how well that'll work
revolutionize
out.
anything when it comes to its game mechanics or the things that it decides to implement, oh, there's creature collecting and there's shooting and there's building and crafting and resource collecting and automation systems. Sure, popular things to mix together, that's obvious, but it's a brilliant game in how it takes the concept of having creatures, of having monsters that you really care for, and really putting them in the world and giving them a purpose and a use beyond just
What do you mean when you walk into?
Sure, historically in games like Pokemon, you do have certain Pokemon
I basically said, yeah, annoy the fuck out of Nintendo's legal. You gotta annoy the fuck out of them.
Chops down trees. But Pal World takes that idea of creature collecting and really goes wild with it in what that would...
Either you drag them to court over it, or make it so their legal team quits. Wait, what happens if they try to drag something into court, and their entire legal team quits? And they have to hire a new one. Then what? Then what? Right? Maybe the way is you take advantage of them wanting to take everything to court, and then you make their entire legal team hate themselves and quit. You take it in a different direction. What if you were to do that? How would that work out? Right? Sometimes modern problems require modern solutions. Right? If they gonna abuse the stuff in that way, what if you make it so they actually don't want to take advantage of the thing they like to abuse with their rapist mentality?
Would entail with other game systems involved. Certain creatures are appealing not just because of their combat stats or how they are efficient against the weaknesses of other creatures or to take on specific, you know, the equivalent of gym leaders, opponents that also control pals, but because this one would be a sick mount. Because this one looks awesome when you glide using it. Because this one is really good at this one thing that you can do with them, be it making them mine in the field. You better mine and get me the resources I need to make more pal spheres, or this one's really good at building, or this one's really good at maintaining the fire. It's about really immersing you in a world that, while we are aware is what Pokemon wants to inspire with its universe, we never really get to see it in the games.
Yeah,
we never
Pokemon
really
you can't do it in the games.
See other people truly using Pokemon for day-to-day tasks or how they work for so many different things in life. We only get snippets of like, well, what is a farm in the world of Pokemon when there are Pokemon that people have that can be used for farming. Within those rare snippets, it's really cool to glimpse that world. And what Pal World really reaches out and does is take a bunch of very popular game mechanics from the last years and actually give us a chance to kind of exist in that.
They actually made it
use
exist.
Our creatures, our named creatures that have their own personality traits and that are gloomy or happy or sad, or that you have more or less attachment to, and put them in a world where they actually do things beyond sitting in your backpack to go fight other
or your
creatures.
box.
And
your
given
box.
its wild success, I'm willing to say that that resonated incredibly well with millions of people. Obviously, people love the creature collecting genre, and the fact that Nintendo has been making, honestly, subpar, substandard games. I mean, Game Freak, sure, not Nintendo itself, but, and not really trying to evolve their
Nintendo,
literal most valuable universe in the world into something where people can really kind of enjoy the fantasy of Pokemon, of living with them, of building a house, of starting, I guess, a business in a sense, where these Pokemon exist for more than just combat. And that somebody else, an indie developer, was smart enough to kind of combine all of these ideas in a very, let's throw everything in the kitchen sink into it and see what comes out. Did that to tremendous success, which is just a real slap in the face of Nintendo to say, hey, please guys, when are you gonna do this? Because here's the thing, right? If Nintendo made Palworld, but with Pokemon, the thing that is the most valuable in the world, it would sell triple what Palworld did. Just on the strength of the name alone. And
just
Nintendo,
on the name,
instead of taking that cue and understanding what the market wants and really pushing forward with it, what they're trying to do is shut down the competition of a game really doesn't have that much.
They're shutting down a game that's not even what they're making. That's like not even close. Because they didn't do it. It's like, what the fuck, man? This is why, man, we gotta, like, actually get them to implode on themselves. And that's why I'm like, at this point, you gotta annoy them and be like, okay, you're gonna go after these mechanics here, all this, and that, for all these infringement? What about all these other games? And, like, bring up every single other thing. And you just harass and annoy them with that. You fill them up with all the crap in there. And if they get filled up with so much junk to sift through, eventually maybe they'll give up. Right, and then you dox their legal team, and then you get them annoyed get the things in there annoyed annoyed as much as they can as well. Maybe then they'll quit and they'll have to get a new one, and they have to train the new team, and then you keep doing it to the next one. Maybe if you take it too far, eventually they'll just give up. All right, maybe that's the trick there. Mario Kart World looks kind of shit. It looks really boring. Like, it's cool they got even more racers in the race, but my god, those racetracks look extremely boring. Like, what the fuck happened? Like, Mario Kart World's racetracks and shit looks really boring. It's mostly straight line simulator, like, what the fuck?
In common with what Pokemon is. And they're doing it because this game is wildly successful. And I think that even in a way, because it is innovative. Because it's like they're mad that they didn't do it, or they had planned ahead that their innovation of this sort was slated for 2033, and how dare somebody beat them to the punch when we promised we had already thought of this. We just have to milk it for as long as possible. Miltank it for as long as possible. Because Nintendo aren't going after cassette beasts, or after Temtem, or after dozens of other heavily Pokemon-inspired games. Games that are much more one-to-one direct clones of what Pokemon does, but trying to innovate on things that are more essential to the turn-based combat systems of Pokemon. They haven't gone after those. They went after Palworld, the one that, while still being a creature collector, and yes, aesthetically, has a lot of similarities which are, again, not the point of the lawsuit, it does innovate. And it does something not just very exciting and very appealing to, again, millions of people, but it found success doing so in a way that Nintendo just didn't feel like accepting this time around. Now look, will Nintendo win this lawsuit? I have no idea about Japanese law. If this were happening in a multitude of different countries, I would actually have a decent opinion on it. And most of the time I would say, hell no. Are you crazy? but I do not know about Japan. This
Japan
is a
just
national
fucked.
lawsuit, and the most I can say in Japanese is probably Ikuzo Doraemon-kun. I don't know, bro. But what I can tell you is that there is a huge difference between companies mass filing patents that then they don't act on, and then people just kind of forget about it, and indies don't have to hire lawyers to figure out by digging through the hundreds, thousands of patents of other companies if they would be at risk for implementing a game mechanic. There's a big difference between that and actually having a company execute on them and take people to court for them. Because that sort of danger, the idea that that could happen to you, is enough to stifle the creativity of small and medium developers alike that are looking to iterate on certain ideas. And in case it isn't clear, video games are an iterative medium. We constantly move forward, evolve, grow, and find better things by directly taking inspiration from things before them. It doesn't matter if it's all in the same lineage, in the way that you can kind of trace a very clear line between Kingsfield to Bloodborne, or in how the first-person shooter genre has changed, or in how the RTS genre sort of mutated into MOBAs. It is a place where taking ideas that exist and just tinkering with them a bit is how we reach some of the greatest games of all time. And to have a looming threat and the allowance for these companies to just sit there and hold on to these threats, to maybe potentially just throw them out whenever they feel like, is not good for the industry.
It's
And
not.
it's one of the reasons I think that the Palworld lawsuit is very much worth paying attention to, pending actual addressing of this issue and how it affects video games. Overall, though, at the end of the day, what I wanted to accomplish with this video is to make sure that you were informed of this, what was actually happening, and why it matters. And I do believe it matters. I always make my videos coming from a place where I love video games, and I try to be fair, balanced, and do as much as I can to really dig deep, investigate, and know what I'm talking about. And the general idea of companies patenting and threatening other companies from trying stuff out really, really makes me angry. So listen, in my opinion, it doesn't matter if you actually think that Palworld ripped off the aesthetic designs of Pokemon. It doesn't matter if you love Pokemon and love Nintendo. In my opinion, everybody should be rooting for Palworld to win this, because it would set a pretty good precedent of you just can't wield your power this way. And that would be good for video games.
It'd be better for everyone if they lost.
I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope I accomplished my goals that I set out at the start for it. And if you did, remember, the like button is right there, along with the chapters. And in the description, you can also find the specific patents and some different article links covering all of this a little bit more technically. If you want more from me, including news, reviews, essays on the happenings of the industry just like this one, and retrospectives of old fantastic games, musings on game design, all sorts of stuff, consider subscribing if I've earned your subscription. A very, very special thanks to the patrons and members here on YouTube of The Wall, which was once again getting pretty full.
And if your grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike.
But these are all the lovely humans that directly support this channel and help turn my unhealthy obsession with video games, the industry, and art from an unhealthy hobby to a job that I believe needs to be done. So, thank you.
That's why you gotta like harass them
Go
enough,
out there, enjoy some great video games.
That's why I'm like, you gotta make their lawyers want to kill themselves. And their legal team and whatever. At this point. And so they have to get a new one, and then you just keep it going and going. At that point. The hell was else was I sent? Why the fuck is Sticks and the Clown here, man? Nah. I ain't giving them a view. This is exactly why gotcha revenue means nothing. Sure, we'll look at this one.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the channel. So in today's video, this is absolutely hilarious to me how, and this is why I say this all the time, when it comes to these gotcha revenue charts, don't take them seriously, man. Honestly, just use it for content and just, I don't know, do what you got to do. But I just came back from church. Praise the Lord.
Okay.
Just came back from church and I got some notifications on my phone from my Discord. And people are notifying me, telling me that, telling me to go look at the gacha revenue chart. And I was like, hey, I don't really care, to be honest. Like, I don't care at all. But they're like, yo, look at the chart, and you're going to notice a really huge difference. And I was like, okay. So I went ahead, took a look at
this thing's trying to glaze a certain dying
and I was
game.
like, all right.
Oh, and dying on the hill with it.
Yeah, I made like 100 million, which is honestly sad. The fact that, you know,
don't worry, man. We're not gonna watch it. This shit, like, what the fuck? Nah, I ain't gonna give him his views. If someone else reacted to his thing, then we'll look at someone else's reaction. We'll react to a reaction. That's the only time I'll actually look at this stuff. From those people. I won't look at it from them directly. Because I do not want to give them the view. I don't want to give them a single engagement. I don't. I refuse.
you look at the Cash's global passive, and he still made a fuck ton of money. It's like, this is exactly why these horror games are the way they are, because they mess up, people still support them, people still drop money. That's why I don't blame them at this point, because we essentially incentivize the developers to do whatever they want.
Yep.
Because this is what we do right over here, 1 to 3 million. But we continue. So I was like, okay. I scrolled down and I was like, wait a minute. Something is fishy here. I take a look at Genshin Impact, 22 million. And in Wuthering Waves, 21 million. And I was like, wait, wasn't Wuthering Waves on top of Genshin Impact? Like, weren't they on top? And I was like, I don't really care, to be honest. Like,
they massaged the numbers before.
But then I looked at the month of March and I'm like, okay, they made 21 million for the month of March. But for the month of
again,
April,
yes.
21
They're
million.
coping.
And not only that, it's the same exact amount. 21,625,000 for the month of March and 21,625,000 for the month of April.
Yeah, the reason why is because they rounded up. The site that they're tracking for rounds up. That's why. It rounds up at weird ways. It either rounds up or down, depending on where it is. So it got a round up and then a round down. It is what it is.
What? Like, okay, so
because of rounding.
Here. Make sure you guys go subscribe to him. I looked at
they don't realize because of rounding.
Okay? So this is when
sometimes it gets rounded up, sometimes it gets rounded down.
Right? You guys can notice here for Wuthering Waves.
And if it gets rounded up, and then the next one is rounded down because not much more, they don't realize what's going on.
23 million. That's what they made for the month of April.
I mean, like, you could obviously tell all these figures are rounded. Right? They would, if they weren't rounded, you wouldn't see 3 zeros at the end.
And if for April, we pretty much have Zani, and we have the, I think 5 rerun banners, right? The 5 rerun banners and Zani, which is six banners in total for the month of April. All right? 6 banners in total. They made 23 million. And this is including...
Yep, always has been for a while.
Was it who was in phase 2? I think it was
sure, it's
Shorekeeper.
Mr. Cake's fault at the end.
Shorekeeper was also in phase 2. So you have Shorekeeper, you have Zani, and you have the 5 rerun banners. And they made 23 million.
And I wouldn't pull any of them. I wouldn't pull any of them anyways. Like, I wouldn't pull a single one of them. I wouldn't want any of them.
And you look for the month of March, it's the same exact thing, same exact amount. And if for the month of March, it was Contarella and
it's like their holy Bible, right? Man.
We'll take a look at Genshin Impact, 22,690,000. And if for the month of March, 39,845,000. It's really odd to me how for Genshin Impact, it's the same exact amount. They didn't change it at all. But for Wuthering Waves, they're like, yeah, let's go ahead and decrease it, but it's going to be the same exact amount. It's going to be the same amount of money they made in the month of March. How does that make any sense? This is exactly why you guys should not take this seriously, bro. You take a look at the top 20 gacha games right
they're
now
just
in terms
weird,
of
man.
revenue when it comes according to the gacha revenue chart. You guys can see.
I mean, like, here's the thing, right? End of the day, they have no content, right? Here's the thing, right? As bad as that Infinity Nikki update is, At least they actually have content. Right? That, like, as bad as that Infinity update is, at least they actually have content. You can look at Wu Anniversary Patch. What's their content? PvPing Maggie? Right? Like, when are they ever gonna have content? They didn't have content back in 1.0 almost a full year ago. They didn't have it when I checked it back in January for 2.0. They still had no content. And they still have no content for their anniversary. They're never gonna have content.
Look at these numbers. It's either they made more money or they made less money. There's no in between when it comes to the top 20 gacha games. But out of all the games we see here,
I don't know, man.
Wuthering Waves made the same exact
the weird copium, man,
that they made in the month of March.
Yeah, it's funny. The shit they perceive bad have more content. It's crazy. They don't have any content. They never had any content. And they never will. And they keep praising them for doing what they're doing. So it's not gonna change ever. That's why I said, ironically, the best thing that could ever happen to some of these is if they go end of service, but treat it the way the Mega Man X Dive went end of service. Or that Animal Crossing one went end of service. If they go end of service in that way, in terms of the actual game itself, it will be the best thing that will ever happen to them. That can ever happen. The Mega Man X Dive end of service is the best thing that's ever happened to a gacha game ever. Them going end of service and becoming just a regular offline game with all the content and a lot of the live service crap completely removed. The bullshit that wasted your time. All of it completely removed. Yeah, I mean, what do you expect, man? Say, most payment in your game country is MMO and mobile, yeah. Most payment, but, like, it is what it is. They're not. Exactly, they think they're this crazy, but they're not. Like, at this point, WoWa still hasn't made what Palworld made in its first month. Palworld's release month, over a year and a half ago, has made more money, has made more revenue, right? Made more revenue in that 1 month than WoWa has still yet to get. And the thing is, Palworld made massive profit with that. Right? WoWa, yeah, I don't think they're profitable. I don't think they are. They're still trying to salvage it. And you see their weird wasted ad campaigns. Especially, like, they have 1,500 employees. Like, what the fuck are they doing? They have 1,500 employees working. And they still can't make actual content in their game. What the fuck are their 1,500 employees doing? Right, they got 1,500 devs. And they still can't make content. Like, what the fuck are they doing? Right, like, what the fuck are they doing if they have 1,500 of them? And they still can't make content. It's an embarrassment when you think about it.
So let's go ahead and just give Genshin Impact the boost. We're not going to change the number. We're just going to, you know, keep it the same. But for Wuthering Waves, we're just going to decrease it just a little bit. Man, get y'all petty asses out of here, man. This is just straight pettiness, bro. And once again, I don't care about these numbers.
Yeah, 1,500 and they still can't do shit, man.
When you do stuff like this, man, stuff like this, you're fanning the flames even more. The month of April already passed. Who cares? Just keep the numbers the same. Your numbers are already not accurate at all. You guys already said it.
Who knows what they're doing, man?
These estimates should be used only as general trend indicators, not as definitive revenue figures. Okay, so month of April is finished. Keep the revenue the same. We're in the month of May right now. We're in the month of May. Let's continue. Let's move forward. But no,
these
let's
weird
go ahead. Let's
copers,
be
man.
petty. We see all these people saying WoWa is beating Genshin. Oh no, we don't want that to happen. Let's decrease the numbers. Let's decrease it so Genshin can be on top. Oh my gosh, dude. This is just
this is weird mental gymnastics, man.
This right here is accurate, bro. Like, yeah, they said it's not accurate, but this proves it even more. Like, how in God's green earth are you guys going to sit here and say that they made the same amount of money they made on the month of March? The same exact amount. At least increase this by $1. No, they straight up said 21,625,000 for April and March. Like,
I mean, this is what happens when you round up and
absolutely
down.
Insane, bro. Like, they literally decreased it, and then they kept Genshin the exact same.
The dude can't understand rounding.
Like, the amount for Genshin is the exact same.
It could also mean, you know, 1 month they rounded up, the other month they rounded down.
Love and Deep Space, what is it? They increased it by $1 million. Like, it's just so weird, man. You look at Wuthering Waves, it's like the only one that's gray. And then everything else is, oh, they increased or they either
I mean, WoW has
or
literally no
Waves,
content on their
that
anniversary.
yeah, it's definitely the same amount. Same exact amount. Nothing changed. Same exact amount.
People go back, imagine, people go and check it out, they find out there's nothing.
Hopefully you guys learn.
And then they leave again.
When it comes to these guys' revenue charts, do not take them seriously. They're just numbers. That's why I literally don't even care at all. It's just there, just to be there.
Sure, he doesn't care at all, but he makes this 8-minute video. Doesn't care at all, makes an 8-minute video. Yeah, definitely doesn't care, guys. He definitely doesn't care with an 8-fucking-minute long video. Why is he bringing attention to it if he doesn't care? Right? This is why I said the opposite of love is not hate. That's why it said the opposite of love is not hate. Right? It's not. Because the reality is he's bringing attention to it either way. That's why it said the opposite of love is not hate, man. It is what it is.
To, you know, show you guys which gacha games are popular right now, because when you do take a look at, you know, the top gacha games here, they're very, very popular. Honkai Star Rail, Love and Deep Space, Pokemon TCG, Naruto Mobile. I don't even play this game. I don't even see anybody playing this, but whatever. Genshin Impact, Zenless Zone Zero, Wuthering Waves, Arknights, Fate Grand Order. You know, all these games you see here.
He doesn't care for the revenue, but then made a video about it. Exactly. The hypocrisy in that, man. So you don't care about it, but you cared enough to make a video. It's like, what? He says he doesn't care, then he makes a video 8 minutes 22 seconds long. This fucking clown, man.
But of course, when it comes to these numbers, they're not accurate at all. But I just find this one over here very, very silly for Wuthering Waves. I find this extremely silly because when you take the month of March,
8 minutes video worse than 3 minutes, yeah.
Actually, not Shorekeeper, but Contorella. And then for the month of April...
At least, like, the thing is, at least Gacha Enjoyer's videos are satirical. This isn't even satire, man. This is just, like, this guy being serious, man. At least with Gacha Enjoyer, we know it's satirical. This is just like, what the fuck is going on with his brain?
It was literally Shorekeeper and Zani and 5 rerun banners. It's like, what are we even doing here, man? Like, did you guys just take these numbers out your ass and just glued it on the website? And the crazy part is they updated this today. They literally updated this today. Today. This is what the chart looked like 8 days ago. 8 days ago, this is what it looked like. And it pretty much, like, you know, shadow fixed it. Shadow fixed it, and now all of a sudden Wuthering Waves is number 7 and Genshin Impact is number 5. And now we wait for all the
brain not braining, they don't have brain.
Like, oh, Genshin is on.
Again, like, you can see his fixation here. And he obviously manually put in the Wua category. I mean, you can tell he's, like, filling it up here, man. This fucking clown. You wonder why I have no respect for a lot of these guys. You wonder why. It's also why it's like, I don't even want to, like, click on their shit. Because I'd rather not support them at all. Even, like, giving them a view is too much support than they deserve. Right? Even giving them the 1 view. But, like, you know, that is what it is. Let me do my dailies first. Daily reset just happened. Alright, let's do dailies. I mean, hey, here's what we do, man. If they try to bring it elsewhere, we try to get them kicked out and keep them away. If those clowns do the things elsewhere, gatekeep them. Right, that's what we gotta do. Be like, no, get out. Right, that's what we gotta do. For those guys, just keep them out. But you know, it is what it is, man. Always gatekeep. Don't let them get anywhere. Keep them out for good. Especially if they're gonna keep acting the way they are. Yeah, I saw that. Weirdos, man. The fucking weirdos, man. They just show up there out of nowhere. I mean, hey, I guess they don't realize that any interaction, any engagement is good engagement. They boosted. You know, by doing that, they boosted the numbers. Fucking dumbasses. Shit's why I hate watching is stupid, man. Because you're just gonna help it. You're gonna help the thing you're hating. Indirectly by doing it. You're just gonna boost it further. Yeah, it doesn't matter, man. They'll attack whatever. The fucking dumbasses. They got weird ass double standards on all sorts of things, man. It's fucking stupid. But then again, imagine asking for anything intelligent out of them. Right, imagine. You know it's one of the funniest things too, right? Remember when when Wuwa came out, they were praising like crazy just because Wuwa's weapon banner was guaranteed? It's like, so why, if they can easily make it guaranteed and do this, why the fuck do they even have one in the first place? Right? It's like, why even have one in the first place? Why do they need to have one in the first place? You know? Why would they need a weapon banner and all this bullshit in the first place? If they clearly don't. Right? Especially when you look at how the things work, man. But then again, gacha gamers are fucking retarded enough to gaslight themselves into thinking anything that's still a negative is somehow a positive. And then there's a reason why, as like, in general, when I just mentioned, gacha gamers in vague text, I have a very, very low and negative opinion on them. There's a good reason why. But hey, it is what it is, right? They're gonna keep gaslighting themselves into thinking a negative is somehow a positive. But yeah. They launched NA version of Ragnarok X on the May 8th. They haven't attacked A-game? What A-game? Wait, what's A-game? What do you mean? Oh boy, did they attack their new Genshin character calling a ripoff? What the fuck? Meanwhile, you look at Lua characters, they all look the same. Lua characters literally all look the same. Where's that picture? Where was that picture again? Let me find it. They literally all look the same. This thing, they literally all look the same. Aether Gazer? Oh. Right, like they literally all look the same when you think about it. Like, what the fuck is this? Is this really all they can make? They all have same face syndrome, man. They all basically have the same face and the same hair color. Look at it. They all literally have the same face. And then they have the same hair color. It's either red, they're all redheads, or they have white hair. They got nothing else. They got redheads and white hair. That's it. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck? Like, it is not hard to point this out, man. It's like, what the fuck, man? They all have same face syndrome, and then they all just do this. Oh, we'll just make it so this one has bigger boobs than the other one, and we'll change the clothes they're wearing. We'll make this one have longer hair than the other one. We'll have this one have shorter hair, but still the same. Maybe secretly such in Poland? Yeah, I don't know about that, man. That's when they're white and red? True. But like, yeah, it's like, what the fuck? Why are they all the same? I mean, a lot of things are more creative, man. It's not hard to be more creative than that. That's a low bar. You know, when you think about it, that's a really low bar. Like, this is a low bar to be more creative than. Right? But hey, you can either get the white pill or the red pill. Except this is not actually red pilling them. Right? It's just stupid. But like, yeah, the fact that you can do this and make this into a meme. Let's see what else. How long is this one? It's like, I want to end soon. We're gonna have an early stream on Monday during the day instead of usual time. Because we're gonna be like rushing all our dailies on Monday. Yeah, placebo red pill, yeah.
$1 million copies in 3 days. You know there is a boardroom full of executives that are sitting around scratching their head, screaming for their secretary to explain this to them in Fortnite terms. Reverence. That was the first word that came to mind when I sat down to make this video. Expedition 33 is breathtaking. It is a game that commands respect on every single level and deserves every bit of praise that it's gotten. It is one of the best examples of what today...
I mean, like, here's the thing, right? I don't know, man. Here's the thing. When you look at, like, the shit that gets put out, man, it's not hard to be, more creative than whatever they're doing. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, man. Yeah, HSR is a shit game. It's a gacha game, what you expect. And it's not a good turn-based RPG. But like, man. Saint Totes, he has some crazy obsession with attacking Hoyo just to prop up Ua. Got some crazy obsession with that. I mean, here's the thing, right? They're never gonna have content. They always keep ripping off Mahoyo as they invented the time machine. Yeah, exactly. You're right. They invented the time machine. That's true. We got the time retracement tech. You're right. They said 3.2 global passive EOS. What? I mean, it is what it is, man. HSR made a ton of money. Yeah. Right? But don't worry, man. It's gonna be funny to see. Right? If they were okay, if what Maggie said, though, when that power creep really is as true as they said. When they actually check the numbers and it's 25%. Oh boy. What does that mean for other things coming out later down the line? Of course they don't have content. They never did.
These developers are capable of, what games are capable of, how far they can reach, the value that they can deliver, how they can be far more than simple entertainment. But at the same time, it is incredibly frustrating because it paints a very clear contrast between it and how shallow and utterly vapid the rest of this industry has become. Games like Expedition 33 are what we deserve, but are rarely given. And it's not for a lack of talent. We know that because these are former Ubisoft developers making a game that we would never see from Ubisoft or any major publisher for that matter. Today, I want to talk about the explosive popularity of Expedition 33, how it's already broken records, my experience playing it, and
again, that's why I said, like, fucking gacha gamers are retarded. That's why, like, yeah.
And, man, you know, it really must burn to be absolutely destroyed by the very people you let go. But before that, if you want to be a part of the video game revolution and make games for yourself, you can use today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by longtime friend of the channel, Boot.dev, a back-end web development platform that does one thing most coding core. Expedition 33 was one of my most anticipated games since its reveal. The turn-based combat looked like a true iteration or evolution on JRPGs that we've seen over the years. The idea of using quick-time events, active dodge, and parrying mechanics in combat seemed...
I mean, that's not a new mechanic, though. The stuff that he's talking about is an old mechanic that was used in Paper Mario games. If you've ever played Paper Mario. But, like, that shit's been, like, dead since forever.
Seemed like a fresh idea. It had an all-star cast of voice actors. The
right, like, it's not... I wouldn't call it fresh. But it is neat that they brought it back. Because it's been dead for a long time.
Of the game story where a celestial paintress is painting a descending number, killing all those older than the age of 33 was genuinely different, and the art style was captivating. Actually, back at the start of last month, I had posted on Twitter saying, I don't know why, but I have an oddly good feeling about Expedition 33. My favorite games are the ones that are coming out of left field from unheard of and unproven developers. I'm genuinely hoping it's one of them. Little did I know just how right I would be. Player Obscure Expedition 33 launched to 60,000 concurrent players on Steam, selling over 500,000 copies in its first 24 hours. It had then surpassed that days later, doubling that number to 121,000 concurrent players on Steam and reaching 1 million copies sold in just 3 days. Hell, the game sold out of physical copies on Amazon and in stores in Australia. For a narrative-driven turn-based RPG that isn't named Persona, coming from a studio that's releasing its very first game, this is nigh unheard of, my friends. The game released to near universal praise among critics. It is simply too good for anybody to ignore, reaching a 91 on OpenCritic with a 100% player rating and a 92 on Metacritic.
That's why I'm like, it's not a new thing. Because, like, I remember playing it as a kid. I had Paper Mario on the Wii Virtual Console. And I played through that like a couple times. It is a good game, but yeah. And then again, like Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, that thing got a re-release recently on the Switch as well for, yeah. And again, it had the same mechanics in there. Super Paper Mario on the Wii was when they changed it and made it into like this puzzle platformer. Like it became a full puzzle platformer with Super Paper Mario instead of turn-based, with the action command thing. But yeah.
A 9.7 player rating. The game is
so
they
tried to stop with Oblivion
Remaster,
Remaster,
it now holds a world record. Paul Tossi of Forbes wrote an article titled, Players Just Ensured Player Obscure Expedition 33's record can't be touched. He writes, I wrote an article over the weekend that confirmed that Player Obscure Expedition 33, the RPG from first-time developer Sandfall, was in fact the highest user-scored game in Metacritic history. Now, players have caught wind of that. Some pushed back on this, saying it was early, and this is just based on a few hundred reviews, playing it super early. Well, people have been playing it over the course of the weekend, and there are now 600% more reviews in. up to 3,300, and the score has actually increased to a 9.7 out of 10 from a 9.6 previously. I've said that it's possible that scores fall in time, but what has happened here cemented Expedition 33's title as one of the highest scored games on this platform. Nothing else is close or will get close anytime soon. These thousands of reviews mean that of the top 100 plus best scored games on Metacritic's list, it's already passed many of them in total scores. And again, it's not a close competition. I've only been able to find one 9.3 at all, The Witcher 3's Blood and Wine DLC. Every other historic game that you have heard of is somewhere between an 8.9 and 9.2. Yes, that one. Yes, that one too. Check any one you like.
Okay.
This, my friends, is a flawless victory. Plain and simple. It's the kind of game that should go on to sell tens of millions of copies. Honestly, it's the game that you hope does. When you play it, you want everybody else to play it. And if it doesn't become the most popular game ever, it feels like it's a slight against you. Because it is. We deserve this game. We deserve more games like this. And Sandfall, with a team of a mere 30 ex-Ubisoft developers, deserves all of its recognition, success, and more. While playing Expedition 33, I had an epiphany of sorts. I came to the conclusion that the games industry is desperately clinging to a coloring book, tracing over the same tired outlines, filling in old shapes with new colors, terrified to stray beyond what has already been done. Almost nobody dares to treat games like a blank canvas, to make a mess, to break the frame, to let their imagination spill out and ruin the floor. But where the rest of the industry is coloring inside the lines, Expedition 33 tears the canvas off the wall, smears their hands in the paint, and throws themselves into their work. They let it bleed, they let it burn, they let it scream. They didn't just make a game, they made something alive. I almost don't even know where to even start describing this game or its genius. While Expedition 33 definitely takes inspiration from a wide variety of games, that's as far as it goes. It's inspiration with iteration, never imitation.
Either way, they did a good
UI
job.
Taking cues from Persona, the combat adapting ideas from Legend of Dragoon or Final Fantasy VIII, the mournful, hopeless world whispering shades of Final Fantasy X, and the monster design tipping its hat to Dark Souls. But everything here is unmistakably its own. Right out of the gate, the game grips you with its music, its atmosphere, its art, and its writing, a world wrapped in quiet desperation. Most of us come into Expedition 33 already knowing the premise, a world shattered by a calamity, a celestial paintress that is marking humanity's final days by painting a number, and a desperate expedition that is trying to break the cycle. But Sandfall didn't just build a premise, they made it a feeling, and they drive it into you. You walk the streets of Lumiere, you talk to its people, you are given control of somebody heading to their gommage, a final farewell. You walk them down to the pier, watching as the paintress calls their number and paints their death into this world. You hear the voices of the townspeople, see the hollowness in their eyes, feel the ache in their words. And for the first time in a long time, a game makes you feel the stakes, how important yet futile your journey feels, how small and desperate these lives are, how this world is quietly fading before your eyes. You can feel this beautiful, aching world. What impressed me most about Expedition 33 is its revival of subtlety and nuance. In an industry that has been obsessed with appealing to the widest audience possible, executives chasing infinite growth, games have been stripped of any ambiguity. Modern storytelling assumes that the player must be handheld through every story beat, every emotion, every idea in case they might get confused and stop buying their games. But Sandfall respects its audience. They don't feel like they need to spell everything out. They don't insult you with constant on-the-nose exposition. They let you live in their world, absorb its meaning, piece together its mysteries. Characters reveal themselves through actions and subtext rather than bullet points. And nothing is predictable. I have been floored countless times by this game's narrative, hands in the air yelling absolute cinema. There is so little revealed, yet so much at the exact same time. You are given the space to truly know these characters, but not a single one of them really fits cleanly into an archetype. They are complex, contradictory, messy, human in a way that very few games ever achieve. Every member of your party carries the same trauma of the world that they're living in, but they wear it differently. And the moment that you think you have somebody figured out, the page turns and you see a side of them that you hadn't before. And it's all delivered by an all-star voice cast. You wander a world littered with the remnants of the expeditions that came before you, thousands of bodies marking your path. For those who come after, we continue. It's not just a slogan of this world, it's a lived, brutal truth. You're constantly reminded about how important your mission is and how hopeless it all feels. Twists, turns, cliffhangers, the game dares you to keep keep going, dares you to understand more. Even reality itself bends as black and white dream sequences cut through the world, boxed by vertical pillar box lines, stripping away any comfort, any warmth. These moments don't just feel different.
I wonder if there's an
like they exist
expedition
outside of time
69.
itself, and that
Sounds like a
deliberate
great
discomfort
expedition.
sinks into you.
69.
The soundscape and the world
yeah.
design are utterly breathtaking. I cannot count how many
True,
times I have stopped
Expedition
dead in my
69.
tracks, pan the camera around slowly, and just stare.
Good idea.
Because
They
the
need
scene
an
before me
Expedition
looked like it was a
69.
painting that deserved to be hung in a gallery. Expedition 33 is built around music and art at every single level, from skill names
There
to
is
weapons
cool.
to the names of towns themselves. It's a world that doesn't push you forward.
Expedition
it begs you to stop, to
69.
look, to feel, to listen.
Yeah,
it's
that's what they
visibly
need.
distinct, it's audibly distinct, yet eerily familiar at the exact same time. And that mixture of mystery and recognition is exactly what keeps you rooted in place. Well, at least until the gameplay rips you off your feet.
It started
As a fan
at
of
100 and
turn-based
counted
games,
down.
three of my favorite
I
games
see.
of all time are Grandia 2, Final Fantasy VIII, and Legend of Dragoon.
100
I have
renamed
never seen a
themselves
game
to 0, I
revolutionize
see.
turn-based combat like this before. I'll be honest, I was afraid. When I had heard about the dodge, parry, and quick time event mechanics, I thought it was just going to be gimmicks. But they're not gimmicks. They're the solution. Turn-based combat has struggled to stay relevant in the modern age. Part of that is due to executives not wanting to fund these type of games, but the other part of it is that players today, including myself, just don't really have the patience like we once did. And while
Yep.
some games have been successful and people obviously still want it, there needs to be an evolution. That's why we've seen
Yep.
auto battle systems dominate the genre, reducing what used to be thoughtful, tactical gameplay into
Yep.
passive, gacha-like gameplay loops. Expedition 33 refuses to let that happen. Instead, it rewards players for staying engaged. Dodging at the right time will grant you action points or other buffs depending on the pictos that you have. Parrying will boost your damage. Hitting time prompts will amplify your attacks. These mechanics don't feel bolted on. They feel...
I mean, like, time prompts showing up as well. I mean, there's a bunch of turn-based games that do that. Having time prompts, right? As well. Like, again, a lot of these are not new or
feel
at
natural,
all.
inevitable, earned. It's the evolution of turn-based combat that I've been waiting for since Final Fantasy VIII, a true, seamless fusion of action and strategy that keeps you locked in every second without betraying the roots of this genre. Expedition 33 isn't just a great game, I think it's a quiet rebellion, a reminder of everything that this industry could be and everything it has chosen not to be. It's proof that we just need someone, somewhere to care enough to create something real, something beautiful, something that dares to reach beyond the safe, dead outlines of what's already been done before. One of the things that really stood out to me and the game isn't getting enough appreciation for is its return to unique characters. It's something that we used to have in a lot of JRPGs, but a lot of these games have kind of gotten away from it, made it where all these characters can kind of just, you know, they're just Lego sets essentially. You can build them however you want and they all can have the exact same skills. But each character in Expedition 33 is remarkably unique.
It's not new, the turn-based is legendary drop
stains,
even.
Mael has her stances.
I don't know,
CL
man.
has a mix of both of them, and then all of these characters can
I
work
think a lot of them
dynamically
just
with
are
one
thinking
another
about
to
the
set up
typical generic
another for
one,
different attacks and
rather
combos
than
and
like the
things like
genre
that.
as a whole.
There's a lot of genius in
Because
that.
there's a lot
We've
of
been
things
deprived of
out there that
over
they
the
don't
last
know
few
about,
years
man.
Because, well, a lot of these companies just don't
There's
trust
a
the
lot.
player. I've been talking about it recently because I saw somebody post, they made a comparison between Skyrim and Oblivion. They showed about how much content had been removed from Oblivion to Skyrim. A lot of customization, a lot of depth, and the reason why is because it's all about accessibility. These studios, these publishers, they see that as a way for them to be able to reach wider audiences. They, instead of wanting to add value or do anything unique, they instead want to treat their audience like they drank half a can of paint thinner when they were a kid. So we see that in the writing, in the world design.
He has to fit the
and
agenda.
it's all watered down towards that goal.
They're talking about
Expedition
AAA,
33
but they don't know about
subverts
all
that,
these
along
other
with a lot
small studios. Heck, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the fucking, what was the game called? Death End Request. That one was like a cool little JRPG where, like, with how the stuff worked with the turn-based stuff in there, you literally had a mechanic where you could change the game genre, like by filling an old gauge. You could literally change the game's genre. It was kind of a weird scuff thing, but like, imagine it's like 1 minute, like your turn, right? You're setting up your stuff in the turn-based game, right? You're going attacking the thing, whatever, and then you use your special ultimate ability, and now you turn the game into a shooter. Or like you use your ultimate ability, and now it's a fighting game. Like there is a turn-based game that does that.
A lot of other developers I've seen recently.
It's like it's an old one. Well, not that old. It's like
this game, I
10
get this
years old
overwhelming
now.
feeling
But yeah.
of respect. Respect for the players, respect for themselves as developers, for the medium, for the game, and much of that respect has been lost within this industry. And that's why players are upset. That's why these games feel hollow in the end, because you have to respect all of it. Otherwise, what's the point? Expedition 33 feels like a miracle at this point in this industry, not a product. And it's a work of art. It's a bleeding, breathing work of art, a testament.
I'm not. I'm just saying. You know, it's technically not a new thing. I'm just saying that. It's just funny because people are too brainwashed by looking at only the AAA scene. They forget about like all the other shit around it. You think the meta for turn-based is to make an action game, but not fully? I guess, yeah. Yeah, he just seems to parrot review. He doesn't even understand. Exactly. Pretty much. That said, there are other ways too to make you want to pay attention. Right? Like, there's other ways too you can make it interactive and make it so you want to. I mean, like, there's still only one turn-based game where I'd actually be okay with watching every single animation play out constantly. But that's only because they made it part of the actual game. But yeah. I don't know, man.
What games can actually be, and at the same time, like I had said before, it's exposing just how little we're given from the rest of the industry. You know,
yeah.
I noticed that a lot of game developers and a lot of studios reached out to Sandfall to congratulate them on the success of Expedition 33. I did not see Ubisoft, though. Maybe that's because they're under new management. When I sit back and think about it, I just genuinely don't think this is the kind of game that we would see the industry even dare to try to make anymore. You have a dark, emotionally charged story that doesn't lean into forced humor to be able to soften its blows. It's not like Dragon Age the Veilguard, where you're going to fight a dragon, one of the characters starts talking about a book they like, and Tosh intervenes to tell them that the book is probably about sex, doubling down again to say, I bet it's about sex. Wow, so funny. Genius writing. Really? Or maybe how about that one time where you go to the infested docks and all the people are dead and one of the characters chimes in like it's a Scooby-Doo investigation saying, it's quiet. Too quiet. Mature rated game, by the way. When Expedition 33 uses humor, it's well delivered and with nuance. I remember there was a scene where I was reuniting with CL. Gustav prepares to trauma dump over what happened at the beach. They zoom in on his face, the tone shifts, dramatic music starts playing, and one of the other characters turns and essentially says, not now, Gustav, and the music cuts out. It's unexpected but well-delivered comedy that makes sense for the characters, the world, and the situation.
We should have
we have conventionally attractive characters in 2025 without a hint of irony, cynicism, or commentary around it.
It doesn't even like it, yeah.
Luna's proof that they have a feet guy on their team, but outside of that, it feels so vindicating to have exactly what players have been asking for. Aesthetically pleasing, cool-looking characters that are tastefully presented.
Yeah, because like they don't even need the game, they just want their thing. But like at that point, like if you're not even there for the game, what's even the point, man? Like that's the thing with the gacha gamer crap I don't understand. If you're there to goon, why do you even need the game? Honestly, you don't need it. You're gonna get a bitter experience probably doing that without the game. You don't need the game anymore.
Have been asking for, yet game developers and the media have taken it out of context, saying that we are asking for strippers. No. Well, I mean, sometimes, but not all of the time. We have a narrative without forced real-world allegories stapled onto it, without painful exposition, dumping the entire plot and every character's feelings, trauma, and identity into your lap because they think that you're too stupid to figure it out. We have stakes, mystery, gravity, and tragedy all left for players to sort out on their own as the story unfolds. Holy shit. You know, let's go ahead and make it a turn-based, Japanese-inspired RPG, the remnants of the genre that have been lost to the passage of time and the vision of C-suite executives that don't believe that it can make money anymore and that players don't even want it, a genre that has essentially been on life support outside of the Atlas games Octopath Traveler, Atelier series, and a couple of others. Finally, let's tie a bow on the entire thing. Make the game with just over 30 developers in under 5 years and sell it for $50. No, wait, scratch that. Let's put it on sale for 10% off before the game is even released and during its launch week to make sure that it's a fair price point for players, a low barrier to entry, and give those players the opportunity to take a chance instead of feeling like they need to make an investment to play their game. By every modern AAA standard, this game should not exist. And yet here it is, standing taller, reaching farther, hitting harder than almost anything that these AAA studios and publishers have produced. It's refreshing, but more than that, it's enraging because it shows just how low the bar has been set by the people that are supposed to be leading this industry. They keep telling themselves the same lie, not only to themselves, but to us as well, that the only way for them to succeed is to play it safe, that bold ideas are too dangerous, that nuance is confusing, that the audience needs to be handheld, babied, spoon-fed every emotion, every plot point, every mechanic, because they are too stupid to figure it out on their own. But this is never about protecting the players. This is about protecting their profits. It's about control. It's about squeezing margins, about turning games into lifeless, frictionless products that can be stamped out, sold, patched, updated, and forgotten. And in doing so, they have crippled themselves. That's what makes what Sandfall has done that much more satisfying.
Oh, they didn't raise the cap of the event
mostly
shop
Ubisoft
anymore.
refugees who built
It's still at
Expedition 33 on a budget of likely under $50 million in under 5 years have absolutely smoked Assassin's Creed Shadows on Steam, while being a game that was given away for free on Game Pass, the biggest subscription service in this industry, and they still outperformed it. It's beautiful. It's justice. Broche, Sandfall CEO and creative director, didn't leave Ubisoft because he couldn't cut it. He left because anyone with any real ambition, anyone who gives a damn, eventually realizes that you cannot create anything real inside of a machine that only knows how to recycle itself. What would he have done if he stayed? Slapped on another Assassin's Creed DLC, sell some gun skins for Rainbow Six Siege? Maybe, if he was really lucky, he could have gotten assigned to Ubisoft's NFT strategy game. Wouldn't that have been exciting? Expedition 33 would have been strangled the second it was pitched. Too risky, too slow, too difficult to monetize. Ubisoft would have never made a game like this. And here's the sick part, I already know what's coming next. History is going to repeat itself like it always does. A small studio does something extraordinary, players fall in love with it. In response to that, these publishers start staring at spreadsheets, baffled by the game's success, try to imitate it, they copy the aesthetics, they miss the soul, they throw $300 million at a knockoff, and then cry on their earnings call.
Yeah, I wonder what that reminds you of all the time. And this is also part of, like, how I end up reviewing as well a lot of these gachas, man. Like, where's the fucking game? Oh, right, they don't have one. He thinks 2025 games are trash? He's trying to make it sound like that, yeah. I mean, it's mostly the fucking big studios and shit putting out all this crap, this garbage slop, that is basically just a rehash of something else that came before it. Again, while missing out on the whole point. Right? But it is what it is, you know. They just keep going with their over-budget crap. Crap slop.
About how players, their expectations have changed. Did you guys know that they only started out with 8 developers back in 2021? In an old interview that I had found, Broche was talking about how they only had 8 people and they were hoping to reach 15. That was the dream. You can still find their early art from back then. Rough, imperfect, they had nothing. And in under 4 years, that scrappy team that then grew up to over 30 developers delivered Expedition 33, a game that looks and feels like it belongs with the biggest and most expensive productions in the world. How does that make any sense? Meanwhile, we have the entire industry that has been lighting billions of dollars on fire and is still somehow making worse games. Sandfall did what the AAA industry insists is impossible. They built a masterpiece. They didn't spend $400 million to make it. They didn't need some bloated marketing campaign. They didn't need 500 people. They didn't even need to sell it for $70. And it worked. Because when you build something with love, with focus, with intent, players notice. We can feel it. Meanwhile, the AAA industry is still crying about ballooning development costs, pretending that they don't know why they're drowning, creating a constant state of entropy in which they are the ones that are increasing costs while players are being demanded to follow their poor business decisions. Nobody told you to staff 800 people to make the next Fortnite. Nobody told you to waste $400 million on another cinematic action RPG. Nobody said that you couldn't try making something new or something fresh. Nobody said you have to keep chasing somebody else's success rather than their ambition. Nobody forced you to bolt on battle passes, shop tabs, microtransactions, and deluxe editions onto every single thing that you release. You did that. You chose that. When I see studios like Sandfall, small, lean, and relentless, deliver something as bold and as unforgettable as Expedition 33,
it makes $100 game could save it. It's not.
The titans of this industry aren't
It's not going to save them
anymore. They're bloated, slow, and creatively paralyzed. They have built these massive infrastructures filled with redundant management layers, bloated headcounts, and endless committees, and the end result is a process that is so convoluted that making anything truly original or valuable becomes almost impossible. The games take too long to make, cost too much, and play it far too safe. At this scale, they can't afford to take risks. They can't afford failure. And when you can't afford failure, you're not experimenting anymore. You stop pushing boundaries. You stop creating. You start chasing, copying, playing defense, and eventually you build a studio that has all the money in the world but doesn't have any soul left.
Yep, they build a studio, has all the money in the world but no soul left. Yep.
To build anything. I genuinely think that this industry has just grown past the need for these monolithic publishers and developers. What used to be an advantage...
And then they have like these massive teams that they can't put out anything. They have 1,000+ employees all working on the game. But then, you know, they can't put out anything. You can't spell analyst without anal. Yep. The game takes too long to make, and you have to get through multiple layers of management for a single change. Yeah, that's why WUWA has no content. They have 1,500 employees, but they can't do anything. And that's why they're never going to have content either. Or why all their characters look literally the same. Right, this is why all their shit looks all the same. That's why they have no content, ever. And they never will have anything. Too much wasted employee space to win fuck all. All of them.
High stability, brand power is now the very thing that's holding these guys back. The future isn't being shaped by these corporate giants anymore with these 1,000 person development teams and millions, hundreds of millions of dollar marketing campaigns. It's being built by studios that can still move quickly. They can take creative risks that don't need to pass every idea through 6 layers of executive sign-off just to be able to get a change to a character's dialogue. And I think that's the shift that we're starting to see with a lot of these closures and a lot of these layoffs. It's not just a collapse, but a reformation of sorts. These mass layoffs, as awful as they are for the people that are involved, it's also a turning point, because when those studios implode, they don't just disappear, they scatter, they break apart, and what's left behind is raw talent. Developers that still want to make something meaningful, who still have ideas that they want to bring to life. Expedition 33 is what happens when those people finally get a chance. We are entering into a new phase for this industry, not because the major players planned for it, but because they couldn't stop it from happening. They failed to value their own developers, they failed to respect their audiences, they failed to protect the creative spark that built the industry. And now, one way or another, they're the ones that are getting left behind. And frankly, it couldn't happen to a better person. I found a couple of interviews from the CEO where he was talking about how essentially the AAA structure is so convoluted and creatively suffocating that it's really difficult to be able to get anything done. But in one of his interviews, he was
it becomes survival plus growth instead of making games purely.
talking about how much of a challenge it is to be able to go indie in the first place, because a lot of people have to take on a lot of different roles when you're as small as they are. You have a lot of people that become generalists rather than specialists because you just don't have access to that kind of talent, or at least that much talent. But in that, you become creatively focused. The vision stays intact. It's very clear because it's only being handled by just a handful of people. And in that, creativity can thrive, and the budget stays low. Those things are really important. So whatever you dream of whatever the game is supposed to be, stays clear the entire time because you're not having to go through 500 people to be able to make something. It's really difficult when one person has an idea and has to communicate it to 500 people instead of 8 or 30, right? These AAA publishers have tied themselves to copy-paste IP, and they've continued to
copy-paste IP. Copy-paste, copy-paste, copy-paste. This meme picture is so great, man. Just pulling this out. Just to show copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Everyone's the same.
Grow larger and larger in scale year over year, and it's all been for nothing because they keep raising the floor without raising the ceiling, and eventually they're just going to get crushed. That's why we're seeing a lot of the issues that we see today. I can't imagine it feels great to worry about layoffs.
The copy paste whore is there. It's great, man.
And studio closures and earnings calls while you're watching indie developers run circles around you, free of expectations, creatively free, being able to do whatever they want, free of any type of constraint, free of these insane budgets. Expedition 33 just got greenlit for its own movie, made by the same people that made the Sonic movie. Meanwhile, EA just laid off 400 people. It's a lot of barbs. Expedition 33 has so much heart. It really does. You can genuinely feel that these developers threw everything they had into this game. And seeing as this is their first game that they made, I cannot wait to see what these guys are going to do after. I haven't finished the game yet. I'm going to be getting to that after I finish this video. I think I need to take a break one of these weeks. Maybe not try to release 2 videos. Maybe just do 1 instead or something like that. But, you know, we get a lot of good games. We get some great ones. But every once in a while, we get one of those games that just knocks you off your seat. It just takes your breath away. And I've had a lot of breathless moments when I've been playing Expedition 33. And it's great to see these developers get the recognition that they deserve and also see their work rewarded. And I think they're going to continue to be rewarded, to be honest.
Is it even weird? I don't know,
We're going to be seeing
man.
them at the Game Awards. I'm going to tell you that
We'll
right
see.
now. Probably even win Game of the Year. Unless Grand Theft Auto wins by default, which I could totally see this industry.
Nah, GTA. This is before GTA 6 got the changed release date announcement. Nah, they're safe. GTA 6 ain't gonna show up. They got spared. No GTA 6.
Doing that, sadly.
They're spared from GTA 6.
Hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video.
Right? They got spared from GTA 6. Don't worry, GTA 6 delayed a year. They're spared. They're spared by... They're spared. They don't have to worry. Alright, and then again, it's like, what? Turn-based RPGs having, like, other action-y elements, like I said. Let me see if I can find an example. What's this one? A critique on St. Toad's. You know, we'll save this to watch another day. That could be fun. But yeah. I don't know, it is what it is. What was it again? I think it was this one. Do we have... This was like a horror turn-based game. This was a horror game. This is a horror turn-based one. Wait, they have another sequel? I haven't finished the second one. Cause I got too busy, I forgot about it. There's a third one apparently. Let me see if I can find like gameplay examples. This is a turn-based game. That's 1 and 2. They have a third one apparently. I did not realize they had more. But like you had like a mechanic where you could temporarily change the game genre. Let's see, wait. Let me see if I can find an example of genre change. This was an M-rated game, I'm pretty sure it was. And it's like censored on the PlayStation 1. The PC version is uncensored. I played this like a couple years ago. Apparently Code Z has added roguelike. What the fuck happened? They added roguelike mechanics to the third one? I didn't even know they had a third one. What is this? Wait, what the fuck? Why does it look like this? Is this a spin-off? I think this is a spin-off because that's not what the game looks. I guess we could probably find an example on the Steam page. Oh, that's not the Steam page. Oh, let's see. Can I find an example? Right, so you have your typical thing. You have this shit on the field. And basically what ends up happening is, like, they have knockback mechanics as well in here. And you see all these, like, tiles here. The tiles will either give you buffs or debuffs, or they'll drain health if you touch them. You can knock back the enemies, or the enemies can knock you back, and like those things will come into effect. You can knock enemies into each other, like in kind of like you're like playing pinball with them, in this game. And then there's like the thing where you can change the game genre. I don't know why there's no like example of it. There was like a special attack that would like change the thing that you could get. Oh, this is deck verified. That's cool. Let me see. Do we have, is this just the opening movie? Oh, this is straight up the game's opening movie. Never mind. I'm like, surely we could find, like, an example of the thing happening. Surely. Surely we can find an example. Because, like, this one was also a turn-based one. Nope. We're just getting some of the CGs, scenes, or whatever. God damn it. I just remember playing this a couple years ago because it was, like, interesting. It allows you to change the genre of the combat, yeah. The freaking AI even talks about it here. In Death End Request, the game allows the player to change the genre of the combat by installing different engines into a virtual world. You can change it to a first-person shooter. You can get a temporarily shooting thing and stuff like that. It's just an example. I don't know why I can't find like actual video gameplay examples of it. It's weird. I used to be able to find it like a long time ago. Glitch mode attacks or whatever. But yeah, I guess I could give you like a summary of like what basically that game is. Right? So basically what ends up happening is like the main character, whatever, right? You don't actually get to play as him. Well, not really. So what happened is, he worked as a game developer at this company making a VR game. This VR MMO game. And, a bunch of crazy shit happened. The game was a disaster. It failed. It flopped. It was a broken, buggy mess. But apparently some weird shit infected it. And it basically, the horror element comes in, where there were some people that were like trapped in the game or whatever, and and it was like causing problems for some reason, with the real world, and the thing was like breaking apart. But you found out about this like a year or something later, but because you're trying to contact someone who went missing, right? That's kind of like the basic breakdown of the thing there, from what I remember. It's been a while since I played this. It's been a couple years. But yeah. And yeah, there's some gore CGs and stuff in there. I mean, like, yeah, you saw it had an M rating. Some of the characters are a bit they're a bit cultural. There are some they're a bit cultural, some of the character designs. But yeah. It's like a horror themed thing there. I played this years ago. I played it years ago, but yeah, it was cool. But yeah. I guess we can't really find the stuff on that one. I finished the first one, I just never finished the second one. And I guess they're making a spin-off of it too now. But yeah. I think though, this is a good place to end off the stream for now then. I'm gonna get some sleep. Right, it's already like almost 6:30 in the morning. We saw some more of the reacts. There's still a couple more to look at. And I'll save this as well. We'll probably look at this video on like Monday or something. Because what we're probably gonna do is no stream tonight. We'll stream early on Monday so we can do all our shit. And we'll probably do more reacts then. Yeah. That's actually how I found out about the game back then. But yes, it is Idea Factory Compile Heart. It's actually it's decent for what it is. It's a bit unique, but yeah. Yeah, for the weekly speedrun, exactly. You gotta do the weekly speedrun. Because, yeah, they're gonna reset everything anyways. But yeah, as usual though, again, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night or whatever, and I'll go get some sleep. Alright then. See ya guys. See ya.